County, Tulsa County right here, if this storm maintains at all, which it could, but we had this cell come through, so we'll see what happens here as we move east. Let's go to Val's video then. Thank you, sir. Appreciate the update. So Val is just on the south side. Bob's there too. Let's see, he's rolling along. Is he trying to get back into, oh yeah, right there. He looks like, there's his shot. All right, he's going to zoom in. He's got a night scope on. Let's see if we can see it very well. It looked like trees, tower there. Okay, so he's looking, this is what we're looking at right down in here, looking for anything that's trying to touch the ground. That's going to be a little hard to see. And of course, there is a lot of lightning with that right now. What we're doing is we're in continuous coverage. Tornado warning now issued for Pawnee, western Pawnee, and western Osage County. This is a storm that's coming in across an area. We'll have Stacia get another storm track in just a little bit so we can keep you updated on that. But we're looking, and it's like continuing to watch what's happening underneath with this. And so this will move to the east. And this has been rotating, and we'll go back to radar and get a, let's get a little velocity on here. So this is the circulation feature right here. So Val's looking back into this area right here. And then, so this is tightened up. And Bob, okay, oh, I see. And so Bob's location is right here. It looks like near Windmill Road. Bob, what are you seeing with that?
Hey, Travis, there's definitely a wall cloud with a lowering. If you could see it, it should be just a little bit left of center on the screen. There seems to be a lowering from the wall cloud. It's coming. See that? It's coming out a little bit down and back.
Yep.
It may be trying to develop a funnel, but right now it's not on the ground that I can see.
Yeah, great shot. Can you zoom in a little bit more possibly or not on that, or is that about it? Right in there. And so what we're seeing with that, again, tornado warning. And you are watching News on 6 at 10. Thanks for joining us. We have a tornado warning west-northwest of Tulsa, quite a ways, but if you're in western Pawnee County, it's pretty close to you at this particular moment. And you're looking at Bob Roloff's video coming in, and so we're looking at a wall cloud right in that particular zone. All right, great shot. Yeah, that's good. I like that. This is where the cloud, this is a lowered cloud base right in here. We'll get a lightning strike hopefully behind it. There it is. And so you can see this area in here, and what Bob was talking about, he doesn't see anything on the ground. So we're going to keep watching that. And Val's shot is about the same, but this is what we're going to keep an eye on. Bob, keep your eye on it if you could. And let's go back to radar and show folks what's going on. So this is a rotating area. This is a supercell, but this is the rotating part of the storm at this particular moment. So here's Sooner Lake, if you're familiar with that. And then that's moving to the east. Strong winds associated with that all the way to the east now, moving into Pawnee County right across the Arkansas River. And this is, we'll zoom out just a minute, and then I'll do a storm track or have Stacia do a storm track. So this is the storm, and it could recycle itself. Looks like it's trying to right now to the east of this first circulation. And so it just could be to the west-southwest of Ralston at this time. Hail cores most likely up around Fairfax, back down to the west. And so there would be some hail falling. It doesn't look quite as big as it was a little bit ago, but that looks like it's moving off to the east. So it's still pretty impressive with what's going on there. And Stacia, what do you have?
Trav, we're going to track it still east at about 45, so that will take it over to Ralston by 10:10, to Jobs by 10:12, Gray Horse 10:17, Blackburn by 10:23, and again the tornado warning is until 10:30, so that's going to be for Pawnee County, southern Osage County, but that track will take it about 45 miles per hour to Ralston here by 10:10. Right now it's heavy rain, even some small hail in Ralston.
Okay, hey, thanks. I appreciate that. Our CW viewers are going to be leaving us. We will have continuous coverage on Channel 6, so we will have that for you, so stay with us on that. As far as what's going on right now, again, bigger picture, and let's pull out so we can see Tulsa for a second. And this is what we have. Only one big storm, just one. That's it. All the other rain and thunder that's been up to the north, thunderstorms in Kansas, that continues, but that's mainly rain. There's rain that's broken out across areas of Nowata and Craig counties. And then we have the cell that I thought might pop up and be strengthened a little bit just near Manford, and now that's weakened a little bit across southeastern portions of Osage County. So the biggest one and the only one that is of concern to us at this point continues to be the one in western Pawnee, western Osage County, and we'll just give it play-by-play as we work our way through the next hour. Is Val going to be, he's where he can continue east on it, right? Yeah, it looks like. So, and he has a pretty good shot.
He should be able to head towards Ralston, but then he might end up on Highway 20.
Okay.
which could be problematic.
Good. If anybody's been on Highway 20, our storm trackers are avoiding that like the plague, just because there's a lot of stop and goes there because they're working on bridges. All right, so circulation continues here, and we'll have to see if this is going to continue to rotate. Let's look at shear again, and then we'll look at velocities. So the strongest is right in here. So it's cycling at this point a little bit maybe as that continues to move to the east, so around the Masham area and just east of Sooner Lake. And then that warning goes into Ralston. So if you're around Ralston, we really think you probably should start moving to a place safe you're prepared to move because it's not that far to your west and southwest. Circulation feature is right here, and then also potentially a new one could be forming right in here near Jobs. So that would be south of Ralston. This storm is holding together. We don't know if it's going to weaken or not. Some indications are that it should weaken some as it moves farther east. But for now, it's still an active tornado warning. And let's go back to Stacia and get another update on the storm track, Stacia.
Trav, we're going to track it from the circulation that's right over Masham now, and that's going to take it over to Ralston and Job. So we talked a lot about Ralston so far. You're still looking around 10:07, 10:10 for the storm to come in. And so for Osage Junction by 10:10, Blackburn by 10:18, moving to the east at about 45. And this is a new area of circulation. The previous one, that one is still up to the northwest of this track, and so that one's going to be just to the north or just to the west of Daga and several miles west of Ralston. But this new one is now southwest of Ralston, and that one will track east. And like Trav mentioned, there may be another one that develops on the southern end of this storm, maybe southwest of Job. So there's a lot of moving parts and a lot of things to watch with this storm.
All right, thank you. I appreciate that. And we also have a severe thunderstorm warning for northwestern Osage and northwestern Pawnee County. That's going until 10:30. And so that's part of the north side of this storm. And so if you are like associated with that north side a little bit, Brandon's in the middle of that. He's not too far from Burbank. Brandon, have good enough cell coverage? We can talk to him for a second. We're going to try. Brandon, what have you been running into or through? Because it looks like you just went through probably the worst part of the storm. What do you have? You're at Little Chief right now?
Travis, can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Go ahead.
Okay, yeah. So we didn't get to sample the strongest part of that. Right now, we're just going through some light rain. We're just between Burbank and Pahutska, but as that moves our way, we should get a better good sample of it, Travis. Okay,
sounds good. Appreciate it. Yeah, we'll just kind of have you hang out there and see what's cooking, and we'll look at that in just a minute. So, Aaron, he's getting ahead of the storm just a little bit there. He's going to head off to the east. Is that right? Just a little bit? Okay. Because and that's a severe warned part of the storm for gusty winds, 60-mile-an-hour winds, and I think up to nickel size or quarter size hail on this north side. Circulation still with a tornado warning going on at this point. So this is just west-southwest of Ralston and then down around the Jobs area. Let's look at velocity data one more time and see what's happening here. And then we'll go back to Bob and see if we can get an update from him. So this is the circulation area, and then we'll see what you can see what's going on here at Pawnee. But around the Ralston area, west-southwest, this is the rotating part of the storm. And this is the area that is still rotating, and so this new cell that's coming in could be causing some havoc with that. Let's go to Bob and get an update from him, and then we'll look at we'll try to see what Val has for us. Bob, what do you have?
Travis, I'm having some issues with the camera right now.
Okay. Yeah, I was going to say. All right, we'll let you go back for a second and get that. Well, it was working there. It went back to working. But let's take a look at Val's video, if we could, on REM 23 and see if we can see that and what he has. Still quite the lowered cloud base. I mean, look what's going on here. So you can see right in here. So that is just not that far. Now, he's back away from it a little bit. But what we're looking at is right down in here. So that's what Stacia's storm tracking. We'll have her do a storm track in just a moment, but we'll continue to look at that video for just a second or two longer. And you can see it pretty smooth, a little bit of laminar right in there for that wall cloud. So you can see the the one edge. I can't tell if he's moving or not. I have to wait and see the lightning strike again. And so that's what the trackers have to do as well. So they're waiting. And I don't know if he just lost video because I was like, all the lightning quit. Let's go back to Stacia and get an update. Stacia, if you would, on what's going on there.
Yep, Trav, I'm going to track this here from State Highway 18 on the southwest side of Ralston. So south of the curve, this is going to take it over to Jobs by 10:07, Ralston by 10:08, kind of on the south sides of Ralston now. Jobs pretty much in line for this area of circulation to come through. So we want you to be safe and just be in the centermost part of your home. Put as many walls between your family and the outside as possible as this comes through. Blackburn would be about 10:18, and again, our warning is until 10:30. So right now it's on the southwest side of Ralston, crossing over State Highway 18, several miles just to the west of Jobs, and coming into Jobs here in the next 4 minutes.
All right, thank you so much. I appreciate it. As that continues to wrap around itself, we're looking at an area that should be continuing to track, as Stacia said, just around the Skidee area. So this is kind of the flow around the back side here continues. And Bob, is Bob going to move down south and then cut across? Is that the plan on here?
Correct, I believe.
Okay, all right, we'll get him. And I lost Val. Where is Val in all this? He's just to the south a little bit.
He's right here.
Megan?
We have a report of a funnel cloud just south of Fairfax moving towards Hominy.
Okay, funnel cloud south of Fairfax moving toward Hominy. All right, because there's going to be some scud and low clouds involved in this here. Where did Val go? I don't see him.
He's over here by Watchhorn.
Oh, there he is. Oh, okay. He was underneath there. All right, let me see if his... can you tell if his video's back? I can't tell. I haven't seen any lightning strikes for where he is unless he's just looking someplace else. Yeah, he's got lightning strikes. Let's go back to REM 23 for a minute. Tornado warning continues for western portions of Osage and southwestern Osage, and also for western Pawnee County. Let's look back down in here with us and see if we see anything when he gets a lightning strike. I don't know if lightning strikes are going down. Can you take a look at that and just see? Because I don't think it's his video, because it was popping up there. No, it's still showing up.
It increased.
It has increased? Well, we're just, man, look at that. So look at what's going on here, right in here. The base of it is, that looked like a tree almost. Hopefully that wasn't a tree. No, it's right there. I think he is moving, and I think as well. I don't know if Bob, can Bob ask him does he see anything, Aaron? Because looks like that's really down low.
Are you seeing anything from your vantage point, Bob? I know your videos are having issues, but you visually see anything?
So right in here, you can kind of nothing you can see. Okay. All right. But anyway, so this is what we're keeping an eye on. This is where the storm's located. Let's go back to radar and get an update. And so this is wrapped up. You can see what's going on here is this kind of coming back around. Here's the tornado warning. And we'll talk to Stacia here in a minute again. So this is west of Tulsa, circulation feature right in here. So that's what Val is pretty much straight ahead of him. So that's what he's looking at right in here. And as that continues to move to the east, we'll see what happens with it. And Stacia, what do you have for a storm track right now?
Yes, so this is tracking again to the east at about 40-45. We do have reports now that the sirens are going off in Hominy. Hominy, you're not included in the tornado warning now, but this storm is out to your west. It's near Jobs, and again, it's rotating, so we're watching it very closely for you. But your sirens are going off now in Hominy, so of course we want everybody to be safe from Ralston to Jobs to Hominy. Find that centermost part of your home. So we're going to track it to the east at about 40-45. This will take it from from Ralston, Jobs to the east, and that will then track towards Blackburn by 10:20, Indian Village by 10:30, along with Hominy 10:30, 10:33 there. So again, we're watching this whole area from Ralston, State Highway 18 down to almost to the west of Skidee. And so we're going to watch this closely as it tracks east through the far eastern side of Pawnee County and now into western Osage County. Right along Highway 20 is also an area from Ralston to Hominy that we're watching closely.
All right, thank you, Stacia. And again, we're in continuous coverage because of tornado warning in effect for areas north and west of Tulsa. We've been preaching a lot about severe weather, and we're down to, like, as you're looking at a bigger picture right now, around the Tulsa area, we're okay. We just have a couple of cells that are moving mainly to the north. John Durkee is on 20. You can see Alan Hancock is right here. Ron is going to be around the Claremore area. We have Kevin that's intercepting it, Brandon that's intercepting it, Val's that's there, Bob is there. So we've got that covered, but we're still waiting. We don't have a confirmation of a tornado on the ground. We had a storm chaser report, and we don't know who that was for sure, that said that they thought they had a funnel cloud on the ground, which would be a tornado. And so this is where it's headed. It's moving almost due east, and you see the hook feature associated with that if it continues. And as Stacia's mentioned, you know, Ralston is with it at this very moment, and then that's headed over possibly to the east a little bit more. So that's what we want to be aware of. So here's the latest, and this is continuing to wrap up on itself. So it's right in Ralston at this moment. Let's look at velocities if we could. So this is going to be just south of Ralston a little bit, where it's wrapped up a little bit from Job's Ralston area. But this is the main part, and so Val is looking right into that area. And then that looks like, and could we look for wind shear and see if we have anything? So that's, yeah, so that's just from Ralston back down to the Job's area. So you're basically a couple miles south of Ralston, and then Val is looking at that at this point. So that's Val's video in the lower right-hand corner, and so you've got a pretty good idea of what's going on with that as that moves off to the east at about, what was that, 30 miles an hour, Stacia?
I had it at 40, 45.
No, okay, it sped up a little bit. Okay, so we don't see it. I'm looking with you guys as well, in the lower right-hand corner, just trying to see if we can see it on the ground at all. And we don't have any confirmation of that, but it is a wall cloud sitting there. The atmosphere is still conducive for these a few of these really strong storms. Lots and lots of lightning just north of this storm. So again, tons of lightning right up here in the Ralston area to the north, and then moving off to the east, and so around Gray Horse area. So if you're in these areas, hail, let's take a look at that too. I haven't really looked at that for a few moments and see what's going on. We have hail cores to the north. It's dropped down. That's good. But notice all the lightning strikes, most recent lightning strikes are showing up now from Little Chief, Remington areas and Fairfax areas. So again, you're getting a ton of lightning out of this thing, and that's going to continue to move off to the east and go most likely not too far from where Brandon is located. Hey, Aaron, is Brandon where he's turned around looking at the storm right now? What's he doing? Is he?
He is stopped at one of those Osage County one-way construction things.
Okay. Yeah, we don't want to talk to him. He's probably a little grumpy right at this moment. And so we're looking at the main part of this storm to the southwest of that, and it's covering a huge chunk of the area. And you can see we have a severe thunderstorm warning. That's what you see up here with the polygon, the yellow. That's on the north side from Burbank, and then back to where Brandon is located. Hopefully we'll get a shot from him after he gets past the bridge. And then you see here's the circulation back down southeast of Ralston, and then back down around Blackburn area. Excuse me. So that is the area that we're most concerned with, and that's where the rotating part is located. Stacia, if you could give us another update.
Yep, Trav. So we're going to track it east towards Hominy and Indian Village. And again, the situation is one where it can spin up quickly. So even if nothing is on the ground, we still want you to take it seriously and find that safe spot around Hominy as the storm comes in here in the next 20 minutes. It's 10:31 for Hominy, for Indian Village at 10:32. And again, this circulation here from Ralston, as Trav mentioned, just to the southeast, crossing over the Arkansas River from Pawnee County over now into southwestern parts of Osage County, just to the west of Highway 20 as you run from Ralston off to the east here over to Hominy. So we're going to track this area from Ralston down to pretty much Skiddy at this point to the east at 45. Gray Horse and Fairfax, you're on the north side of the circulation. For you guys, it's heavy rain, and it's even some hail coming in towards the Gray Horse area as it tracks in through Osage County. Some other communities down the line from this storm, that's going to include, like we've mentioned, Hominy, and you're not in the tornado warning now, but that may change as the storm continues to move east. But Winona is in line for some hail, Trav, as it moves pretty much due east at this point. So Winona, even Barnsdall in line for some hail. Hominy, of course, you're in line for more of the circulation. Blackburn as well. And so Blackburn, this is just up to your northwest at this point by several miles, and that's going to be moving east, hopefully keeping that circulation there just to your north. But we're going to watch it. And then for Pawhuska, rain coming in now. Hail core is going to be back to your southwest, and that may track more south of town. Winona, I think, still, Trav, more in line for the hail at this point.
All right. Thank you so much for that update. So as we're looking at the locations around Blackburn, and if you're in the areas around Blackburn, you're probably seeing some pretty low clouds and what's happening there. Looks like, did Val's video go offline? It looks like. from what I can tell. Yeah, looks like it is right now. And is Bob coming back online at this point? Has he?
He's working on it. He's still having camera issues. He's trying to reset it and
get it
figure
going.
that out. We do have John. He's not quite in position yet, but he's heading west on 20. They're over Skiatook Lake now.
Yeah,
so he'll be close eventually.
'Cause we've got, you can see what's going on right in that area. Strongest winds have moved now just through into Ralston and just to the south and east of Ralston. So that's up around the Blackburn area. And the circulation associated with this is going to be right in here, just southeast of Ralston to the Blackburn area. So this is where that wall cloud's hanging out at this moment, right across the Arkansas River, the Job's area, and then extending over the Arkansas River and then back to the east. So if you're right around those areas, especially if you're around County Road 5715 and County Road 5320, and then of course right now you should be under it if you're on East 420 Road. That would kind of put you right near the center of it. There should be some wind gusts of 50 to 60 miles an hour, I would say, most likely with that leading edge. So that's why we want you to realize, and then you'll get a stronger northwest flow coming back in around this. So this is what it's wrapped up. You'll have a southeast flow if you're in advance of it, and then you'll get a gusty, stronger wind coming out of the west. There's really no tight circulation feature. It's rotating all the way up into the sky quite a bit. We can look at a 3D too in just a little bit, but you can see where Val is located right now, and then where he is in relationship to this storm. So again, from Blackburn back to you're looking back to the north and to the west. So you see in this pendant hanging down. So this is a flow, northwesterly flow of winds coming back in around the backside of this, and then as that continues, there's a flow out of the southeast here, and that's what's maintaining this circulation feature right across the areas. So it's now east of Ralston, but there should be some chunks of hail falling out of here. Could be golf ball size as that moves off to the east. And you see these black areas. That indicates a higher probabilities of where the hail is located, and we're on our live radar at this point. So that's what we'll keep an eye on. Stacia, what do you have on that?
Trav, it's still east. It's pretty much due east, and we're watching again, as Trav pointed out, just back to the west-northwest of Blackburn, as a couple areas of rotation now have formed with this storm since the original tornado warning. The circulation was actually back west-northwest of Ralston initially, and then now we had the one that formed southwest of Ralston, which moved over to Job's, and then now there may be a third one kind of over by Skidee, and that would track just to the north of Blackburn. So from the southern point of this storm, which is where we would more than likely find those circulation features in the wall cloud, of course, that would track to the east, and that'll take it over to Hominy. That's going to be here by 10:30. Blackburn just coming into town at 10:16, so we're really watching this for you in Blackburn, and then over to Skiatook Lake, Trav. That's going to be in the next 30 minutes.
All right, thanks. And looking around the area, one storm, and that's it. And we preached about storms for a week, about how bad they were going to be, and I'm not complaining. Heaven knows, not complaining. Stacia and I and Aaron, in fact, had a chance to be in Barnsdall today at the Big Heart Parade, and just so thankful. There's so many good people there, and their town and community has come together, and they had a parade because that's just a unity thing that going on for them and for us. I mean, it was just wonderful to support them today. We had Brandon Wells there and Bob. And let's see, Bob Roloff and Kevin and Alan. So we had 4 of our tracking groups there. And Ron Morton was trying to get back. He was gone and tried to make it back, but didn't quite make it back in time. But again, we don't want any bad storms happening in Osage County. We've had our fair share for a couple of decades. But at this point, with the circulation feature the way it is, still concerning. And because of the circulation feature, we'll see if the National Weather Service wants to continue. But it's kind of hard not to at the time being, just because we do have the hail core just to the north of Blackburn, just east of Gray Horse, and that's what you see with that blacker area, indicates a higher probability. Again, we're looking at live, and if we could look at hail on the other radar, and you'll see that that extends from Blackburn back to near Fairfax. So that's a little bit older product by a minute or two, a couple minutes. So that continues to move to the east. So for that, and that pendant that's still here, and then the flow coming in behind that. So this is what we see right now, and the velocity data most likely is going to be pretty good or bad, however you want to look at that, more so bad, from right in here back down toward the Blackburn area. So this will be the lowered area of the wall cloud. John, is he able to see anything yet from his location, Aaron, or is he still kind of stuck from too far back away from it?
He's still kind of far away from that, John, or do you have a bandage on it?
So as we look at that, he's, yeah, What do you have?
He has just a lot of lightning right now, prolific lightning, but that's about all he can see to the current time.
Okay, all right, appreciate it. And then let's take a look at shear for that. And they're going to extend the tornado warning? Okay. Sounds very reasonable for what's going on. And so this is the strongest winds are kind of Blackburn back to the north, and that's the core of the rotating part of the storm. Again, let's put it in perspective from Tulsa if we could, so folks can kind of see what's going on. If you're at Bartlesville right now, that's in the up here. We do have rain and thunder and lightning going on for you guys. Not a whole lot, but some. And then the main part of the circulation feature is right here. So we're going to extend that. And so since that's going to get extended to the east, most likely we're going to see that in Hominy and maybe, hopefully not, but Barnsdall's right in here. And last thing we want to do is have Barnsdall involved in it. But it looks like it's going to continue to track to the east. And we had that rain a little bit earlier. We'll see if that was enough to kind of slow it down a tad bit. But unfortunately, with the circulation feature going on here, and that's going to be extended, we're going to see that happening and getting on over closer to John, and that's a problem for that. What do you have, Stacia, on the storm track?
So the storm track is still to the east at 45, and so that's going to take it, of course, to Hominy up to Winona. But I do want to also point out the rainfall amounts, and Aaron Reeves mentioned this. He said he hopes that a lot of rain falls in the watershed for Skiatook Lake, but so far this is the 1 hour amounts to up near Fairfax. And when a little hail is involved, when a lot of hail is involved, it can skew the numbers, but 1 to 2 inches of rain possible from the storm as it started in Marland and moved over to Fairfax. But now back to the track of this, the area that we're going to track with the rotation, that is now to the north and slightly northeast of Blackburn. But I'm going to take that track here from the pendant, move it over towards Hominy to Skiatook Lake. That takes it to Hominy about 10:32, Skiatook Lake by 10:45, and Morgan's Corner trap by 10:47.
All right, so some strong winds. There goes that new tornado warning too, now extended across the area. So this is the warning that Megan was talking about just a moment ago. So we're going to extend that tornado warning now till 11 o'clock, and that storm is moving at about 45 miles an hour to the east, and $half size hail associated with that. So that's going to include a lot of places, so we want you to be aware of. So Pawhuska, Stacia mentioned some of these, but I'm going to mention just a few more. Pawhuska, Hominy, Fairfax, Sperry, Ralston, Osage, Skidee, Pershing, Wolco, Skiatook, and then Cleveland, Barnsdall. Unfortunately, I have to stay Barnsdall. Sorry about that. Winona, Avant, Blackburn, Talent, and Allegheny. Yeah, so that's the ones that we're talking about right now. And so that's encompassing a pretty big chunk of the area. This is just to the north and west of Tulsa. And so we're going to have to keep watching. If this would turn right, that would take it into the northern side of Tulsa. So that's why this is a serious situation for what's happening. We do not have a confirmed tornado, but we do have confirmation that we have a strong rotation still associated with this. And you can see how this is kind of wrapped back around. And so that's where the higher probabilities, let's look at velocities and get this again to show what's going on. So this is the area, and so we've had this area just southeast of Ralston, and then this is an area right in here. So that was, again, some strong winds. You can see where Val is located. Val's back with us, so that's good. And I don't see Bob yet. Let's take a look at, let's see if Val's positioning, but let's go ahead and take his shot if we could on REM 23 and see what we can find here. Is he gonna run into the bridge thing? Where's he? He's on. That would be not fun for him.
About his only option to go with that is to go on 20. I think I don't have any. I'm not able to communicate with him at the moment, so
okay.
We'll see what he does.
All right. Yeah. Hopefully he has a few moments of patience there, but that's a storm right to his east, so he's just right behind it at this particular moment. He's in Ralston. He's literally just right behind it, and so he has his night vision on. That's why it looks kind of bright and why signs reflect pretty high. But what we're seeing is we're looking for the lowered cloud base. It's a little hard to see because you can see trees right in here, and there's going to be some rain that's wrapped in back behind this, which is going to make it hard to actually see. But that's where the location is at this particular moment. So if you are in this area, just be advised that we still have that tornado warning now for southern and southeastern Osage County. Let's go back to radar for the time being. And Aaron and Megan, if you guys could kind of keep an eye on what's happening with Val, that'd be great. John's getting over Skiatook Lake at this point. Hey, John, going to go to you for a minute and give me an update on what you're seeing with that, because the circulation feature still hanging in there. But you said quite a bit of lightning as you're moving toward that storm?
Very vivid lightning, Travis, almost spectacular. I'm coming across the western reaches of Skiatook Lake right now, just off to my north and northwest. Very, very vivid is the best word I can think of. Lightning from this storm as it rolls this way. So far, I'm not hearing any sirens in this area, but this is the tornado warning area. Back to you.
All right, thank you, sir. Appreciate it. And that's what we're looking at this particular moment. So you do have, right at this point, circulation west of Hominy. And new tornado warning now encompasses a big part of the area, all the way to Washington County and northern Tulsa County. And then you see John by Skiatook Lake. And then we have Val coming in on the back side of it. And then Bob is down to the south a ways. So this is where it's moving. Brandon's up to the north in Pawhuska. Hey, Brandon, if you're with me right now, can you give me an update? What's it like on the north side? Because we did have a severe thunderstorm warning for that area. And Pawhuska is just barely in the tornado warning. What do you have right now in Pawhuska?
Well, Travis, we turned south on 99 here. Our winds, look at that flag, our winds right now are out of the northwest. Out of the northwest, probably about 35 to 40, so that's pulling in that air. But right now we're just getting some moderate rain here on 99. We cannot get the visual on that just because of the terrain. But we're going to get down here to 11 and readjust and go from there.
All right. Hey, thanks. I appreciate that. There should be some scary-looking clouds and a wall cloud just to the east of Ralston, southeast of Gray Horse. That is a pretty tight circulation in there. It's not really disorganized. It's disorganized a little bit, but that's still a very serious situation we have at this point. Let's go back to radar. And so Brandon's right up here. And so he's coming out of Pawhuska at this point. So he's going to be able to come through and hit Highway 11 and then moving east. So he'll be near the Barnsdall area. And then the Winona right now, you're getting heavy rain, thunderstorm activity going on. Here's the hail core on this particular part. And let's take a closer look at circulation and hail if we could for that. And so the northwest winds are coming in around the back side of this. And so storm relative, so we have storm velocity, storm relative right there. Thanks. And so that's, again, this should be a lowered cloud base right close to where Val is located. See if Val, okay, he's in the open right now. He might be able to give us a shot of what's going on here. So this is a part of it. And then quite a lot of lightning back into it, as John mentioned. And then also a hail core. Let's look for hail just right on this, because it should be just to the north. So northeast. So that's a hail core right there. Let's go to Val's video on REM 23 if we could, and see if I can get you a lightning strike or two. Okay, that's what it's looking at, and was in the lower right. So he's in an open area, so this helps a little bit for the time being. So we're going to look back into it. Again, he's behind it, so that's not helping a ton, just because that's where the rain location is, and there's some strong gusty winds that he's dealing with. But that's literally just right up here is right where something's happening. It's going to be just right up in that zone. And so, Stacia, if you have a new storm track, let's go ahead and get that for folks that want to know what's happening now.
I do. I'm going to track the circulation now back to the west of Hominy. So this is tracking towards Hominy by 10:33, to Indian Village by 10:34, and then continuing on to Skiatook Lake by 10:47 and Morgan's Corner at about 10:50. The speed really hasn't moved much, and the vector also hasn't moved much. And so we're talking east, pretty much due east at about 45. Skiatook Lake, and for anybody camping, they really need to find some shelter from this storm, tornado or not. You still are going to have really strong winds coming through with it, and the potential of a tornado with our tornado warning that continues until 11 o'clock. It includes Skiatook Lake, Tall Chief Cove, Barnsdall, Woolco, Avant. For the Barnsdall area, you're looking at heavy rain and hail that's back towards Winona now, Trav. That is tracking over towards Barnsdall, Talent, and Gilland.
All right. Hey, thanks. I appreciate that. So it's don't want to make it out to be nothing in terms of tornado by any stretch of the imagination. But the nice thing is that the disorganization that kind of is coming with this because of the way the rotation is associated with it. So it's going to be scary, and there is winds, and Stacia just mentioned, if you're involved in it, it's not going to be necessarily good because 60, 70 mile an hour winds are going to be quite possible with that. And as this continues to wrap up, some of that cooler air keeps coming back around the backside of it. And so we have that warm, moist air shooting into it. And as that happens, you can see how thick it is. Let's zoom in a little bit more on this. And so you see where Brandon's coming south. Is Brandon going to Winona? He's going to 11, right? Going to more towards Barnsdall? Okay. And so you can see where Brandon is. So he's going to cut across and then take 11 and then head on back down toward Barnsdall. Here in Winona right now, you're getting hammered with heavy rain, probably some hail mixed in that. So this black color indicates chunks of hail. And I wanted to look at 3D too, and I think I forgot to, you did it, and then I forgot to go to that. But right along at 99 right now, that's where you're going to get strong gusty winds, hail, rain, heavy rain coming through this area right at this moment. So that is probably the worst part of this storm at this particular moment, other than the circulation feature that continues to be just to the south and west. But if you're along 99, you have to be fairly careful, and hopefully you're not getting too much in the way of chunks of hail falling from the sky. We do. Here's the 3-day look. Thanks, Stacia. So this is what we see at this particular moment and how it's suspended with hail cores in the center of it. And this is the circulation feature right here. But what we're seeing with this cell, and it's moving, and we're looking pretty much from Skiatook Lake right in here back to the west. And so this is Highway 20 going back into Hominy. Circulation features close to this pendant area near Hominy, and then the worst of the weather is just right into the areas north and west of Hominy. And you can see where Brandon is located. So this is coming through Winona at this particular moment. Gives you a pretty good perspective of this cell and what it looks like in a three-dimensional look, and how that's going to continue to track to the southeast. Hail still is hanging in there. It's moving east-southeast with the hail core. Circulation also is around the Hominy area. So you can kind of see how this has evolved. This is kind of pushing south. Some of this has been pushing southeastward. You can look what's going on here as that pushes southeast. And this backside also has been wrapping around and coming back around. So Val's right in behind it, and then this is what we're watching. So it's in Hominy, back up along 99 and to the east of 99 right now. Let's go to John. John, can you give me another update from around Skiatook Lake? What are you seeing now?
Right now I'm in the Morgan Corners area, and it is eerily calm, but you can see lightning almost all around me, Travis, and just very, very still. With the majority of the storm, the rotation area is still off to my west.
Okay. Well, really that bodes well, because if we had a southeast wind of 20 or 30 miles an hour, we'd be in big trouble. So that is good. I'm glad to have that report, even though it's eerie. The storm, though, as it's coming in, you have to have a lot of inflow into this. And so if you had some strong winds coming into this, that'd help intensify this storm and cause a lot of issues. So we still have enough issues going on. We have our tornado warning going till 11 o'clock tonight. Again, this is just northwest of Tulsa, and then this it's called RFD, but it's the flow that's coming back around the backside of the storm, and that continues to fly into the area. So in Hominy right now, you should have some gusty winds, and this is the whole circulating area of this storm. And so with that, you'll get some winds that are probably in excess of 60 or maybe up to 70 miles an hour. Hominy, and then gusty winds will be just back to the west, northwest of that. Stacia, what do you have for storm track and what's going on right now for this storm?
Trav, I thought it'd be good to do a track kind of on the entire storm.
Yeah.
So we're going to track that and also include and account for more of a southeast movement if it does start to again make a little more of a dive to the southeast. And so the entire storm here, Barnsdall, you're looking at 10:36, about 6 more minutes. Rain's already started in Barnsdall, but the meteor worst portion of the storm is still back to your west, and that's coming into town with some wind, some hail potential. For Gillen, 10:36 as well. Skiatook Lake to about 10:38 for the storm. Wolco by 10:42. Avant 10:42 as well. Tall Chief Cove for folks tonight at 10:50, and Ramona also at 10:50. I'm going to extend it a little further out, and we're also going to add a few more cities to it, kind of some larger communities across the area, just to give you an idea that as if this storm holds itself together, Skiatook would be in line by 10:54, Owasso potentially by 10:10, and Claremore also further down the line but just want to give you a heads up. Again, if it holds together, 1120 verdigris, about 1120 as well.
All right, thank you so much. We're going to go, Brandon, you see where John is located. We can zoom out just a tad bit. That gives us a pretty good idea, and you can see our guys are lined up for this so that they can follow it along if it continues for a while. Brandon's getting rain. Brandon, give us an update. What is it like on the north side of this storm?
Yeah, sure thing, Travis. So right now we're at 99 and 11. We're looking off to the southwest, just getting a ton of lightning. It's putting on a lightning show here. Moderate rainfall right now. Still haven't encountered any hail. And our winds are 10 miles an hour right now, Travis.
All right, yeah. So, I mean, that is awesome. As long as we don't have much inflow into this storm. Really, you're in back behind it a tad bit at this point. We'll get you moving east here in just a moment so you can stay up with it. But that gives us a pretty good idea and perspective of what's going on, as we said, just to the south of Pawhuska at this time. All right, back to radar. And this is the picture of what's happening. If you're just joining us, tornado warning is in effect for southeastern Osage County. Core of this storm is now east of Hominy and getting closer to where John is located. Rain, heavy rain, mixed with a lot of lightning, and Brandon just went through that. So Brandon's going to be headed toward Barnstall in just a moment. Circulation feature now, this is kind of interesting because it's kind of evolving once again. And so we'll look at velocity data in here. And right around Hominy and then extending back to the east, we're looking for this area that it's continuing to track. In fact, just got an update now, so it's getting real close to John. And and let's do storm relative if we could as well, because this is a circulation feature here. And then, did it go? There it is.
This is base.
Base, okay, sorry. Just went backwards there. So the circulation feature right in here, just to the west of Skiatook Lake. And you see where John is located. John, another update from you. What are you seeing as you look into that?
Lots of lightning at this point. I can see the lake during certain lightning flashes, and it looks like maybe there's a little bit of white caps on the lake, so there is some wind blowing through here. I'm just not experiencing it right now. I'm at Black Dog Park, and I'm not getting the wind, but I can see it out on the lake. Back to you.
All right. So there would be, and there should be some wind as that's starting to come in just because of what's happening with that storm. But it's by itself, kind of hanging out. So we have that tornado warning continuing in effect for that area. The tornado warning, as of course, now it's kind of moved out of Pawnee County. So we don't need that any longer. So if you're in Pawnee County, you do not have to worry. But we do have the tornado warning continuing in eastern and southeastern portions of Osage County. National Weather Service also put the movement up to 50 miles an hour on that, so it's moving to the east a little bit faster. Strongest winds now coming in on the west end of the lake, and you can see through Hominy at this hour. So if you're in this area, just be advised, we don't have a tornado that we know of at this moment. Radar's not really indicating it. Should be some hail chunks falling with some of the heaviest of the rain. No strong winds. We also look for anything to do with the circulation feature, and you can kind of see how this has evolved and is changing as it's starting to come across the lake and kind of the west arm of the lake, northwest side. So there's still an area right around Skiatook Lake. We might change over to our velocity too in a little bit, but this is okay. Let's take a look and see what that is then. All right, so we're still doesn't look all that bad at this point. So that's continuing to move off to the east into the lake area. It's already in the Hominy area and gusty winds. There's going to be some really gusty winds, though, with this right in that zone. So the biggest hail core is going to be in the black location right in here, just east of Hominy now. It's moved east of Highway 99 and continues to track off to the east. So it's around the Avant area. And Brandon started to move, Pat. Is he moving now toward the Barnstall area? Okay, good. And Alan's got a shot, too. Alan, if you would, can you give us an update from your location? What do you see?
Travis, we got dry skies right in front of us. Quite a bit of lightning, though. We're just waiting on the winds to approach us. We're nice calm 5 to 10 right now. But like I said, the good lightning show is right over John's head, it appears.
All right. Yeah. And the biggest thing that we're drawing out of this is a lack of airflow that's coming into the storm. So I think we're going to be, we're going to be lucky, but for the time being, it looks really good because that's not wrapping up too fast. And let's hope it stays that way. Let's go back to radar, and you can see where we are. We still have that tornado warning in effect, but strong circulation features showing up right here, not too far from John at this point. In fact, you can see this little couplet right here on 20. So there is a little bit right in this zone. John, look due to your west if you can. And can you see any lowering at all? You should be able to see possibly something with lightning strike, but we do want to look just to the west. Whoa. That was weird.
I'm looking straight west now.
Okay.
And I have seen in the last, couple of minutes, the leading edge of the storm, the lowering, but I'm not seeing anything. It looks like a wall cloud, and there's not enough lightning right now to tell if anything is rotating or not. It doesn't appear to be.
Okay. There should be some hail in that, but again, man, there is, that's not helping us out at all. And that tower isn't going to help us out whatsoever. So we are going to have to see what's going to happen. All right. If you get a chance, just stay there for a while and let's see what kind of, if you can get anything closer and get a visual on that before we start moving you back to the east a little bit. And let's go on over to Stacia and get an update on what's going on. We do have hail that's still potentially not too far from John at this moment. John, we could get some hail on you here in a little bit, so we might have you move in a little bit as that's starting to move just from your west. But this is the main area we're watching now on the west end of Skiatook Lake, but the circulation doesn't look as impressive. Stacia, what do you have? Well, there's some circulation there going on. What do you have?
We'll track that circulation, Trav, like you mentioned, that's just west of Skiatook Lake, and we bumped it up 45 to 50, and so this takes it to Morgan's Corner by 10:42, Tall Chief Cove by 10:50, Skiatook and Sperry, that's going to be just before 11 o'clock, 10:57, 10:58, Turley by 11:01, Veer 11:05, and Mohawk Park by 11:06. Trav. All right.
Thank you very much. Kind of interesting because that's kind of tightened up just a tad bit right in there. So let's go back to, there. So John is moving just a little bit. And we won't have him sample it right now, but that's just right to his west. Has John turned back around to the east? And okay. Did he see anything right before he turned around? Because I really wanted to get an idea of what we have right in there. Because there's just a little bit of a concern. So if you're in that area, did you have anything? Okay.
He can talk to you.
Okay, John, if you could, just go ahead, talk to me for a second. Do you see anything in your rearview mirror right at this second? Because we're kind of watching what's developing just to your west. I need a view from there, and I know you can't see much, but what's going on?
I'm looking straight west right now on Highway 20. I pulled over on the curb.
Okay.
Looking straight west. Not seeing a lot of lightning. I did get a big chunk of hail just a while ago, but that was it. Just one ding, and it was gone.
Huh. Interesting.
So,
okay.
Yeah.
Well, that's, again, there's just enough circulation in that one spot. We'll let you move east again, and then reposition if you can just east of the dam, and we'll go from there. But it is a little bit tighter circulation right there. That's showing up. So that's what we're seeing at this point. So that's this is a little concerning right in here. So we're on the west side of Skiatook Lake, right close to where John is, just west of Morgan's Corner. So this is pretty much a mezzo right in this area. And that's what we're kind of seeing off of the radar indications too. So just when I was starting to feel better, it kind of looks like it's starting to ramp up a little bit again. So our circulation features continuing right in there. No tornado on the ground. We do have the tornado warning for southeast Osage County. Let's zoom out for a minute and let's put it in perspective. Then I'll have you get a storm track if you could, Stacia. So here's the latest of what's going on. Here's Tulsa, downtown Tulsa. Looking back to the north and to the west, you do see, again, that's a hail core right in here. We have another pendant developed in this area, and this is where the circulation feature is, right on top of Skiatook Lake. Yeah, we want you to be careful because, out of that very quickly, things can go south. And that's what we're a little bit concerned with. Barnsdall, you guys don't have to worry. You've got rain. You'll probably get a little bit of hail. And Brandon's coming on into town here in just a moment or two. But you guys are pretty much in the clear of that. If you're around Skiatook, though, you have to be a little bit different feeling. And let's talk to Stacia to get the official word. Stacia?
Yes, for Skiatook Trab, that's still looking at around 11 o'clock, 10:59 to be exact. For Morgan's Corner, this is coming up here very shortly by 10:45. By Sperry at 11 o'clock, continuing on to Vera by 11:07, and Collinsville and Owasso. You're not in the tornado warning, but you are included in our track tonight, and we're going to take that into town by 11:09. And so our speed is about 45 to 50 to the east. We're tracking it from just west of Morgan's Corner, coming into Morgan's Corner here in the next few minutes. Trav.
All right. We're looking at also the Storm Prediction Center is continuing to say that we might see this storm holding in a little bit longer and still remains intense, capable of producing very large hail, up to 2 inches, and perhaps a tornado. So that is what we're continuing with. And we have that tornado watch as well, still for areas in eastern Oklahoma. That includes Tulsa County. With a tornado watch. But you can see where Allen is located on 20. John's right there in the circulation pendant is still wrapping up a little bit on 20, and it's tightened up just a little bit in this zone as well. So we do want you to be careful. Hail core is a bit to the north. And John, what do you have, John?
I'm getting hail now, not large hail, probably OP to marble size. But it's fairly steady coming down right along Highway 20, just between Morgan's Corner and the dam.
All right. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. And so that's what we see moving right at this moment across the area. And let's go back. Yep, there you go. So you can see how it's coming in. And so John's just on the south side of that. So the hail's going to be a little bit, probably a little bit bigger just to the north, but he's going to be clipped by that. And then you see this pendant feature, and then you see some flow right here. This is a boundary right in here, so it's wrapping around. So that's what we're getting coming in on itself at this moment. So we'll see if this kind of basically occludes into itself. The circulation feature still right around Morgan's Corner. So there should be a lowered base right where you're seeing it at this moment. There's nothing real tight that gives us indication that we have tornado on the ground, but it is worth being safe and being someplace a little bit safer than just standing outside and saying, hey, look at that. But that's what we do. And so not that I think that that's a good idea whatsoever, but so many people talk about, hey, we're just going to watch that for a while. So that's going to continue to the east on 20, and you can see John's moving a little bit out of there. Allen is back to the west a little bit. Is Allen where he's got a visual on that at this time, Aaron?
I believe he could get you a good lightning shot. I do want to pass along that John said his hail is getting larger.
It is? Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
And we can get you Alan as well if you want to talk to him.
Okay. Hey, well, is John where he can talk for a second? Is he good? Okay. Hey, John, quick update. You got marble size or larger?
Probably maybe tennis ball no, golf ball. Let's go with golf ball.
Okay.
And it's fairly steady. And I believe I'm just coming out of it, so that's good news for me anyway.
Yep.
The circulation is back behind me, and I'm at the cutoff right now for the.
Okay. All right. I appreciate it, John. Thank you. And then Alan's back to the east of that. Let's go back to radar for a minute, show where he's at in relationship to, here's John. So he said he's getting out of that. So that's the hail core we're talking about. It's still wrapped up right here on Skiatook Lake. It's still concerning because there's going to be some strong gusty winds. There could be some damaging winds right in here, 60 miles an hour, maybe 70 mile an hour winds. So this is what we're looking at right now near Hominy Landing. And that's coming in right across Wild Horse Road. And then right around 20 in Morgan's Corner. So you're right in the midst of some gusty winds. Should be turbulent. We don't see locked down with a specific tornado, but it is, you can even tell just by what you're looking at what's going on there. And with that, and then the hail core is all across this area. So getting hailed on, and you see how big the hail's gone up again. So this has jumped back up, and that's what he was saying. He mentioned tennis ball, and then he dropped it down. I don't know, because that's showing up that it's probably that big, and he probably just caught one or two of those chunks. And so that's right close to Morgan's Corner right now with chunks of hail falling from the sky. sky at this moment. Stacia, let's get an update from you on the storm track, and then also Alan, would you give me an update from your vantage point, what you're seeing looking back into this?
Hey, Travis, we're sitting directly west of 75 on 20. Looking back to the west, our winds have picked up. We got gusts up to 25 right now. Seems like it's cooling off just a little bit as well with those gusts, and we'll keep an eye on the sky, but we're not seeing a whole lot just yet, but we'll keep our eyes up, ready to watch. See what's going on.
Hey, what did you say the winds were? Sorry, I missed that. I was looking at radar right at that second.
We got consistent winds at 15, but gusts up to 25 right now.
Out of the southeast?
I believe so. That's correct.
Okay, thanks. All right. Hey, Stacia, if you would, give us an update.
Yes. As this new area of circulation, Trav, developed, I think it kind of slowed down a little bit. So I have it now moving over towards Skiatook, still right at 11 o'clock, but Sperry by 11:02. Collinsville and Owasso, just a heads up, this could get into town if it stays the way it's looking by 10:13 to 10:15. But Skiatook in line for this by 11. I would go ahead and just kind of get in the centermost part of your home, away from windows and doors, and so put as many walls between your family as possible, because this is going to be a pretty potent storm coming in about 11 o'clock.
Yeah, and it's wrapped up. So this is where we want you to see. Skiatook's just right here. And so, you know, if you're west of Skiatook, you should be in cover because this is worthy of potential for a tornado. So we're only 11 miles out there and from downtown, basically. So if you're on the west side, hey, John, what do you have for wind speeds right now? Do you have any inflow at this point? Because this is a tight couplet right now. Do you have any strong southeast winds or anything coming in?
The winds are out of the southeast, but probably about 15, 20, 25 miles an hour. Not all that strong.
Okay. All right. But that's at least some wind flow into that, so that's what we're going to keep an eye on. We'll try to get you to turn around, too, for a shot for us once you get through whatever that construction situation is there. Here's the circulation feature right in here. So it's just to the west near Black Dog Park. And so strong winds coming in on the south side. He has those southeast winds here on 20, close to Crystal Bay. And so you're coming across an area that you can see here's Cross Timbers as well, Marina, and Tall Chief Cove. So that gives you a perspective. That's coming right across your area. So this is live radar, and we're looking at it coming in on Skiatook. So that's tightened up considerably. And so that's cycling again through another part of this. So we'll most likely have, again, tornado warning have to be extended the way it's looking. Let's go back at velocity data, or should say shear or anything. Yeah. So see how tight this is right there, right now. And so that's, again, just south of Black Dog. We haven't seen a ramp up in shear at this particular moment, but we could get a small tornado touchdown or just strong damaging winds right in this zone. So this is very concerning at this point. Right in here, Highway 20, and just back on up across the lake. And if you're near the lake, we want you to take cover just to be safe. And you'd probably be able to see a little bit potentially if you were looking for it, but it'd probably be advisable not to look for it as much and just get to a safe place. So we're right on 20 and just west, right through Morgan's Corner. It's over that. Big time hail. Just on the north side, we could have over tennis ball size hail for you guys now. This is jacked back up to a pretty intense, severe thunderstorm, and this is continuing to move into Skiatook. So if you're around Skiatook, you have to make your preparations or start getting ready to move into a safe place. Stacia, what do you have for a new update?
Trav, we're still looking at Skiatook around 11 o'clock, for Sperry by 11:04, continuing on to Collinsville by 11:13, and then that may also take it over, depending on if it moves more southeast, kind of takes more of a right turn, well, then that would put Owasso in line by 10:13 as well. But Skiatook at 11 o'clock, and again, we want you to be safe and in the centermost part of your home.
All right. And I think I just looked, I saw Steve Piltz at National Weather Service said they also are seeing some winds picking up a little bit. So our guys mentioned that just a little bit ago, that we're starting to see some flow back into this. And that means that it's enhanced and the rotation's enhanced right here. So we do want you to be very, very careful because this still has a potential to be a tornado at any time. Doesn't look like a monster thing right at this moment, just has rotating as a tighter couplet in this area. And it also has the formation of what you'd expect with one that has blown up again. So this is cycled to a bigger level. And so you can see our guys are pretty much covering right through there. Brandon's in Barnsdall right now. Brandon, just quick update from you. What do you have for us as far as what's going on in Barnsdall?
Travis Barnsdall is doing an excellent condition. All they're getting right now is just very heavy rain. We went through there and only had 10-mile-an-hour winds, no hail, so just a lot of rain here along 11. We're going to continue with this storm, Travis.
All right, thanks. I appreciate that. There is a pretty good chance, though, that circulation has tightened up enough that we're close to having a tornado. And I hate to say that, but, man, it's just getting close. There is a circulation feature that continues to pop up just to the west of Skiatook, and it's tight enough that something could happen here shortly. Here's a look at what's going on. Again, if you're Skiatook area just to the west, be aware of what's happening there. Has John got a shot for us? Is he looking back into that yet? Can he get a turn around and get us a look into that? He is there. Hey, John, if you would you give us an idea of what you're looking at back to the west?
Well, right now I'm seeing some trees off to the side. The wind is out of the southeast, probably about 35, maybe at times up to 40, and getting a little bit of no lightning with it right now, but seeing the trees starting to bend a little bit.
All right, let's go back to. All right, thanks. Let's look at the. Hey, John, one more quick question. What are the winds right now for you at this moment?
Beg your pardon?
Winds right now for you at this moment?
I'm saying they're probably about 30 miles an hour out of the southeast.
Oh boy. Okay, that's not good.
Sirens and Sand Springs and Owasso.
Sirens just went off in Owasso?
Sand Springs and Owasso.
Okay. We have a new tornado warning, so they had to extend this, which we knew they probably would have to. Sand Springs, if you're getting sirens going off for you right now, you are not really in immediate jeopardy. Okay, you're not in immediate danger. You are if you are in Skiatook, though, because with John's winds now at about 30 miles an hour, that means inflow has increased into this, which means it's enhanced, which means there's a higher probability that this is cycling to where it could be a tornado shortly. So if you're right along Highway 20, and John's really close to this at this point, and he'll be able to look and see if we can, with Alan, he'll be able to, how are you setting up Alan there? Or you got him? So the circulation is right around Crystal Bay at this point, and just to the west Quapaw Park. And so this is a circulation right in here, just to the west of John. What did you have, Aaron? You got Ellen just going to sit there until we get, okay, good. So this is what John's looking at. And John, if you see a power flash, let us know right away. So right at this point, along Highway 20, just along the lake, and then you see Cross Timbers here on the south side, Crystal Bay. This is it right in here, and this is moving to the east. John has winds of like 30 miles an hour coming in. This is kind of wrapping back around in here. Let's look at shear numbers if we could, Stacia, and see if we've seen an increase any place along here at all. So yeah, it looks about the same. So it's steady state, but I do think that this will pop up in just a little bit. Also, hail core continues to be showing up just to the north now, and that's where we had tennis ball size hail. And I think John was right on that, because that popped up pretty quick. And then you see how that hail core is now moved just north of where Allen is located. So that's moving in northern Tulsa County, southern Washington County. So if you are in these areas, hail's going to be just as big of a hassle as anything else. And hopefully you have a car in a garage by now, and don't get struck by lightning, and don't hurry and get the car in the garage and wreck something. But that's what we're concerned with right now for you guys right in this zone. Circulation is really close to John. John, one more quick update before I go to Stacia with a storm track. Do you see anything at all? John, you there?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Right now, I'm not. Yeah, I'm hearing the sirens here in Skiatook going off. So
okay.
they're bracing for this as it comes into town. I'm not experiencing anything. The winds have picked up out of the southeast, probably now maybe 30, 35 miles an hour. And again, you can probably hear the sirens behind me.
Okay.
Very strong lightning back to my west. I'll flip around here.
Yeah, if you could.
And see if I get you a picture back to the west.
Okay. Again, we're just west of Skiatook at this moment, and we're going to get. We're going to take a look at that. You can go back to John if you could. Let's get back to John's picture if we could for a second. He's still moving. John, are you there? Did you do a 360? That's a... Okay, where is it right now? Because you're moving. Are you looking to your west right now?
I'm looking to the west.
Okay.
Go to the west-northwest a little bit.
Okay.
I can see a lowering, but I do not see a funnel at this point, or anything dangling from the bottom of a wall cloud. But it's a fairly pronounced lowering.
Okay. Well, let's get you away from some trees, maybe get an opening and get another position. Let's go back to radar quick and show you what's going on. This is coming in right now into Skiatook, so he's going to move east on 20 a little bit. Circulation just west of downtown, right in here. And so that's the circulation right on Highway 20, Oak Street area down to Quapaw, and then Cross Timber. So that's the primary circulation feature here coming across. He's got winds of 30, 35 miles an hour coming in, which means that this is still wrapped up and it has intensified, and it's a much tighter circulation at this moment. And so if you are right there, we want you to move to a place safety. Skiatook and southwest sides of town, you should be in a safe place right now. Stacia, what do you have?
Travis, moving to the east at about 45, so this will take it over to Collinsville and Keatonville Hill and Owasso, just the north side of Owasso primarily. But for Skiatook, still 11 o'clock, coming into town in the next few minutes. We want you in your safe spot. We want you in the centermost part of your home on the lowest level with as many walls as you can get between your family and the outside as possible. We want folks in Collinsville to be ready to go 11:11 for this storm coming in Collinsville. Owasso 11:12. We know the sirens are going off in Owasso right now, and then over towards Keatonville by 11:20, Oologah 11:22, and Verdigris included in the track by 11:23.
All right, thanks so much. I appreciate it, Stacia. So again, that is a tornado warning till 11:30. This is going to take it across areas of northern Tulsa County, and so this is where we want you to be, going to a safe place. This is going to be coming in on Collinsville. I even have family in Collinsville here. So this is an area in which we're talking about from Skiatook. And right now in Skiatook, I hope that you're in cover at this moment to be safe, because we have additional cell back to the west of this. But with the inflow into this storm, pretty intense. John, quick update from you. Anything new while you're in Skiatook at this moment? Winds, what do you have?
Winds right now are not all that strong, not as strong as they were a few minutes ago. In fact, they've slacked off just a little bit, probably about 20 miles an hour right now, still out of the southeast. The sirens are still blaring in Skiatook, maybe pretty close to under one of them. But the lightning seems to have subsided just a little bit, or either that or I'm getting, light pollution from the town of Skiatook.
All right.
Right now, I've seen no power flashes, anything like that, Travis.
Thank you.
Back to you.
All right, appreciate it, John. Back to radar and get an update here. So this is the circulation feature coming across at this point to right around Skiatook. Alan, you're just to the west of this. Can you give me a vantage point from you? What are you seeing back into Skiatook at this moment?
We're not seeing a hole on the sky yet. We're at the mercy of the lightning strikes when we get them. We got 30-mile-an-hour wind gusts, sustained about 15 to 20 right now, and actually our winds are coming out the northwest right now.
Okay.
A little bit different than what John's got.
Interesting. All right. Thank you. Back to radar and take a look so you see where Allen is located. Circulation feature now pretty much right across Skiatook. We do not have a tornado on the ground that we know of at all, but we do have a severe thunderstorm. Chunks of hail are also falling just to the north of this. So this is a big hail maker. And so this is along the county line, Washington County, Tulsa County line. So if you're in this area, Vera, and then off to the east, make sure you have things covered because there's going to be some chunks of hail, probably up to tennis ball size. This is a live look at our radar. This is where the most likely areas of chunky hail is located, just on the north side of Skiatook, and then that extends into southern Washington County to around Vera, and that's moving to the east. Circulation is still right where John is located, over Skiatook to the south, wrapped up right in this zone. So Alan can't see what's going on right in there. Winds are definitely lighter for him and more northeast. So with that, this is where the inflow is. But we do want to at least advise you that at this point, it looks like we're just doing okay. But let's go to Stacia and get a storm track so folks know ahead of what's going on. Stacia.
Yeah, Trav, we're going to track this from Highway 11 from Skiatook down to the south towards Sperry to the east at 45. That's going to take it over to Collinsville by 11:10, Owasso by 11:12. And again, we also are including any potential for the track to even drift a little more to the southeast. And so that's why we're using kind of a fan here as that track gets a little wider the more we move off to the east, just to account for any changes in the direction. But by Limestone at 11:17, Keatonville Hill by 11:20, Verdigris 11:23, and Claremore, Trav. I did extend it out to Claremore. That would be by 11:27.
All right. Hey, and we're getting really strong wind indications on radar right now, just on the south side of Skiatook down to Sperry. You could be getting knocked out of some power possibly here. This could be some winds 50, 60 miles an hour. Let's go ahead and check that because yeah, if you could. And so this is around Sperry, and this is off the surface just a little bit, but that's close enough that you're going to have 60, maybe 70 mile an hour winds, or having it right now. So this is on the county line from Osage to Tulsa County. That's moving eastward. So again, that's in Sperry. So if you're east of that, you could get some strong damaging winds as this is a wraparound. And so this might be a part of a downdraft that's coming back around the backside again. And so it doesn't show up very well, but there is a chance that those winds could be nearing surface levels at least 60 miles an hour if you're on the south side. Let's go back to the north again, looking at what's happening right across the Skiatook area. So this is still the circulation center of it at this point. And so this is wrapping around the backside. And you can see velocities are not quite as tight here. That's moving off to the east now. And so from where Alan is located, Alan, is he backing off now, moving east yet? So what do we have with him?
He's about to move east on 20.
Yeah, he needs to hightail it probably a little bit here. So you can see these strong winds. So this is on our live radar. So we should have some 60 mile an hour winds or 70 possibly right in here. And that's hitting Sperry at this moment. So be advised. That's not a tornado. That's just strong straight line winds, so to speak, coming in out of the west to northwest with that. Leading edge is almost to 75. Did Alan see anything at all? Any power? Nothing at all?
Not that I'm aware of. He just said he had 37 mile per hour winds at the current.
North or southeast or Alan?
Let me find out real quick.
Okay, all right, thanks. Hey, John, coming back to you real quick. Skiatook, give me a quick update there, would you? What do you have?
Winds right now in Skiatook, I'm right in the downtown area, and they are down to about 20 miles an hour.
Okay.
Not a factor, but still getting quite a bit of lightning off to the north and northwest. But here go the sirens yet again. So they're still very concerned about this here in Skiatook. Back to you.
All right. Main circulation feature is now moved to the east of Skiatook with wind damage potential on the south side. So that's what you're looking at here. Let's widen out again. And so you'll be able to see what's going on. And so this is the flow. This is here's Collinsville. Circulation feature has been associated with this. As you can see, here's Collinsville, 75. Allen's going with that at this particular moment. Strong winds wrap back in around the backside. Large hail on the north side, Tulsa County, Washington County line now extending on over into western and northwestern portions of Rogers County. So that's where the chunks are. No tight circulation, gusty winds though right over Skiatook at this moment. Hopefully we're clearing that out. But this is the main area with the stronger winds coming from Sperry, moving eastbound. And then you can see as well where Allen is located. Allen, do you have any strong winds at this moment?
Yes, sir. We're hitting close to 40 miles an hour. We've turned around. We're going back east. Get out of the main mouth of this thing real quick so we can get a better position, get a better look at the sky. But for now, like I said, the last measured wind was just below 40 miles an hour out of the northwest. Out of the northwest? Okay. Yeah, because that's part of that flowing back around the backside of that storm. So again, Skiatook, you guys are probably getting into the better area. So if you're taking shelter, you should be in pretty good shape right now. We're moving that more towards 75-20. Highway 20 and 75. And again, hail, big hail back to the north. Station, what do you have for a storm tracker?
Trav, I've sped up those strong winds now to about 50.
Okay.
And so that's going to take it over to Collinsville by 11:10. And again, it's just now at 75 and 20, as Trav mentioned. So Collinsville 11:10, Owasso, very similar timing for Owasso. The strong winds that came through Sperry, those are potentially going to come through town as well. Limestone by 11:15, Keatonville 11:18, Oologah and Verdigris by 11:15. 11:20, Claremore at 11:24, Sequoia by 11:30. Trav.
All right, thank you very much. We do have that severe thunderstorm warning also on the north end. We've really been focusing primarily on our tornado warning for obvious reasons there. You can see Bob's to the south side there, and here's where Ellen is located, and you see where Kevin is. Brandon's coming in on the back side of this. Kevin is in a position where he's going to be able, he's pretty close to some hail. But this is a severe storm on the north side, and so that's where the tornado warning here in the Tulsa County area, and then the severe thunderstorm warning for Washington County and also northwestern portions of Rogers County. Black areas indicate large hail, so we're going to talk golf ball, tennis ball size with this. Some big chunks to be falling right now in county line area. And then that extends back to the east away, so just south and west of Talala, you're going to get some chunks of hail. Circulation still back down to where Allen is located, right in here. So there is a couplet close to where Allen is. He's had those northwest winds coming in, so we're not thinking that this it's going to be very, very windy, though, for this area. So if you're any place along 75, you should get belted with some pretty intense winds coming across the area. Some strong winds also at this point now getting ready to cross. It's already crossed 75 and headed on over towards the Owasso area. So those winds are going to be in excess of probably 60 miles an hour. So we're already past 75 now, and so Allen's trying to get past that area. Still a center of circulation here. The strongest winds, though, it's not a tight couplet, so we're more concerned about strong damaging wind coming in out of the west, northwest, and then also the large hail that's back to the north. Lots of lightning, and Allen can attest to that. Allen, update from you as you're moving into the Collinsville area. What do you have?
We got the good winds that are kind of pushing us back where we need to be right now, actually. But some decent lightning bolts cloud the ground, but most of it seems to be off right behind us. We're going to get up a little bit better perspective and turn around so we can get a video. Yeah,
okay, if you would, that'd be great. And yeah, tell Aaron, that'd be fine. John's back into Skiatook. Let's look at hail for a second and see what that looks like because there's big hail. Up in here. Kevin's just to the north of that. But again, these chunks of hail, and that's where our live radar was showing. And so again, we're maxing out up in here. Let's go back to hail for 1 second, if you would. Sorry, you were too fast for me. Baseball, hen egg to baseball size hail possible with these cells. That's going to cause a lot of damage, obviously. But that's just continuing to move into areas. Okay, back to live now. You got to go slower for me, just a little bit slower. And so this is a very dangerous situation. A lot of damage potential for you guys here in northern Tulsa County, southern Washington County, and northwestern portions of Rogers County. That's moving in on Oologah right now. Allen's back to the south. Tornado warning. We'll see if we continue it or if it expires. The back wrap around here is the strong winds. We can look at wind shear for a minute. Yeah, and you can see the strong winds still moving in. That's getting close to 169. It's not impacting quite as much as I thought we would see with some of the shear rate, but we do have the wind potential right along here. And then any circulation with that has pretty much dissolved, so to speak, so we don't have a really tight thing going on. So we'll see if we continue the tornado warning or not, but Allen's really close to that. Has Allen turned around yet?
Not yet.
Okay. And so he's coming in on Collinsville at this moment. So this is the core of it. And Stacia, if you want to get us another storm track so we have something to look at. But these winds, again, getting closer and closer to 169, coming in on Collinsville and the north and west sides of Owasso. What do you have for us?
Yeah, Trav, so I've sped it up even more. When those winds start to bow, they can really speed up on us. And so for Owasso and Collinsville, those strong winds are coming in now within at least a minute or two and crossing over 169 right at Highway 20. So that will take it over to Limestone here in the next about 3 minutes. Again, you're talking 60, 70 mile per hour wind potential here. Verdigris by 11:20. Claremore also about 11:20. For Justice and Tiowa, 11:20, 11:24. Harmony Star almost 11:30. And I did extend it out to Pryor, and that would get into Pryor by 11:36. Trav.
All right, thanks. I appreciate that. And we continue to see some flow into this cell that is just around the Collinsville area. And let's find out from Alan. Can I go to Alan right now, Aaron? Okay, Alan, if you would, give me an update from your location, Collinsville. Okay, you got
Yeah, we turned around and face back towards the west right now. We've got 54-mile-an-hour winds right now. Just kind of come right at us, of course. I haven't seen anything out of the skies that's alarming just yet, but the winds are definitely worth keeping an eye on.
Oh, yeah. They're out of the west right now. What direction? Alan, what direction?
The west, yes, sir.
Yeah, the west. Okay. All right. Thanks. Appreciate that. Yeah, Aaron?
I have something to pass along from Kevin. He had golf ball size hail, and he's had to slow down his driving up further to the north with that severe wind segment.
Okay, that makes sense. Let's go to, you can see what's going on right now. This is out of Owasso. Stations just put this in here from our First Bank of Owasso building. So this is the blast of wind coming in from out of the west and part of that storm. So Alan's up at Collinsville. This is a live look from right now from Owasso. And so you do see, and I'm pretty sure, kind of have to see if we can get a lightning strike in here for just a second. We got a lot of light pollution, so to speak, from off of the building a little bit or off to the area. And then that popped off, Stacia. That's okay. There you go. Okay. Trying to see if we can get a lightning strike and see if we've got scary looking clouds coming underneath that at this point. So it's a little hard, and we're just hoping and praying a little lightning there, and that's not going to happen. Okay, now let's go back to radar for a minute. And I want to point out where Kevin is located. So let's see what we got there. Here's Kevin's to the north. Here's where Alan's located. Camera's right here. So I just blasted into Owasso. And you see where John is located now near Sperry. Brandon's catching up on Highway 20. And so let's look to the north station in Collinsville and look at hail and get an idea of what's happening up here as that moves to the north. And so here's the hail core. Here's Kevin. He's had golf ball size hail. So he said he had to stop. So here's that first hail core coming in on Oologah right now. The second core is off to the west. And so that one's dropped down a little bit, but that's going to head right through Oologah and then Oologah Lake area and around the dam, as you can see right there. So that's hitting you guys right now. Live radar is, or that's a hail swath, and you can see it's been pretty much maxed out with hail the whole way through, and so that continues to show up. And so when you get to those black colors, that's not good. That's not good at all. And same thing goes for our radar. So it's over Oologah right now. And that is then heading over the lake and then across northern portions of Tulsa County. And you can see where we are. There's East 420 Road, East 400 Road. Yeah, I don't even have to tell you because you're getting hail right now. And that's just around Oologah and then moving to the east. So that's northern Tulsa and northern Rogers County that are getting impacted at this particular moment. Circulation feature has weakened, so the tornado warning might expire, but there is still a lot of turbulence as that's moving to the east. So it's crossed 169 right now, and so that's already moving toward the Verdigris and Claremore areas, but we do have a tornado warning all the way to Claremore, so we still have to be aware because this cell just kind of seems to have a life of its own as it's cycled up, and now it's kind of hanging in there. What do you have?
Alan has winds out of the northeast at about 60 miles per hour.
Okay, northeast is 60? Okay, so that's in Collinsville, so we'll probably get some power outages out of that. Strong winds also showing up here, so once we get in the red, probably getting some 60, 65 mile an hour winds as well, as that has been blasting across the area. So now, from Owasso to 106th Street North, and then that extends to 75 or to 169. It's already past 75 for the most part. So we're at 169 coming across Collinsville now. So these are some strong damaging winds with this. 60. He said 65. Aaron.
Oh, go to John.
John, what do you have for us?
I'm seeing power flashes in Owasso. I'm coming on 86th Street North, and it is probably about 5 miles in front of me right now, which would be right about Highway 169.
Yep, okay. Hey, and then moving Owasso camera back to the east. Are you looking at that right now? Also, let's go back to radar right at this point. So this is fitting in with a strong damaging wind potential across this line that we've been watching as it's continued to cross. So this is where John is looking. And that's moving across county line now into Rogers County. So power outages is quite possible. Remember, you can be streaming with us on cell phone. This is what we're seeing at this moment, continuing to move into western portions, northwestern portions of Rogers County. And yep, right along that leading edge is already pushed almost to limestone. You can see in here, and then that extends back to the south. So this is the leading edge of those strong damaging winds. 60, 70 mile an hour winds are possible with this as that's moving off to the east. Doesn't look like it. It just looks like rain and thunder, but this is again, it could be even a circulation feature trying to form on this right near limestone, but the outflow is ahead of it. Let's go ahead and widen out a little bit, and then we'll get another storm track in here in a moment. Here's the hail core of what we're looking at.
244 Yale.
Sirens are going off at 244 and Yale. So that would be just to the south here. We're not sure why. Bob's near Catoosa. Hey, Bob, are you getting, I know you can't be getting any strong winds. Are you getting any inflow winds right now from out of the southeast or not?
I think there is a little bit still moving. I can't get a good reading, but I'm going to give you an estimate of about 15 to 25. Okay. All right. Not much more than that right now.
Okay, thanks. And appreciate it, Bob. And then, Stacia, you finding anything on our Owasso cam with any power flashes? These are the strongest winds now, so they've pushed to the east. So now that's clearing the western side of Collinsville, moving further to the east. Strong damaging wind potential. This couplet here is a bit concerning right in here. So let's zoom in on this and take a little bit closer look. We've got all this hail going up north where there's a black. So again, golf ball, tennis ball size hail. Right here on 116, you can see this little area here, and then that's moving east, and you have the strong damaging winds here, and so there is a chance that we could have some damaging winds right along 116th Street, and watching that because you can get a quick circulation feature with that very quickly right in there. So that's right along Highway 20. So that's Highway 20. So if you're around that area, let's go back to live radar for a moment. So this is happening pretty fast. So this is an area really be concerned with along Highway 20 north and south, 146th Street north, extending back down to the south. And so this is a little bit more of where there's some strong damaging winds, and it's kind of wrapping a little bit right in here. Can we go to live velocity for a moment and see what we have on this? Okay, yeah, so this is a bit of a circulation feature right in here. And power flash just happened. Okay, go to 50. So this is looking east. You have it looking east at this point? Okay. We'll go back and look out of Owasso. So we're getting, and this is 116. If you're east of 116, we're concerned with power, with wind damage, and then also we're going to have to be looking for a possibility of a spin up of a tornado. So was it right along this area?
It was right in the center, right along 86.
Okay, that might have been right there too. So that is possibility of power flashes right in there.
Oh, yeah.
So that is, let's go back to radar for a minute. Okay, so this is a strong area that is wrapped up with strong winds right now on 116 moving eastbound. So again, that's what we want you to be in cover right now if you're near Limestone, because this just kind of picked up and started wrapping up on itself here. So that's going to take it around Keatonville Hill. If you're right in this area, strong damaging winds, wrapping up, could become a tornado. We have our guys. Alan can't see that, can he? Aaron, can Alan see anything in power flashes on that? Because that's pretty
Alan has not reported any, but Brandon has seen a lowering, and John has also seen power flashes.
Okay, yeah. So again, damage likely with this. So this is moving east on 116 at this moment, and so we're concerned about what's going on. If you're around Keatonville, we need you to take cover. Strong damaging wind potential right in here as that continues to track to the east. It's not a tight couplet, but it is enough that there's going to be wind damage. Can't call it a tornado because the way the flow is on it, but it's close enough and concerning enough that if you're lined up with this, you need to be making some plans to get away from windows and outside walls. Power flashes would indicate 60 to 80 mile an hour winds, and this is wrapped up right now. So around Limestone, this is very concerning with what's going on right in here, north side of Owasso, northeast side of town. And a quick look at live velocity, and I'll try to get you, we need to get a storm tracker, folks. So that is, it's right off to the east, 20, and Aaron
says Sirens are now going off in Claremore.
Okay, Sirens going off in Claremore. Ron is over in that area. He'll be picking this up in a little bit. We don't have, it's very turbulent right here, though, so we've got some strong, strong winds. Stacia, if you can, give us a quick storm track. That'd be great.
Yes, so I have it moving
East, Trav, at 45. So this is going to take it from Keatonville Hill pretty much now and tracking over to Claremore at 11:29. So again, Claremore 11:29. We know the sirens are going off in Claremore. This storm is back near Keatonville Hill, kind of coming down the hill around the curve on Highway 20, right at Limestone. So as you can see, Trav just wrapped up a little bit more with reflectivity. Justice 11:32, Sequoia 11:34, Harmony Star by 11:40.
All right, and again, treated as a tornado or a strong wind. We don't have an official confirmation. National Weather Service doesn't have that. But this this circulation feature, so that you can see the big picture here. So this is northern Tulsa. Here's Tulsa, just to put it in perspective. We've got rain, thunderstorms north. Black areas indicate where we have hail, large hail. And then what we're looking at right here is Limestone, Keatonville Hill, moving to the east. Stacia just told us about what's going on here. Hey, Ron, I know you're in Claremore. And you can't really see too much, but this is wrapped up on itself. And so we could have a small tornado or damage just from strong winds right in this area, Keatonville. Ron, just we're going to stay on radar for a minute since I'm sure you can't really see through Claremore, but can you see anything? Strong, okay, this is seriously strong, damaging wind right now. And this, if it isn't a tornado, do you see anything at all from lowering, or I know you're on the east side of Claremore?
No, not at this time. I don't, but the lightning has really picked up back to the west of Claremore. So I think it has ramped up, and I think the intensity has really taken up on this storm, Travis.
Yeah.
I'm going to watch it. Back to you.
Yeah, it's not good. So Keatonville, Highway 20 to the east. You guys got to be very, very careful. Get to the center part of your home because this is a very powerful storm right now. Stacia's just pointing out this is 500 feet off the ground, which means you could translate it down to the ground to 80 to 90 miles an hour potentially with this. So that's what we want you to be aware of. So this is heading eastbound, and this is wrapped up in here as well. Back to live radar if we can. So is this cycled? It looks like it's cycled. And you can just see it's just kind of looped in on itself right in here. And so that's a small, compact, very, very powerful, big wind event coming across the areas from Keatonville and moving east toward Claremore. If you're in this area, got to take cover. Get away from the windows. Got to get away from windows because that's 100-mile-an-hour winds would blast you and knock out windows. Again, this is not a good situation right now. I haven't really seen anything from the National Weather Service at this moment, and don't see if they've had. They do have some information coming in. So Claremore sirens have sounded. Ron said as well. So this is continuing. So. Yeah, so this is tornado. I mean, this is a tornado. We've got a tornado warning for this area, but this is a tornado, and if it isn't, it has damaging winds closer to a tornado than you can get. So again, please treat this and get to a safe place because of the damage potential here is excessively high. We've been seeing this here for now about 5 to 6 miles, traveling along 106th Street East, and this is right through Keatonville, moving to the east. And this is where the strongest winds are, and this is damaging wind potential right in here. And as we look at what's going on at this particular moment, drop out. So damage, and seeing if we see any damage floating up. And so there is a chance that this could be on the ground. We know we have wind damage, and if it isn't, there's a tornado embedded in this right now. Hey, Ron.
Trav, right here.
You got it? Oh, it is.
That's the newest.
Okay, this is damage. So we have a tornado for sure here. This is confirmation of a tornado on the ground. So that's what we were expecting just because of what's happened. So tornado coming into Claremore. Got to take cover. Because the damage is now occurring.
Ron has power flashes in Claremore.
Ron, okay, so it's coming in on Claremore right now. Ron, if you're with me, let's move this radar back to the just left a little bit if you could, so we can see Ron a little bit there. There he is. Okay, Ron, give us an update. What are you seeing coming in?
Yes, there. Travis, I'm looking back to the west of town. I'm going to try to get to town, but I did see a big power flash on the west side of Claremore.
Yeah.
Big power flash. Another one. There was another one.
We've got a tornado.
Travis. There's got to be something.
There's
probably something on the ground, Travis.
There is. We got a tornado on the ground, west side of town, Highway 20. You have to take cover and get away from outside windows and walls. Get to a safe place right now, because this is on the ground right in this area, blasting into Claremore. So if you're just on the west side of town, you've got to go to cover right now, because this is a very dangerous, potentially deadly storm, as we're seeing with power flashes. That indicates that we have some winds again. Velocities most likely are around 100 miles an hour or more in the core of this, right around this. This is cycled, and so this is tight right in here. This is our tornado at this point, and this is coming in on Claremore. If you're in Claremore, please take cover at this moment, right along the Highway 20 corridor, and that continues back to the east. And so massive wind speeds now, and so that's gone into the high rate. We know we have a tornado. So again, if you're in Claremore, take cover. I need to also, do we have, Ron, do we have any confirmation? Are you still getting power flashes? And Bob, anything from Bob? Bob, what do you have?
Yeah, I had power flashes a minute ago. I'm getting intense wind coming out of the west right now. I'm not too far off of it. I'm trying to keep traffic from passing me on 66.
Okay.
Right now, they're not doing it, but you can see right now where the wind's coming from.
Okay.
And it's really picking up.
All right. Thanks, Bob. Appreciate it. Again, tornado on the ground in the west, southwest sides of Claremore, coming in on Claremore at this very moment. So we have an emergency at this point with a tornado moving in on a highly populated area. We want you to take cover immediately, especially any place from a pretty much Lowry Road back to the south. And if you're north of that, you're going to be awful close to it. This is, it doesn't look like it, but we have continuing power flashes continuing, both of them. Okay, so this is in Claremore at this time, coming across areas, and it looks like it's just to the north of Bob at this moment. Just, Bob, be careful. You're getting awful close to right into it. Let's, then it's right into almost downtown Claremore. Ron's right in there. Ron, give me an update. What are you seeing? Should be right in your face. Ron.
South about a half mile.
Okay, say it again.
I've got a southeast wind right here. It's wrapping around me to me. I've got a southeast wind of probably about 50.
Okay. Tornado on the ground. This is an emergency in Claremore. You have to take cover right now. We have a tornado in here. And what do you have? Still, yeah, there's still debris showing up into the tornado. So this is coming into town. So we're getting a lot of damage out of this right now. And Bob, any update on you? Do you still get power flashes? Bob, talk to me.
Bob has turned around and hightailed it south.
Did he? Okay. All right, let's go back. All right, get off.
Back south a bit.
That's fine. Let's go back in. So you're in Claremore right now. You have to be in cover. Ron, you're close to it. You're going to have to watch out. Ron, what do you have? You're right close to it, so be careful. This is coming in on right in the center part of downtown. Tornado right now, Claremore. So if you've got to cover right at this point. Damaging winds over 100 miles an hour with this. This is tight couplet. We saw this developing here for the last 15, 20 minutes. Ron, can you talk to me for a second? Ron, what do you have? You there?
I still see power flashes, Travis. I'm trying to get to the east side of town and get on 20. Oh. Yeah, it's right here to my, it's just here to my, power just went out. It's right here just to my, I'd say probably a block and a half to me, to my south and east, Travis. A block and a half just to my southeast, right here, Travis.
Live radar, okay. Do we have his video?
His video has gone down.
Okay,
yeah.
All right, so he's right now, Claremore again. So this, yeah, he's right near it. So yeah, get out of there, Ron. And if you're in Claremore, you have to take cover right now. This is the core of the tornado right in here. So this is the core of the tornado actually in Claremore at this moment, moving across town, right across pretty much the Highway 20 corridor. It continues to wrap up and is around this area, moving to the east. This tornado warning is now going to extend to the east, but this is a very damaging, dangerous tornado in Claremore, now on the east side of Claremore as it continues to move to the east. Ron's right next to it. And then Bob is off to the south. Bob, I got to get you back in that area if you can a little bit. What do you have?
Ron has basically took a sample of the tornado.
Okay. What do you got, Ron?
Probably winds 100 to 110 miles an hour, Travis.
Okay. All right, Ron's right there. Claremore, you guys, again, east side of town. You got to take cover. This is a very dangerous, deadly situation for folks because there's going to be a tremendous amount of damage right in here as that moves to the east along Highway 20. You can see what's happening right here on the east side of town. 100-mile-an-hour winds or more for Ron at this moment. So this is a damaging all across the Claremore area. We need you, especially east side of town now, because the west side, the storm has passed through you. You'll still have strong damaging winds in this. This is literally the tornado right in here. There's debris in this, and so that's a sign of tremendous amounts of damage. Anything else, Aaron, from Ron?
A lot of damage, Travis. A lot of damage.
Is there? Okay.
It was right on me, Travis. It
Okay.
was right on me.
All right.
I would say at least easy 100, 110, maybe 115 mile-an-hour winds.
All right. Is it still moving to the east? Are you getting power flashes east of you? I know you're out of power.
Yes, I am.
Okay. All right.
Big tree down here in front of me. Big tree down here in front of me, Travis.
All right.
This thing went right through town, Travis. This thing went right through town.
All right, Richard, do you hear that?
John, go to John's video.
Okay, John, video, real quick.
I'm in Owasso right now. Got a tree down across the road here, completely blocking it. This is 150. Looks like 151st.
Okay,
So
thanks.
the road.
But all right, I got to go back to the tornado. All right, here's the tornado continues. So we know we've got damage. Bob is here on the south side, and so this is moving east. So this is continuing, rapidly rotating around right across the areas now, east side of town. This is moving on Highway 20, still expecting to experience winds of 100 miles an hour or more, as this has kind of like been a pendant of just rotating. And so you see what's going on in town right now to the east. And so damaging tornado continues in this area. As this has moved across the area, you can just see it rotating. It's a big ball, basically, going on 20, continuing east at this time. And so a lot of damage being reported. Is Ron able to continue moving east, Aaron? Aaron.
Easy.
What'd you say, Ron?
Rear flank downdraft winds, probably 75 or 80 on this thing.
Okay. It looks like it. It's right around there. So again, this is what we're seeing. This is live radar continuing to show what this is doing right now. So this wrapped up, moved through Claremore, still very strong indication of a tornado and damaging winds. Even if the tornado lifts, it's still going to be a damaging tornado. Velocity data, let's go back, and then Station, I know you got to get a quick storm track in here as well. So we're still looking at the circulation feature right off to the east now. And so that is about 47. It looks like that's about, let's see, that would be 4170 Road to Southeast Swan Road. Anybody in advance of it on Highway 20, we just need you to go to a place of safety all the way to Harmony Star. And so this has just come through town. And the circulation feature is still right in this area on the east side of Claremore, wrapped back up and around as it came through town and is now just off to the east. Bob's coming into Claremore. He'll get some reports on damage. Ron's moving to the east. Station, if you can, give us a storm track. That'd be great.
Trav, Harmony Star up next at 11:38. It's moving at about 55 to the east. That puts it in Pryor by 11:47. Sportsman Acres by 11:51. Adair 11:52. Boatman and Lake Hudson potentially by 11:55 if it continues.
All right. Well, we've got a bunch of reports of damage, and so radar estimates that this tornado, the National Weather Service said that this is a strong, very strong tornado. Could be EF2, EF3 levels. So, I mean, again, this is more power flashes. Yeah. So this is still a very strong tornado. And so that means it's going to be a deadly and dangerous tornado if we're at EF3 levels. What? Okay, to who?
Hey, I think we got the cone. We got the cone.
Do you have it? Go. Do you have it on video?
Okay, Yep. It's you gotta wait till the lightning illuminates. It's directly above us. It's directly just to our east. Hang on a second. Let the lightning illuminate us. Ah, these trees are killing us. Hang on, it's back in right there. See it? It's right there.
Yep, there it is. Okay. All right.
It's a big cone.
All right.
Big cone.
Big tornado on the ground still. Highway 20 eastbound. This is part of what's going on right now. So again, if you're right in that area, Highway 20 to the east, here's where we're talking about it. So here, Ron's looking at it right in here, and so is Brandon. Where's Brandon in all this? Can't see where he's at this particular moment.
He's west, yeah.
Okay, he's looking back at it. Okay, see Brandon. Was that Brandon talking to us? Yeah. That was, okay. So circulation feature is back. Okay, go back to velocities if you would. Yeah. So again, here's what we're seeing at this point. East side of town. So you can see South Lake Road, you see Swan Road. This is wrapped up again on the east side of town. So this is the tornado right in here. CC is still showing the same damage. And then you'd see how this is wrapped in this area. And yeah, still there. All right, what's he saying? Do we need Aaron?
They're being cut off by debris, yes.
They are?
Some of
Okay.
them, yes.
So this is going to be a major emergency situation, the way things are going right now. So we want you to be aware that this is the east side of Claremore. This is wrapped up now with a tornado. Tornadoes come through Claremore. Bob's coming through downtown right now. See if you can get them around anyway to get around this. But this hasn't moved too far. This is occluding pretty much still into itself. And this is Stacia, this slowed down?
It has, yeah. I think because it's occluding, like,
yeah.
I think it slowed down.
Okay. So unfortunately, if you're on the east side of Claremore, this is still going strong right here, Highway 20. You see 480 Road. You got to be in cover. I mean, there's just, this is a nasty, nasty situation for folks. East 470 Road, and you can see what's happened right here. It's pretty much just rotating in on itself at this point on the east side of town. And let's see, is Ron where he can talk for a second or not? Is he able to visualize what's going on, or is he stuck on 20 right now? So right in here continues to be the circulation. Let's go back to velocity if we could from INX for a minute. Okay, so right in through here continues to be tightly wrapped up in here. So we have the tornado, which probably curved, looks like potentially back up to the northeast a little bit, right in here. So this is the circulation 480 Road, 470 Road, back down to Highway 20. So instead of heading just due east now, we've pretty much seen it loop around and coming back around. So this is the tornado that we were concerned with as it started to get stronger and stronger, and that has continued to be the case. Let's go back again to velocity data live radar for me, and you can see the velocity data is bad right in here. And let's go to, from velocity, let's go back to reflectivity. So this is the location of it at this particular moment. So it hasn't moved too far, and so this is recycling across this area. So anywhere, 470 Road, back down the south, damaging winds. This is a very nasty thing. Aaron, is Ron available to talk for a second? I got to find somebody that can.
He is trying to work around damage. There's major power lines down. You could talk to Bob if you would like.
Well, we got to confirm the wind and also if we got tornado on the ground, because this is just rotating back into itself. It looks like right now, wrapped around. Can they see it?
Yes, they can see it. Yeah,
they continue. Who's
Brandon's seen it. Bob's seen it.
Okay, so he can still talk to me.
Yes, Brandon? They should be able to. Yeah.
Hey, Brandon, if you're still with me, are you still visualizing this tornado?
Travis, we're making the turn here on 20. We still have vivid power flashes. There's I wouldn't call it major damage, but there's definitely damage. There's power lines down. There's all kinds of damage here west of Claremore on 20. Right now, we cannot see the tornado, but we still have power flashes. There are still power flashes north of us.
Yeah, it's still there at this rate. So again, all right, and come back and talk to me in a little bit here in just a second so we can keep going. Again, this is not too far east of Claremore. This is wrapped back up on itself, and you can see how tight the circulation is right in here. So we're looking at an area that is just right along the turnpike, and then it's just around East 480 Road and South 4200 Road. The Carefree Drive is not carefree right now. Very dangerous situation going on. That's tightly wrapped up. Tornado right in here. Continue to show up. Stacia, I know we can't really do much of a storm track, but what do you have?
Well, Trav, I did slow it down to about 35, and it's moving generally east, but it has made more of a left turn, which that means it's kind of moved a little northeast, as Trav mentioned, north of Highway 20. Latest update is now just a couple of miles on the northwest side of Harmony Star.
Okay. Brandon, what's the...
yeah, go to Brandon.
Brandon, real quick, what do you have?
Hey, Travis, we just was facing north, and that tornado is still there. It's still a very large cone. We got to get north here on.
Okay. Let's go back to radar then. If you get it back on visual, I mean, this is it right here. I mean, so the tornado's here grinding away. And Stacia, and you had it, what do you have it to?
I had it 35.
35, moving east?
Moving
Or-
east, slightly northeast.
Okay, because I mean, this thing's kind of wrapped into itself almost right in here. And so it could cross the turnpike right in here or near parallel. So this is the tight circulation of what's going on. Can we look at CC for a minute? But if it's on the ground, we don't really need confirmation of it at this point. So it's still showing up right in here. And so this is a tornado on the ground. So if you're in this area, you need to be undercover. You can see Lowry Road. Kevin's to the north of it right now. Hey, Kevin, what are you getting for winds at this moment? Kevin, he's on East 450 Road. What do you have?
Well, Travis, right now the winds blowing into it are about 15 to 20, but just a little bit ago they were upwards of 50, 55 miles an hour, Travis.
All right, because this is still wrapped up on itself. We're east of Claremore right now. You see our guys are around it. Ron is just to the east-southeast of it at this moment. Hey, Ron, do you have an update for me? You're real close to it. What do you have just to your east-northeast?
Travis, I do see power flashes back to the east. I think I'm having some mechanical problems with my truck. I can't really tell. It's not going very fast, so I'm trying to stay up with it, Travis, but I need to check my truck and see if I don't have any damage to it.
Okay.
Travis.
All right. We'll let you do that. But again, power flashes continue. Tornadoes still on the ground, likely. You see where Ron is. You see our circulation feature here. Please, I mean, you can tell you have to be in cover. Brandon, go ahead.
There it is, directly in front of us. We're on 66, moving north. We're coming in from behind it. When the lightning flashes and illuminates it, you can see it very evident. It's just to the, it's going to be just maybe a hair left of Highway 66 of the road here. Wait till the lightning illuminates. It's still there. Give me 1 second here. You can see it there in the shot, right? Right in there.
Yep.
Right there.
Yep.
There's the, that's it.
That's
It's
good.
very large.
Okay, tornado's still on the ground. Ah, man. So as this continues to the east, northeast, where it's just wrapped up and it's kind of slowed way down right in this area. So it's sustaining. I'm trying to get another lightning strike. I saw that briefly. So this is it right in here. So the tornado remains on the ground right in that zone. And so that's what we're looking at this particular moment. And we're getting enough. Are you still getting power flashes there?
I can't see power flashes, but the area that is still very, very much there, Travis.
Yeah. We see. I just got a good flash there for a minute on it. All right. So again, tornado east of Claremore, just went through Claremore, wrapped up here on itself. You can see what's going on here. Go to who?
Go to Kevin's video.
Kevin video. Kevin, where are you? Let's go to his video. What do you got right now? What do you have, Kev? I can't hear him. Okay, go ahead.
Travis, right now, absolutely torrential rain right now. Those winds are still flowing in around that, coming and the inflow winds into it, about 50 miles an hour right now, Travis.
Okay. Still there. So this is a wrapped up storm. You can see what's going on the north side of this. Back to radar. And we'll get a storm track. So here it is now. Here's Claremore. See all of our guys around that have been stuck in some of these areas. Ron's near it right now. Brandon's coming up and trying to come up around the backside. You can see Kevin, and that's wrapped back into that. Here's our tornado at this point, right in here. So it's getting ready to cross the county line on over into Mays County. What do you got?
Still there. Brandon's got it.
Brandon still got the tornado? Okay. And Brandon, is that due east of you right now? What do you have?
Travis, we are north on 66 here at Lowry Road. The circulation is, the area is directly north. It looks like it's maybe just a little bit right of 66.
Okay.
Right at Highway 66. It doesn't appear to be there right now. It may have gone back up. Hang on a second here. I don't see it. Do not see any power flashes. let us try to get another visual of it, Travis.
Okay, all right, we'll let you go back to radar if we can. And so this circulation, so this still is wrapped right in here. And so this is still rotating big time here. Station, we can do velocities one more time, storm relative or even base side, whichever one. It's still really, really tight. So this could come down at any time. And if it isn't on the ground, it could be. So this is the location you see where Kevin is located. I mean, check this out. And so this is off the surface, what, 500 feet again?
518.
Okay. So again, damaging winds right in here. Stacey, you want to try to get a storm track and what's going on?
Yeah, we can do that. Okay, so it's slowed down, as we talked about, to about 35 miles per hour. We're going to still take it up to the northeast. And so from just about 1.5 miles north of Harmony Star, we're talking about areas around 4230 Road and then near the county line here, just south of the Will Rogers Turnpike. We are a little concerned about it being so close to the turnpike here, but we'll check it up to the northeast at 35. That takes it up maybe to Adair by 12:08, so just after midnight, and Patton by 12:13.
Okay, that's still terribly tight. I mean, this is it right here. With winds that high, we're at EF2, EF3 levels, so that's what we're looking at right now. Bob's got some damage too, but biggest concern is what's going on. Harmony Star back up to the turnpike. You guys got to be in cover right now. You have to continue to take cover. You're on East 470 Road, County Line Road, South 4230 Road. That's right in the center of it right now. That's the epicenter of what we're talking about. East-West Road, 460, 470, where it intersects with 4230 Road. If you're in those areas, be advised. Also 4240 Road and East-West Road, 460. That's the tornado. And if it's not a tornado, it's damaging winds, and it's just off the surface if it isn't a tornado right at this moment. I see, hey, Aaron, I see Ron still moving. Is he able to talk and look into that thing?
Are you good to talk, Ron?
Is Ron where you can? So again, this is County Line Road between Rogers and Mays County, and so this is the circulation, tornado potential. Don't know. Okay. Because he's still awful close to it, just south or just north and northeast of Harmony Star, and we still have massive hail going on with this storm as well. Brandon, is Kevin? What's he doing with winds right now? Kevin, update from you on winds. What do you have?
Getting really strong inflow winds into this right now, and I am seeing still power flashes off to my just a little, or off to my southeast just a little bit as well currently driving. All
right, so that still to me indicates a strong damaging winds, tornado still in that area. Thanks, Kevin, appreciate it. We'll try to keep you out of that. So you see where Kevin is located right now, so he's close to it. That would be just off to his southeast just a little bit. So Kevin, you're getting awful close, so be advised. So that's a couple miles to his southeast at this time. So this is where we see it near the turnpike. You can see how this is wrapped up on itself, continuing to move to the northeast, and where it's located at this moment. Station will have a new update in a minute, but you can see where Kevin and then where Ron is located. Brandon's been following this along. Alan's also trying to get back up and around it. So this is the main part of the circulation right in here. This has been wrapped up for a while, and that's continuing to do the same thing. Station, what do you have?
It looks like it's kind of occluding in on itself, and that may slow it down. It also may give it a little more of a push to the east, and so we're still going to track it east, slightly northeast, and we fan it out just to, of course, include any changes in the track, because originally this storm was moving east, then it made that turn to the northeast on the east side of Claremore, and it crossed Highway 20. Now it was north of Harmony Star. Now it's northeast of Harmony Star, crossing over into Mays County. That is happening near 4070 Road, east-west 460 Road. Again, it's now moving into Mays County. Green by 1201, Adair by 1206. Trav, this should stay north of Pryor, so Pryor, that's good for you guys, but green heads up, 1201, Patton by 1210.
All right, thank you, Stacia. Again, let's go back to velocity data, and I mean, this couplet is so tight right in here. So this is just southeast of where Kevin is located. Ron's just to the south of us. This is a tornado still right in here. This is a very tight, very strong tornado. 460 Road, 470 Road, 480 Road. And then you see on the west side, 4230 Road. You see County Line. It's basically right on County Line right now. You see the latest update. County Line to the east. you need to be in cover right now. I mean, this is dangerous, dangerous storm. This is going to be a deadly storm, just not a whole lot different, unfortunately, than Barnstall storm right now. North 426 Road, and where it intersects with East-West 470 Road. That's right on top of you right now. And this is where the highest probability of tornado remains. Stacia just mentioned we've had to kind of change the directional movement of this as it's kind of wrapped back up into itself. But this is the tornado. This is east of Claremore. This is not going to affect Tulsa. This is, again, just east and northeast of Claremore. We had the Will Rogers Rodeo going on as well earlier this evening. This is, though, what we're talking about right in here. Hopefully everybody got to a safe place. We're getting some damage reports with a lot of building debris in the area. Bob's been going through some areas, but we've got to talk about the tornado a while longer. Right now, it continues to be very strong winds. Kevin is, you can just barely make him out. He's up here in the upper left-hand corner of your screen. Kevin, I want to get some wind estimates from you right now. What do you have for us? Kevin?
Can you hear me right now, Travis?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, cell service is really bad right here. So where I'm at, the winds are starting to calm down some. I am still seeing what appears to be power flashes off that way. Oh, hold on. Hold on. Oh, good Lord. Okay, I can't get through right here because there's a large tree.
Yeah, you're sharing that with us. Yeah, we see that. All right, be careful. We're going to let you go. All right, so that's the situation. Tight tornado, still right here. So we have debris still being lofted in the air. And so we've got a tornado on the ground doing damage. If you live in this area, you've got to get into a safe room, someplace safe. This is the tornado right now. Ron, okay, Ron, you're just to the south of that. It looks like a huge tornado continuing just to the north of you. What do you see right now?
Yes, Travis. I mean, there's still a lot of power flashes. I can't see the funnel or the tornado itself, but there's a lot of power flashes just to my. Oh yeah, there's a big one there. Big power flashes.
Okay.
So it's still definitely on the ground, Travis. That's for sure.
Okay. All right, thanks. Yeah, we're going to, and I know Aaron's helping direct you, but that's just to your north right now. So we're going to talk for a minute. So if you're on, so once again, it's moved to the east of County Line Road. Strong winds are still going to be around County Line Road. Tornado doing damage. So there's farmlands, ranch lands here. A lot of folks that have homes out here, and it's right here on 470 Road. This is where it's located right now. So it's been moving almost due east.
What it did.
It just, yeah.
It was northeast, and then
now it has moved east.
Yeah.
All right. So what we're looking at right at this moment then, if you are in an area, that north-south 427 road, where it intersects 470 road, you're right, it's right there on top of you at this moment. You have to be in a shelter. You just have to be in a shelter, middle part of your house, lowest part of your floor. Don't get near outside windows and walls. We still have a potentially very deadly tornado associated with this as that continues to move now to the east. It was moving northeast and it kind of colluded. Now we've gone due east. So we're going to have to change the storm track a little bit as we continue to see this moving. So 460 Road down to 480 Road. You're in the center, epicenter of this. This goes off to the east, as you can see, all the way to North-South Road 429. You're right in the middle of it now. Stacia, what do you have for storm track?
Travis, only about 4 miles on the northwest sides of Pryor, and so I was afraid of this moving due east. That's why we use a fan for our tracks, because this can happen. Pryor, the north side of town, we do want you in your safe spot. If this continues east or even slightly southeast, that may take it into the north side of Pryor by midnight. Lake Hudson by 12:10. If anybody is camping on Lake Hudson or they're at campgrounds, whatever it may be, they do need to find shelter. Boatman by 12:11, Salina 12:12, Strang by 12:15, and Spavinaw Trap by 12:20. And again, we're moving it due east here at about 40.
Yep, and the National Weather Service also calling it a particularly dangerous situation, which is another level up of the type of tornado that we're doing. Confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado continuing, again, just west-northwest of Pryor. And so if you guys are in this area, got to take cover. This is, again, just a crazy situation that we have to deal with as far as having another tornado. It's just... what a year and what a sad situation at this point. We're going to get information. We have news teams that are in the Claremore area, and Bob has been following some of that, but right at this point, more concerned about how this is going to continue to evolve as it moves to the east. This is now tight circulation. Ron, give me another update, will you, just to the, what do you have just to your north? I mean, this is about a mile and a half to your north, it looks like. northeast.
Yeah, Travis, I'm trying to get it turned around here to get a better look at it for you, Travis.
Okay.
I can't see. I mean, there is power flashes, but I'm not getting any lightning background to get any kind of a visual of the tornado, Travis. But
okay.
I've got a northwest or southwest wind, west wind here of about 40 to 45. So it's definitely wrapped up, Travis.
Yeah, it's just tighter, and then I'll get out right up to the north. So again, can't see it per se, with what you're looking at. But okay, keep going. Thanks, Ron. Appreciate it. Let's go back to radar. Here's the circulation feature. Again, it's a little bit different than it was a little bit ago. Still strong indications, though. This is wrapped up. Might lift, but it's been on the ground a lot. It's been on the ground an awful lot. And this is now moving off to the east. Looks like that part of it could have weakened a little bit. We have strong damaging winds over toward the Pryor area as well in advance of that. Let's take a look at circulation features now closer to Pryor as that's getting closer to moving in. So we have a lot of wind damage coming in here. So there should be some winds of 40, 50. Well, Ron has 40 at this point. This is the circulation center. And so there is wind damage now going into Pryor. So that's what Stacia was talking about a few moments ago, 10 minutes ago. So that is moving across Pryor right now. Strong damaging winds, probably 50, 60 miles an hour. Megan, have you seen any wind estimates coming out of that area at this point? So there's a circulation that's probably could be reforming here near Pryor, possibly. So where Ron is located, circulation right here, which is just, again, about 470 Road. And then that goes, as we're looking at it, it's occluding kind of into itself. We'll see what this does to it. But north-south 427, north-south 429 Road. And then also where it is hanging out right now, should be right over north-south 428 Road, intersection with 470 East Road. Those are what we're looking at this particular moment, and that's what we see at this moment. So it might not be quite as strong as it was a moment ago, but there's strong wind damage moving across Pryor, and this is continuing to track now to the east. Station, have you seen any changes on this other than what we just mentioned?
Still east, maybe a little slower, 25, 30, and then National Weather Service agrees that there may be a new circulation right over Pryor forming.
Okay. All right, because that sure looks like it at this point. All right, so that's what we see. And so there's another area right here. So this is occluding. This is kind of wrapping around on itself. Could kill this part of the storm. We'll see how this plays out right in there. But right here, leading edge, is that we're looking at 480 Road and off to the east now of Pryor. So this is a new potential circulation. And so what we're dealing with, you got something?
Bob said that there's a lot of people trying to drive around and look at this while it's happening. So we do not want that at all. So.
Yeah, so if you can help out, this is probably one of the worst things that happens for first responders. People go out going, where's the damage? What's going on? Please don't do that. We have so many problems when that happens, and so many people come into a place because they want to see what's going on, and it makes it so hard for first responders to get in and around, or even our storm trackers. I mean, first responders are first, and then our storm trackers are trying to make sure that folks in advance know what's going on. Hate to say that, but again, please help out and don't become part of the problem when we have a serious emergency going on. Circulation feature, again, close to where Ron is. Ron, do you have an update for me, Ron? Any more power flashes just to your north or northeast? What do you have?
Travis, I do not have any power flashes at this time. But I'm now moving east on 20. I'm going pretty slow to see if I can see anything, but I do not see any power flashes at this time.
Okay, it's right there though. I mean, it's just hanging right across that area with the strong winds. We anticipate that we could see that changing over at this point, and you see there a little bit of weaker circulation that's dying out right in there. Stronger circulation potential now coming up on the east side of Pryor. So the strong winds have moved through Pryor. And is Ron's vehicle good enough that he can make it on east on 20? Okay. And then because what we're seeing right now is this is probably going to be the new problem area. And so if you're on East 20, because this is hugged Highway 20, it just has kind of stayed that way almost the whole way. Individual cells have been, tornadoes have been looping back up and around into it. And so what we have at this point is this is continuing to track to the east. Notice the winds.
Kevin is still reporting a funnel from his vantage point.
He is?
Yes.
Okay. And so on the ground? Or can he tell?
Can you tell if it's on the ground or not,
Can't tell? Okay.
He says it's about halfway to the ground.
Okay. All right. Is it due east of him? Is that what he's saying? So this is...
Yep, due east.
Okay, this would be the circulation feature right in here that's going on at this point. So that's what we're talking about right in here. And then what's happening here is this is wrapped up in itself. Looks like it's weakened on this side. This side's getting stronger. And so you're seeing a rotation on the east side prior, and that's starting to come on in as well. Additional severe thunderstorm now, and a new tornado warning is up to the northwest of us. And so we have two of them. This is going to be moving in. For example, we were afraid some of this could happen. There's a low-level jet that's kicking in and enhancing stuff. Just to give you an idea, if you are west, if you're around portions of Chautauqua County, Cedarvale, this is a new tornado warning. We don't have it confirmed as a tornado, but this is wrapping up quickly, similar to what we're dealing with east of Claremore on 20. So if you're around this, if you're in Cedarvale, Sedan, Kansas, these are going to be moving east. And so there's a chance that you could have tornadoes here in Cedarvale and Sedan. Be advised. Let's go back down south. Yeah.
Vaughn has power flashes.
Just to his north, moving towards Pryor.
Ron does?
No, not Ron. Vaughn. Yeah.
Where is Vaughn at right now? He's just south of Pryor? Okay. Oh, there he is. Hey, Vaughn, can you talk to me for a second? What do you have?
Yeah, multiple power flashes to my north. I'm on coming into Sportsman's Acres here in just a little bit. I'm on the industrial road here headed east, and I'm seeing multiple power flashes. I've got trees in front of me, so I cannot tell if there's anything on the ground, but obviously there's at least wind damage going on, and all kinds of emergency vehicles just flying. So there's... I'll be able to get a shot for you here. As soon as I clear the industrial part, it opens up pretty well.
Yeah.
So that I can see.
All right.
But, yeah, I'll be back with you.
Holler at me. Thanks. Okay, so that's, again, Vaughn coming in on he's right here. And so this is the circulation feature, the new circulation feature. Ron's coming in on Pryor right now. And Ron, you getting any updates on, you see any damage coming into Pryor right now?
No, but there's a lot of debris falling out of the sky.
Okay.
I don't know if it's from the Pryor area, but there's a lot of limbs and leaves falling out back from the east back to my west. So I don't know where that's coming from. I don't know if it's the tornado, but there was a little bit of damage here on the west side of Pryor. Not much, but a little bit. Back to you, Travis.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. And we still have, debris falling in this area. So this is where it's moving. Again, so the strongest winds right over in here. Let's go back to velocity and then station. We'll try to, if you can do a storm track, we'll see if we can find out what's going on. So this is a new circulation feature. This is our old circulation feature where Ron is located, and just on the northwest side of this Pryor. So we're already past Claremore, long past Claremore at this point. We'll get some damage reports. Richard, will we have some damage reports coming in from Claremore?
Yes, widespread damage reported across Claremore.
Widespread damage reported across Claremore.
Windows out, trees down.
Windows out, trees down, Megan? Okay. So again, we'll keep you updated on what's going on with that. This is still rotating right in here, just on the northwest side of Pryor. But here's the new area that we think probably is going to be part of the issue. You see where Salina is located to Lake Hudson. If you're around the lake, be advised for this. This is the circulation we're going to be watching because it's evolving again, but this is coming in. So Stacia, good luck on trying to track which part of this you really want to track because it's all nasty.
This is a tough one. So we're going to track what is the new area of circulation. Again, this is going to be, as Trav mentioned, on the northwest sides of Salina. This is going to be about 480 Road, north of Highway 20. And so for folks in Salina, we want you in your safe spot now. Again, this could wrap up pretty quickly. I have it as slower track just because it's forming now, so it is typically a little slower when that happens. But this could get wrapped up just northwest of Salina and then continue to move east at about 30-35. So Salina now here very, very shortly. Spavinaw by 12:18, Kenwood about 12:21, continuing moving on to Spavinaw Lake by 12:23 if you live around Spavinaw Lake. Bull Hollow at 12:30 along with Leech and Uchi at 12:32. Trav.
All right, thanks. I appreciate that. Now we've extended. Rogers County has been obviously clear to the tornado warning, but Mays County is not. So our Mays County tornado warning will continue, as we said, as we work our way through the next hour. Well, really 45 minutes, the way it looks right now. So at this time, we're now a little after midnight, 12:04, and officially the tornado warning remains in effect till 12:15. There's a chance, pretty reasonable chance, unfortunately, that we'll see this cycle, and we'll have to see this tornado warning continued across Mays County. So we're in the southern and southeastern portions of Mays County, but this is likely to continue moving to the northeast, and you can see the damaging storm track. Did you have something, Aaron?
You might go to Bob?
Yeah, let's go to Bob and see his video, and you can see what's going on in the Claremore area.
Okay, Bob, quick update from you from Claremore. What do you, lots of power out?
Yeah, these are power poles down. I'm on South 4130 Road, south of Highway 20, and there's a good half a mile worth of power poles down, just totally snapped. I haven't even been able to get into the worst area here because we've got so many trees down, but there's major damage in Claremore, Travis.
All right. And building-wise, do you know, I mean, I know you haven't, but have you seen any buildings around the area that have sustained a lot of damage?
Well, I couldn't even get into where the tornado was. Blocks away, I've got major trees down.
Okay.
So I'm sure that in the area where the tornado went through, there's a lot of damaged buildings.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Thanks. I appreciate that so much, Bob. We'll let you go so if you can see what's going on. All right. Let's take a look and see. Again, this is a swath. You see where Bob's located. And so this was the damage that came across from areas from Owasso, really kicked in just once it got into Owasso and the east side of Owasso. And you see these yellow areas. This is where it really wrapped up, and shear continued across Claremore, hitting a direct hit on Claremore. You can see where Bob is. You can see where John is located right now. And John, he might have some data. It looks like John's downtown. Aaron, is John downtown? He is? Okay. Hey, John, quick update from you. And we got to get back to the tornado warning, but a little bit better news around Pryor right now. But John, quick update from you. What do you have in Claremore?
Lots of problems in Claremore, Travis. Problems at the Rogers County Jail. Also at City Hall, there's damage. Street signs that Muskogee and Patty Page Boulevard laying out in the middle of the street. It's a lot of damage here, and it's going to take a while to clean this up. Power out throughout the downtown area and much of Claremore. Back to you.
All right. Hey, John, have you seen any buildings destroyed? I mean, are we fortunate enough that this is not going to be quite as bad as, say, the Barnstall tornado?
I haven't seen any buildings that have been destroyed. Numerous streets are blocked off. You can't get into neighborhoods.
Okay.
That's by design, so I can't really tell you that.
Okay.
The answer to that at this point.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Let's get back going on. Yeah.
Vaughn and Ron are still seeing power flashes.
Okay, so we still got it going on. So here's the back part of the storm. Here's the front side of the storm. Hey, Vaughn, update from you. What do you have coming in on Salina right now? What do you have? You there, Vaughn?
Winds that are really, really strong. Another right there in front of me. You see it?
Yep, sure did.
Power flash, major power flash right in front of me. I don't know how far up. Is it already across the river or the lake?
Yeah, we're at. It's just right along Highway 20 coming in on Salina right now. Highway 20 on Salina.
Yeah, so, I'm just south of 20 by 1 mile, and I'm 3 miles west of Salina. More power flashes.
Yeah.
More power flashes.
So we got tornado again, still going on. And Ron is also into it. Okay, let's go with Ron. Thanks, Vaughn. So that's what Vaughn is looking at. Let's go to Ron if we can. Ron, update. Go ahead.
Very same thing. Power flashes just to the north side of Highway 20. I'm not very far from the racetracks, a lot of high banks racetrack, but it's just in that area where the rotation, I did see power flashes right there, Travis.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Here it is. Lake Hudson, over Lake Hudson right now. Storm track, Salina, it's just on the north side of town. You see where Ron's located, Highway 20. Vaughn's just someplace right down here. But this is a tornado still going on. So it's going over Lake Hudson right now.
Hey,
Vaughn, go ahead. Go ahead, Vaughn.
Yeah, so continuous power flashes right in front of me. I mean, only a mile up or half a mile up. So it's just north of 20, I believe, because I'm coming up on 20 pretty quickly.
Yeah, it's right at pretty much right at near Salina at this point. So it's literally right in front of you. Can you see?
Okay.
Okay. Be careful.
Coming up on Salina right now, right?
Yep. And let's go back to radar real quick, give you an update. So this is the damaging area. So this is re-increased and just come back again. Stacia, I'll try to have you get a storm track in a minute, but this is the Lake Hudson area moving to the east. So this is the pretty much right in here is the location. Excuse me. Ron, quick update from you. What do you have?
Yes, that big power flash right here in front of me, Travis. It's still on the ground on the north side of Highway 20. On the north side of Highway 20, Travis.
Okay.
Big power flash is right in front of me.
All right, then that put it just right north of northwest of Salina. And let's go back to circulation. There we go. So this is where it's located. So just on the north side of Salina, you got to be in cover. Back to a tornado on the ground right here. So that's what we're looking at. Vaughn's just down here looking back into a tornado right now. Stacia, you want to try to get us a storm track on that because it's on East 480 Road once again. That's just hugged right there, Highway 20, East 480 Road. Looks like it just crossed the lake and is heading now on the east side on 20.
Yep, and staying just south of Hoot Owl, but around Hoot Owl Road to Highway 20, we want you in that safe spot. Kenwood by 1221, and then continuing on to Tag Flats at 1226. Again, right now it's about 2 miles north of downtown Salina. Moving to the east at about 40, and so we'll take it over to Lake Uchi by 1230, Jay by 1237, Cloud Creek at 1238. And again, we're using the fan just in case it does make a turn more to the northeast or even to the southeast. So we use that fan, and we want folks to really be in their safe spot around Hoot Owl, Trav, Kenwood, and around Lake Uchi and Bull Hollow.
All right, you guys, at night it's so hard to see. Power flashes are the easiest way to see it based on what we're talking about. You see where Vaughn and Ron are located right now. So we're going to try to get them across the lake. It's kind of hard. They have to come across Highway 20 and get back on the east side so they can get on the state highway. So this is the circulation. This is the tornado, literally just going on the north side of Salina right at this moment. So again, tornado on the ground, across the lake, continues to move to the east now. So it's taking a Highway 20, still with this. If you're east of Highway 20, Stacia just told you, this is the area in which we're most concerned with additional tornado. So this is recycled, and we see this right at Highway 20, and where it intersects with 4455 Road. You're up next. And then also 4440 Road, Hoot Owl Road that Stacia was mentioning is just to the north of this main circulation feature. And this is where we're located now. That is moving to the east. So as that continues to move to the east, tornado warning was extended back to the east. And so it's a confirmed tornado on the ground with this right now. So if you are in this area, again, north side of Salina, be advised for that. Let's go back and you see the new tornado popped up behind me. So that's an extension for the tornado warning. Circulation now just right on the north side of Salina. And that's 480 Road, intersection with Highway 20. You got a tornado on you at this moment, and be advised for what's going on. Vaughn, you got an update as you're coming into Salina right now?
Yeah, I got really strong northwest winds right now. That tornado is north of Salina, correct?
Yes.
On Highway 20.
Yep.
Okay, correct. Yeah, it's just a lot of damaging winds around this tornado, like it's been all night long.
Yeah.
So you don't have to be under the tornado to get some damage, especially with all these trees in this area. So I'm going to keep watching for it to my northeast.
Yep.
Probably won't be able to get through on 20. Back to you.
All right. Yeah, we'll see how that cuts across there. All right, let's go back to radar again. So we still have debris showing up. So yeah, Vaughn and Ron, we do have debris showing up just right on the north side of Salina. So we still have the tornado on the ground. That blue area indicates pretty much radar seeing debris that's lofted into the air. And so we know the tornado's still on the ground. So it's done damage. It's been on the lake, and it developed there. So that's a tight couplet right in here. And so you see what's going on. Tornado warning has been extended now over into Delaware County, and that continues off to the east. And so that's what we see at this particular moment. Very tight, though, with this being just to the east now of Salina, east-northeast of Salina. And Let's see. So that would be now. And Vaughn, if you're listening to me talk, you can come into Salina. You can get on, it looks like on, Aaron, you can try to move him on 20 and then try to wrap him around. The tornado went across Highway 20. It's now to the east of Highway 20, northeast of Salina. It's the east-northeast of Salina. Circulation feature, strongest right in there. So what we're looking at, 480 Road. And then the circulation now just south of this area of Highway 20. And Stacia, you have an update.
To the south of it is an anticyclonic.
Oh, yes, right in here. So we have two circulation features going on. I can't even make my hands do that. Anyway, so this is our tornado right now. Anticyclonic one is showing up in this area. We could have two tornadoes. Hey, Aaron, are you talking to Vaughn? Okay, I'm going to talk to Vaughn for a second, if you could. Hey, Vaughn, we're looking off to the east, just east of Salina. We have anticyclonic circulation due east, and then we have a cyclonic circulation east-northeast of Salina. I don't know if you can tell or if you can see power flashes on either one or anything. Nothing?
I cannot right now, Travis.
Okay.
No,
all right.
Negative. I don't know if I need to go south to 412 and try to get ahead of it, because I bet you 20 is going to be blocked. But I'll check it out.
Okay, yeah, and Ron's right behind you. I'll let you talk to Aaron, and you can figure that one out at this point. Circulation continues right in here, so that's east. Now, so he was kind of concerned about going up 20, but the circulation continues right here. Highway 20 goes up into this location, then we have to go, otherwise we have to go way south and get on 412. So that's what's really weird about this right now. So here's the circulation here, here's the circulation here. That doesn't happen very often. Can't even make my hands do that. So again, so as you go to the east, we're looking, and I'll have Stacia do a storm track. But right now, hey, can we look at CC one more time? We'll look and see how much debris is. There's still debris lofted in the air, so radar's still picking up debris, trees. Could be some parts of buildings. It doesn't look as big as it did just a little bit ago, but that's still the tornado area right here. So it has moved on the north side of Salina, and now the couplet is right here just south of Highway 20. So if you're south of Highway 20, circulation feature is still very, very strong right in that area. Let's go down to city street level if we could for a minute, and then I'm going to ask you to do a storm track. So we're looking main circulation feature would be just south of Highway 20 and close to 4455 Road, where it intersects with Highway 20 right now, and just to the south of it. And so that's what we see at this particular moment. So, Stacia, what do you have on storm track?
Trav, I'm going to move it east at about 40, and so that's going to take it over to Kenwood by 1220, tag flats at 1225. For folks in Kenwood, we want you in your safe spot. We want you in the middle part of your home on the lowest level. For Bull Hollow, same thing, 1226 coming into town for Bull Hollow, and then continuing to the east from there. In our track, we've fanned it out. It does include Colcord and Little Kansas. Now, if the storm ends up taking more of a right turn, tracking more to the southeast, that would take it to Little Kansas by 1237. If it continues more due east, of course, Kenwood, Bull Hollow in the track, and that's where we want you in your safe spot. Now, if it tracks more northeast, which is what happened as the storm moved out of Claremore, it made a jog, it turned to the left and moved northeast. If that happens, Uchi's in track, and that's at 1230. Our tornado warning for Delaware County, that is going to go until 1 o'clock. Is a confirmed tornado. Of course, damage has been done and will continue to do damage as it leaves Mays County and gets into far western parts of Delaware County around Kenwood, Trav, and up to Bull Hollow. Hoping this stays south of Grand Lake. It should, but should is the key word here. Yeah, no kidding. Reports now of at least 4,000 customers without power in Rogers and Mays County, and we know based on what Bob had, it's going to be thousands of customers. Well, it's 4,000, but I think that'll go way up based on what's going on. So this is the track of the Supercell that has traveled, and it just really kicked in high gear just as it went through Owasso and east of Owasso, Keatonville, and that's when we were getting concerned as it was going through Owasso. We probably lucked out in northern Tulsa County, comparatively speaking, not lucking out at all, Rogers County at all. And you see any of this area, this continues to be the same Supercell marching almost
almost due east across the area around Lake Hudson at this point, and now on the east side, and still doing damage at this point. You can see the circulation features and the shear rate now on the east side of Salina. So having problems trying to get through this, getting away from radar. So we're getting elevated in what we're looking at with the radar, but we still know with some of the debris potential that's been in the air that this circulation feature most likely still has a tornado attached to it. So if you are in this area, just be advised for what's going on. And so this is moving in on Kenwood right now. If you're around the Kenwood area, you need to be taking cover. This has just been a massive, nasty, nasty tornado and supercell storm that continues to move to the east. So Station just had a storm track on that. But if you're around the Kenwood area, be advised for what's happening here, Bull Hollow, and as it looks, and it pretty much, I would say, can we look at some CC one more time and just see if that has dropped it a little bit, or I shouldn't say drop, but changed, but still looks about the same, and it's getting away from radar. There's still some. Yeah, it still looks like there's some there. So that'd be just to the west. It's kind of on the verge on the side there. But we do have a thunderstorm warning now for portions of Osage County. That's part of that storm that's back to the northwest of us that we're watching. But we have the tornado warning that's inclusive of Hudal, east of Salina, Spavinaw, large hail, still with this storm as well. So when you look at this storm and you see the black, this indicates golf ball or larger size hail. And so that's moving just south of Spavinaw, back to the east. And I mean, that's just massive hail sizes. So again, we're talking egg size, maybe baseball size hail with this. So this is such a huge thunderstorm. It's just a huge rotating storm, huge updrafts that are just supporting large hail. And that's been the case as it's gone across. So we're going to have a lot of hail damage. Pretty much some of that was in Osage County for a while, but I mean, that's just gone all the way across the area. So that's the biggest problem we have right now. Aaron, anything to add at this point? What's going on?
John did report that there's a good amount of ambulance going into the Claremore area.
Okay. All right. Not what we want to hear at all. Bob has a lot of power. It looks like he's got a lot of, first responders over there? Or is that going on? Hey, let's stay on the radar right now. You see the circulation going on right before Kenwood. This is still most likely a tornado right in here. So this is east of Salina, and you can see what's going on right in here. And so that is what we're looking at. Most likely still a tornado. Stacey, you want to do a storm track, and then I'm going to talk to Bob for a second. But if you're around Kenwood, man, you got to be in cover still. That's pretty nasty.
Absolutely. We want you in cover in Kenwood, in Bull Hollow. If you live around Lake Uchee, especially on the south side of the lake, this storm is moving east at about 40. It could speed up on us, but Kenwood here at 12:23, and then for Tag Flats by 12:28, Bull Hollow by 12:30, along with Lake Uchee, Cloud Creek by 12:40, Brush Creek by 12:42, Rowe, Sycamore, Colcord, all included in the track. And again, we fan it out because we have track changes with tornadoes. They can turn left, they can turn right. Right now, the track, though, the latest about 5 scans or so has been more due east. So we're tracking it east at about 40, Trav.
All right. Thanks. I appreciate that. And again, if you're in those areas, please continue to take cover. It has had a history of nasty tornado damage and issues associated with that. If you're just joining us and wondering what's going on, we had a supercell storm that formed out in Osage County, continued to move to the east, and along this path we've had tornado touchdowns and an extended period of tornadoes around the Claremore area doing damage. Bob has a shot that we'll probably use here in a second. In fact, we can probably do that since we just did a storm track for the folks in Bull Hollow and the Kenwood area. Please, again, be in cover now as it's crossing county line at this point. So that's where you need to be very much aware of what's going on at this hour of 12:22 in the morning. Circulation feature, highly suspecting tornado near Kenwood right now with this. And if not, it is cycling and could become a tornado. Huge hail back to the north of us. Bob, if you would, give us an update on what you're looking at right now, would you? You there, Bob?
Yeah, Travis. I'm on Will Rogers Boulevard looking east, and this is just one of the maze of power lines and hot lines and power poles down in Claremore. I believe this tornado probably went through south of Highway 20 and kind of north of where the Walmart is down there, but I haven't been able to get in there. There's so many trees and power poles down to determine what type of building damage we got. Back to you.
All right, thanks, appreciate it. Again, severe thunderstorms and a tornado warning continue for several areas. Let's take a look at the bigger picture for a minute, and you can see our tornado warning. You can see heavy rain, thunderstorms. Brandon's on another storm that's up to the north. You see where Ellen's located. We have a couple of big storms that are up in these areas at this moment, and a severe storm. We have the tornado warning storm back to the northwest, not in our viewing area, but there is a chance that this part of the storm is going to clip into northern Osage County. Because of that, we do have a severe thunderstorm. Did you need some, Aaron?
Say Brandon and Allen are headed towards Bartlesville and Caney right now, so they're going to go get out in front
intercept
of
that. Okay.
Yep.
And Sequoia, I see, is watching what's blowing up down here around Henrietta. So, okay. So, got the guys again. Thank heavens for so many storm trackers and for a statewide network. So appreciate our folks for letting us have these. So this gives you a good idea of what's going on right here. So this is the tornado. Right here. It's pretty easy to see what's going on. Ron's taking the south route to get back around it, and this is right at Kenwood, and this is the circulation feature with it, with the tornado probably pushing just on the right through Kenwood or just on the south side. The hail core is all on the north side, and so this is the circulation feature that continues just right around Kenwood. You have to be in cover. This is the same history of this storm. Continues to be that tornadoes will continue to touch down along that leading path. Did Vaughn, was he able to get through on 20, or is he has been able to? Okay, that's awesome. Did he see any damage as he went through that area or not?
He did. We could talk to him if he's available. He did. There's a lot of trees and limbs over Highway 20 there just north of Salina. He was able to get around him, but I mean, there was a lot. There was a lot on the roads.
Okay. Hey, Vaughn, just for a second, I know you're busy trying to drive through crazy stuff. What was it like? I mean, was that a pretty serious tornado at that point? Looked like damage? You there, Vaughn? Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay.
I assume that tornado is still to my southeast, right?
Yeah, it's still going over by Kenwood now. So it's about that looks like, could you give me about 7.5 miles to your east right now.
Okay, I got about 70 mile an hour north wind. So
wow.
These things are, it's all kinds of damage going on besides the tornado. But yes, there was very little damage that I've seen, except for lots of trees. I didn't see any structural damage just north of Salina, but I'm sure there is because there was a bunch of trees down.
All right. Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it. Storm continues across the areas, so we'll continue with the tornado warning. We've got that going on. Let's see, what time are we looking at right now? That is 12:26. We got tornado warning still till 1 o'clock. There, yep, till 1 a.m. Thanks, station, and so that's continuing. So this is the cell. Vaughn's just behind it, and so this is what we're seeing with the circulation feature. And he said 70 mile an hour winds coming around the backside. So here's the hail cores back in here. So when we look at what's happening with this cell, so it's just to the west of Bull Hollow right now. So this is the primary circulation feature is right in here, and so that's from the areas from Lake Uchi, and then from east of Kenwood, we'll just say Kenwood, it's all right through you guys pretty much, and then Bull Hollow. So if you're in this area, high probability that you have a tornado or excessive wind damage event underway at this moment. So that's School Road and County Road 470. And then as you look back to the south, right now you'd be in County Road 504, where it's coming in through Kenwood. You guys need to be in cover near School Road. I mean, it's just very, very dangerous right now, nighttime. And we don't have a whole ton of lightning. You notice a lot of the lightning is on the north side here, and the convective side is right in here. Circulation in here, we're just getting occasional cloud-to-ground lightning strikes, but this is a primary circulation. And just judging even from radar, we're getting further away from the radar side, but it's still a very impressive storm, unfortunately, and still wrapped up. So we do think that there's still going to be a lot of damage with this because of the wind dynamics at play. And Stacia, what do you have?
Trav, that's exactly right. So even if there's not a tornado, you're still going to have wind damage here from this. I think we saw that in Salina, too, on the back end of the system. After the tornado had moved to the east of Salina, you still had, as Vaughn mentioned, 60, 70 mile per hour winds. Now the storm is headed towards Bull Hollow and still a tornado potentially on the ground here. So Bull Hollow, we want you in that safe spot now as it's coming into town. Cloud Creek by 12:42 and then continuing on to Rowe and Colcord. That's going to be by 12:50. So that's the latest track here through the south central parts of Delaware County.
Okay, and kind of strange, just north and west of Salina, we still have a circulation bit of a feature. Can you go back to the northwest just a little bit? Where did...
right here?
Yeah, just give me, if you would, just a little bit of velocity data right in here and just see what's going on here. So this is kind of part of the storm. So we're still not totally... There's some strong winds right in here. I would, it's going to be hard to kind of venture to say how strong, but I'd say 60, probably not too far from 70 mile an hour winds, similar to what we're going through with Vaughn. And so that's potentially what's happening right here still in Salina. So you guys aren't in the clear yet. And then also, if we could go back, I thought I saw in CC, oh, sorry. Can you?
Well, I was just going to say they issued on Chautauqua County.
They did. Okay. Yep. Let's talk about that. Hey, if you're around Cedarvale, oh, yeah, that does not look good either. So this is tornado warning. They don't have anything confirmed, I guess, but man, that is wrapped up big time. So if you're right on the state line, that's Osage County. This is Chautauqua County right in here. That is a high probability of a tornado, just because that's looking very similar to the data that we were looking at here with our radar, with our tornadoes. So that is moving to the east right now. And so that is going to be close. Cedarvale, you're just on the north side. That's the newest update. Again, that is one big rotating severe thunderstorm. I would not be surprised if we don't get a confirmation of a tornado out of that before too long. And that's going to be moving. You want to do a quick storm track just on there, just while we're up there, please?
So that one's moving at about 40, 45. So that's going to take it over into Chautauqua County, the southern edge of Chautauqua County. And we're working with two National Weather Service offices. So on the Kansas side, the warnings are going to come out of Wichita. On the Oklahoma side, they're going to come out of Tulsa. So that's why you kind of see it split. So the Tulsa office went ahead and issued for Osage County, far northern Osage County, Granola, back over to Hula and Bollinger Landing. And then for Chautauqua County, the warning exists, of course. Now we're talking about Bollingerville by 12:54, Bollinger Landing by 12:55, the community of Chautauqua at 12:56, and we're watching Sedan closer to about 1 o'clock. Now the storm, it seems like it may even jog a little more southeast, so it's going to be really close to the Oklahoma-Kansas state line. So for folks in Elgin, I want you to be in that safe spot. Chautauqua, 12:56, and again, Bollinger Landing also in the path of this storm, Trav. That's going to be closer to about 12:55, 12:56.
All right, thank you. Get a report out of Mays County from the Emergency Management Office with Mike Durham. So far, we've had reports of 2 houses destroyed and doing continuing process of damage assessments. So that's what's going on there. And so that was in addition to what's happening. Thank you for that update. Here's the latest. We still think we have a tornado in this area from around Bull Hollow. And there was some, if we can look at CC again, it's going to be a little bit more difficult because, man, again, we're getting quite a ways away from the radar site. But right in the area around Bull Hollow, there could be some debris being lofted right into this area. Vaughn's back to the west a ways. He's going to have a bit of a problem getting over into that zone. Hey, are you taking, Aaron, are you taking taking Vaughn up through 20 and then up and around in the, what's the plan on that?
That was kind of the plan. There's just not a whole lot of good road options to go east until you get up to Spavinaw.
Yeah, because it's a tough road to get over to Kenwood.
That's kind of that area is very hilly, as we all know, and just kind of tough.
Yeah. So if you're in this area, just be advised, tornado probability is very high. And if you don't get a tornado, wind, a lot of wind associated with that. Is Vaughn still getting strong winds or not? I don't know if you can hear us. So this is still the circulation center of it. And so there's still a good chance that this is a tornado. And this is still moving to the east. And so that's the biggest problem we have with this cell. And as it continues to move to the east, Station, what do you have on a storm track there?
It seems a little slower to me, Trav, so I slowed it down to about 30. This will still take it towards Cloud Creek, especially kind of on the north side of the community by 12:48. And Rowe and Colcord still included by 12:56, closer to 1 o'clock. Again, right now, it's just on the north side of Bull Hollow. So for folks in Bull Hollow, I hope you're in your safe spot. But for folks in Cloud Creek, Colcord and Rowe, I would go ahead and get to that safe spot here very shortly.
Okay, thanks. I appreciate it greatly. So that is just amazing what we've been seeing. This storm continues to move to the east. And so that's just has not changed whatsoever. We do have additional storms that are to the south. I want to widen up too so folks kind of get an idea of what's going on. So we have one cell over by Catoosa. It looks like a small cell. And then back to the south. Let's go. Was there something? No, we're good. Okay. Down the south, these cells, Sequoia is keeping an eye on what's going on here. And then down by McAllister also, there's a cell blowing up. And so this is, these cells could, let's put this in motion if we could. We haven't been watching, but it looks like they're increasing a little bit in intensity. They are a little bit. I think we're expanding the tornado watch south and east. Did I just see that right? Did National Weather Service or Steve Piltz mention that? Can we look and see? These cells have been increasing in intensity. And I don't know if we're expanding it south. We've got the 5 a.m.
Yeah, here it comes.
Is there one coming in?
It should come in. Let's see.
Okay. If you're south, I think we're going to have to add you to the tornado watch because there's a pretty good chance. Yep.
There it is.
Wow, just like that. Okay. So now, Highway 75 east. Tulsa's still in tornado watch officially, and hopefully this west side we don't have to deal with too much yet tonight. But this has turned into what we had feared would be. We preached about this for a week and looked terrible, but unfortunately it has been awful. And so this is what we see right now with the thunderstorms. So they're continuing to build Sequoia, and looks like even there could be, can we look just see if they're trying to even rotate already just a little bit? It looks.
Told me that there's search and rescue in Pryor and in Claremore.
Search and rescue in Pryor?
In Claremore.
In Claremore. Okay. Richard, do you have any other information coming in from the news at this point?
Details, yeah.
Okay. So search and rescue, Stacia just mentioned. So we're going to have to watch what's going on here because now we have a tornado watch for you guys down on pretty much 412 and then back on to the south. It's just that night. And all right, let's go back up to our storms and what's going on here. Ron's getting a little bit ahead of the storm, looks like. So that'll be good news. Hey, Ron, yeah, it looks, yeah, you can see some RFD or whatever's going on right here. That circulation's wrapped around. Hey, Ron, if you're with me right now, can you give me an update on what you have? Hey, can you, Aaron, I need Ron.
I haven't touched that.
Oh, you do?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought I heard him talking, but no. Ron, are you there?
Go ahead, Travis. I can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, what do you have? Are you getting some gusty northwest winds starting to build in on you or
I am
not?
getting some gusty northwest winds, probably about 45 to 50. There is some lightning back to my north and east, but I do not see any power flashes at this time. Do not see any at this time, but I am getting a northwest wind of about 45 to 50 right here.
All right, because that's still a pretty doggone tight circulation going on right in that area. So just be advised that that's happening right in there. So we do want you to just kind of be aware of what's cooking there. Also, as we look a little bit closer at the radar and what's happening with the storms that are showing up there, this is kind of cycling in on itself. So if you're around the Lake Uchi area and Bull Hollow, you can kind of see it's like a donut hole right in here. And so this is just wrapped up and around onto itself. And so that's what we're seeing with the circulation. So it's very, very tight right at Bull Hollow. Pretty good chance there could be a tornado right here if you're around Bull Hollow. So this has just moved through the Kenwood area to Bull Hollow. We just had reports, as Stacia mentioned, search and rescue going on right now, and we're hoping and praying for folks in Claremore and Pryor. Unbelievable what's going on tonight. Bull Hollow You guys, hopefully you're in cover. Stacia gave you a storm track a few moments ago. This has moved through Kenwood, still strong damaging winds around Kenwood, possible out of the north. This is the circulation feature right in here as that's moving to the east. So again, this is terrain that is not easy to get to. And so that's where some of the strongest winds are going to be located. Stacia, if you can get us another storm track, that'd be great.
Yeah, so Trav, I have it east at 30. So it looks like it's going to take it from just east of Bull Hollow now about 553 Road. There's the latest update there. And crossing Highway 10 south of Lake Uchee. This will track towards Cloud Creek on the north side of town by 1250. And then continuing on to there, Rowe and Colcord, you're kind of on the southern end of our track. Still included though. Still need to pay attention and be ready to get in that safe spot. 20 more minutes for you. Sycamore, Colcord by 1258, and Tennessee. I think I said that right. Maybe not. 106 though for Tennessee.
That's a new one. Tennessee.
Well,
I don't know. I'll go with whatever you want to say.
Them.
Okay. All right, we'll go with that. Again, so one of the things that we are looking at in some of these locations, we still have that tornado warning that's in effect for over into Chautauqua County. We're going to come back up to you guys and get another update in just a second. There's still... there were so many damage reports coming in when that storm moved near Wichita from earlier today, and we have our tornado warning here in the eastern side. And I think we still have the tornado on the ground just to the pretty much can't really. Who has power flashes? Ron does still. Okay, that's what it. I would not be surprised at this moment. Hey, let's go over to Ron. Give us an update from your location, if you would.
Yes, Trevor. I'm moving east here on 412. I've kind of lost communication a little bit with my GPS. I'm trying to figure out where I'm at. But I am looking back to the north, and there is power flashes still with the storm in that rotation, just to the north. Just to the north. I'm almost just west of Little Kansas, Travis. Just west of Little Kansas.
Okay.
Back to you, Travis.
All right. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. So, again, thanks, guys. So, as we're looking at, and Ron's coming in on, he's like at Twin Oaks, and you see he's close to Twin Oaks right here. So, we're looking to the north and what's going on with that circulation feature. And so, it's tightened. There's a couple of areas very, very turbulent right now across this area. So we have very strong winds located across areas now, just northwest of Colcord, and then also from around Bull Hollow, Kenwood area, still damaging winds through this area. 60, 70 mile an hour winds are going to be quite possible as this continues to move to the east. Active tornado warning. We've had a confirmed tornado. Can I look at CC one more time and then maybe base velocity after that? And we're just going to see if we can see anything going on with that.
Maybe right here over Bull Hollow.
Could be, yeah. Can you loop that for the last couple minutes and just see what we've got right there? Doing on the fly analysis. That's not too far, yeah. So that's anyway. So this is part of the strongest part of the storm that wrapped up in through Bull Hollow and is now continuing to move off to the east. So it's very, very hard. We would like for you to continue to take cover in this area for the damaging wind potential. Circulation is now off to the east of you, and so that's what we're seeing at this particular moment as that continues to move to the east. And big hail still going on. So anywhere from Sycamore, just around the J area, Cleota. So you guys have in Uchee, there's some big hail right in that area. Let's take a look at hail if we could, and then Stacia, I'll have you do one more storm track if you could. Ron's looking into that because he sees power flashes, and you see where there's some hail right now, and it's kind of underneath our legend. And Stacia, if you could move that just a tad bit. There we go. Thanks. So from Spavinaw area, and then back on over to south of J, there's still big, big chunks of hail falling from the sky. So if you are in these areas, we do think that this continues to be a very, very dangerous storm, and a lot of hail damage is going to be reported besides the tornado damage, unfortunately. So this continues to be a storm that has not tried to change a whole lot. We still have the damage potential from around the Bull Hollow area. All right, so with that, let's also take a bigger view for a minute,
Yes.
and you can see what's going on here. A new severe thunderstorm warning. Sequoia is on these storms. Aaron, do you have some?
Yeah, Sequoia has noticed the lowering on that southern storm there northwest of Eufaula.
Okay. Does he have any? Probably, I don't suppose there's enough lightning for that at this point. Does he have enough lightning to get a picture of that? It looks, well, he's driving right now, is he?
Yeah.
Looks like he's driving.
Parked. No, he's pulled.
He's parked. Okay. Let's look at REM 33. So this is down at Lake Eufaula area. So he's parked. He's looking back, looks like to his northwest. And we'll see if we see a lightning strike here for a second. So he has a lowered cloud base right in, imagine probably, oops, I was standing right in the middle of the picture. I'll get out of the picture there. So that's what we have to watch out for. Again, if you're south and you're getting a thunderstorm, we have a tornado watch in effect for you guys now that has been added. So the tornado watch is in effect. All right, don't see anything right this second. Let's go back to radar where he's located. Thanks, Sequoia, for that shot. And so here's what he's seeing. This is now a severe thunderstorm warning. And so this is where it's kind of trying to rotate a little bit. It's right where the radar beam is messed up. Isn't that crazy? There's a water tower up near Inola that is affecting that. That's pretty strange that it has to hit right in there. Hail core is coming up. So we're getting hail. We're going to get some big hail probably out of that. Just south of Pierce, east of Lena. Yep, starting to show up. So this storm is probably going to get strengthened because it is strengthening. And Stacia, what do you think you have on a storm track with that since we're just starting here?
Yeah, we can do a storm track on that, Trav. So those are moving more to the northeast. And of course, they're more discreet. So we're going to see what can happen with this. And Sequoia's down watching it. But these storms are going to head up towards Shakota. And so as they move up to the northeast, they're going to be about 35, 40 miles per hour. So I'm going to just track it here from, I'm going to say the start of that hail core. And we'll track it up towards Warner. That'll include Shakota by 12:58, and then Rentisville by 1:03. Warner probably within the next half hour because my track goes 30 minutes. So for Warner on the west side of town in 30 minutes, Dutchess Landing by 1:05, Trav. And they did go ahead and extend the tornado warning now up through Delaware County over into Arkansas. And Trav, I think, we had the Bull Hollow tornado and then another circulation developed just west of Concord.
Okay.
It's kind of been the story with this storm since Osage County, but it looks like that's kind of what happened up in Delaware County. Okay,
so it's recycling itself. So that does not, I guess, surprise us is right as we continue to have the issues associated with that. We also have that tornado warning now will be expanded and continued from Concord all the way into northwestern Arkansas. So that'll be in Benton County in northwest Arkansas. So that's going to cover Siloam Springs, as Stacia was mentioning. Some of the issues associated with this continue to be the amount of cycling it is doing and what it's coming around to. So the radar is still very active in this area with an active tornado warning. So we want you to be advised for what's happening there as the cycle continues, unfortunately. Also, can we go up to Chautauqua County? And look at that tornado warning here, because that tornado warning now has been inclusive of northern Osage County. And this is wrapped up. So this is east of Cedarvale now. And so this is to the west-southwest of Sedan, Kansas. You can just tell what's going on with this storm. You can just tell it looks like it's something weird's going on, and it is. This is a very, very strong storm. And you see a tighter gradient right in here. So this is on the state line where we could have a tornado just west of Elgin, west of Chautauqua. If you're in this area, you do need to be very, very careful. If this doesn't have a tornado, you're going to have some awful wind damage with this. So this is cycled up and going strong at this particular moment. And so that's around the Elgin area and moving eastward. Chautauqua, late night thunderstorms. This is just not a good situation. There should be enough lightning that you should be illuminated. I think our guys, don't we have some, are we trying to intercept some of those cells?
Alan and Brandon are heading to that storm.
Okay. Yep. And we got a lot of wind, a lot of hail. Stacia, I was just looking at some of what's going on. What do you have for us on that?
Trav, this track is east, right along the state line at about 40, and so that's going to take it over to Bollinger Landing by 12:54. Elgin, we want you in your safe spot now. It's just a few miles west of town for Hickory Hill at 1 o'clock. And then also, Trav, want to mention that Caney, Kansas, not included in the tornado warning, but if this storm continues due east, that could take it into Caney, and that would be with here in the next 30 minutes. But Peru, on the north end of this, Peru's going to get some hail coming through town, 102 for you. Hula by 106, Niates by 107.
All right, and Concord, if you're off on the eastern side of the state, man, I tell you what, you got a nasty storm that just blew into your area. And so it's like everybody continues to get kind of hammered. These are supercells. If you notice, they're all by themselves. We've got reports that came out of Cowley County, Kansas, with trees, power lines knocked down from all of that, from that storm that's now over in Chautauqua County. And so that's part of the problem there, too. Wow, what a night it is for some of these things. The tornado warning also for the eastern side of our viewing area. From southern Delaware, and then that's western Benton County, northwest Arkansas. That's till 1:30 in the morning for this storm. So Concord hammered right now. This is a probable tornado. If it isn't, it is very close to it. And it's cycled, as Stacia said. So that is moving eastward. Excuse me. And Ron, hey, can Ron talk to us right now? Because he should be able to almost see what's going on there. Ron, can you, I know you got trees deluxe, but what do you have for us?
I do have trees, Travis. You're exactly right. I'm trying to look back to the northeast, back toward Concord. There's a lot of lightning, a whole lot of lightning, so it's a pretty intense storm, but I do not see any power flashes at this time.
Okay.
Hang on. I think it may be still on the ground, Travis. I think it still may be on the ground in front of me.
Okay.
Let's look at my video.
Yep, well, let's stay with it here for a minute and see what's going on. We're near Concord right now. So we're curving around a little bit of a curve here.
I do see a cone, but I couldn't tell if it's on the ground, Travis. I could not tell.
Okay, another flash of lightning that was really fast there. Couldn't really see. Let's say it is, because it looks awful nasty. We're looking up an elevation a ways into it, but it is a very, very strong, nasty storm, and it just won't quit. It's had a history, so I don't know any reason why it wouldn't. Ron, thank you. We'll let you see. Here's Ron. Here's where the winds are the strongest again, moving across this area. And there's Concord and hail associated with that. So this is a move through the city, and so he'll be able to come in behind it. So there could be a tornado right here with this at this particular moment from Concord to the east. Any new data coming in out of Pryor or out of Claremore? Megan, are you hearing anything, or Richard?
Claremore police are saying they're having a problem with people looking loose.
So we still got a lot of people. Okay, man. If you have friends so we got people running around Claremore right now that shouldn't be running around trying to get first responders. Police, it was police officers or Claremore police? Claremore police saying, please don't drive around. They're trying to figure out what's going on themselves. So again, please be advised.
And Kevin's reporting that several agencies from different surrounding communities have responded to Claremore and are there as well.
Merging in, okay. And at least 10,000 customers now. That popped up, which we thought it probably would with that. So again, we have two parts of this storm we don't like. The one is this move through Concord, probable tornado. Right in here. We have the other part, the Bull Hollow part. I don't know what's going on with that. Is there even circulation with that part? Yeah, there is. So they both have circulation things going on. Doesn't look quite as intense as this thing. This thing has not ended. So now we're east of Concord. So tornado warning continuing for you guys. So this is going around wherever we're going to call it, Tunis, and then Cherokee City. That's moving over into Arkansas. If you are here, please be in a safe place. Likely tornado. If not, wind damage is going to be a high risk. Ron, is that Ron? Ron, go ahead.
Yeah, there is power flashes, Travis. It's either the really high wind or it's still on the ground, Travis. But there is power flashes to my north and east. North and east,
okay. That matches up with the circulation feature that's right there. So that's what we're going to be dealing with. So again, please still be in cover right here. And Ron is just right behind there from Concord and looking back into it as that circulation continues right in here. Stacey, you want to do one more storm track? I know that we're just moving into Arkansas, but what do you have?
Well, it's ready to go, Trav. I did our time of arrival tool, so taking this over to Gentry, Arkansas, that's going to be about 102. I sped it up to about 45 miles per hour, and you can see that the winds have already kind of outrun my track there. So those strong winds are now from 490 Road down to State Highway 16, just a couple of miles to the west west of the state line, just west of Cherokee City, getting to Gentry, though, by 102.
That's still, I mean, that is just tightened up. I know we have a tornado. I mean, it's just got to be a tornado again. Yeah, I mean, I say I know, but I don't know because it's elevated. But boy, it sure looks bad for here. Ron's really close to that, and I know he's Curry Road and stuff like that. But this is probably a tornado. Pretty good indication. Don't like that. So that's looks like that could be some debris. Kind of hard to see. Could be. So that's what we're experiencing right now. Maybe not. But this is right in here. I mean, it's just rotating around. It hasn't stopped. Tornado. Again, near Concord, you should be in cover. And if you're east, as Stacia just mentioned, gotta be in cover. This is not stopping. This is a Supercell Deluxe that just won't quit. And so that's moving to the east. Ron, one more time, we got to go up and check out Chautauqua County. What do you have for us right now? One more time as you're going in Concord.
Yeah, I'm still seeing power flashes, Travis. It's still someone. It's either, again, probably still on the ground. There's another big one right there. So it's still on the ground causing damage, Travis. Back to you.
Yeah, okay. Did we have his video? Is his video up? Okay, there it is. Okay, now. All right, we're looking. I'm going to stay on your video for just a second, Ron. Just holler if you see it, because we'll see it about a second later. So, again, he's looking to the east, and he's moving into Concord. It is now east of Concord. So that's what we're going to continue. I mean, it's dark 30. That's all we can say. And so it's real hard, but we see power flashes, and that makes all the difference because you can spot them a lot easier. Hail size is, let's take a look at one more thing here. So this is what's wrapped up, and then we have that secondary one that's two. So there, we have two cells here that are monster, and so this first one has a tornado, and that's moving into northwest Arkansas. This second one has circulation feature, large hail as well. And can I have one more velocity on this one? So there's still a circulation feature that's like to the northwest of Ron. Hey, Ron, I know you can't see this, but before we leave, can you look back to your northwest just a little bit? And can you see if you see anything? Yeah, I know it's a lot of trees.
Actually, Travis, that's what I was just fixing to do. I just turned to the left and was just seeing back toward behind me. Looks like there's another area of circulation back there behind me, Travis.
There is. It's not quite as strong as the one to the east, where there's more likely a tornado just west of Cherokee City. But there is. So just be aware, kind of keep your head on a swivel right over here. All right, Ron, we'll be back to you. Holler at us if there's something else going on. We got to go over and see what's going on up in Kansas and northern Osage County. What do you have, Stacia?
Travis, the storm up in northwestern Osage County and just riding along the Kansas-Oklahoma line. It's moving to the east at about 40. That could take it, again, right into Caney. Caney not included in the tornado warning right now, but that will probably be changing as it does move east. So right now that circulation just to the northwest of Elgin, northeast of Elgin, northwest of Chautauqua, north of Bollinger Landing, moving to the east, getting into Caney by 112, Copan by 116, continuing on from there to potentially Tyro, Noxie, South Coffeyville. Coffeyville, we want you paying attention to this. Again, the storm is still back into the northern portions of Osage County, north of Lake Hula, and then also south of Chautauqua County, Kansas, kind of wrapped up there pretty good northeast of Elgin. And that's coming into Chautauqua. So if you live around Chautauqua, if you live close to State Highway 99 from the Oklahoma-Kansas line back up to 166, want you in that safe spot now. Trav?
All right, thanks. And yeah, that circulation up there, that is nasty. What's going on up there? And so again, that's another big supercell. These are monster storms. I haven't looked at echo tops. Can we, Megan, could you look at that on radar scope, echo tops for the storm that that's upcoming out of Wichita, because I know that has to be blowing up in the atmosphere so far. But again, if you're in this area, not good. Stacia just said massive hail right there. Let's go down south for a minute, and where Sequoia's got his storm. We do not have a tornado, but we do have the tornado watch. Notice some cells have fired back up again on the east side of Tulsa, northeast side of town. So these are blowing up in Claremore, of all things. You don't need that happening. Is Kevin where you could talk for a second? Hey, Kevin, update from you in Claremore. And also, are you getting lightning or are you getting a thunderstorm again? Oh, yeah. Kevin, you there? Kevin. One more time. Kevin. He's probably looking for the mute button. Okay. 40,000, 45? To 50,000 feet? Okay. And you can almost add another 5,000 on top of that, usually on those on that. So, again, these are huge thunderstorms that are going up there. Is Kevin there now?
He said he's working on something.
Oh, he is? Okay, sorry. All right, here's Sequoia and thunderstorm. Here's his storm. Does that have looks like it's still got a little bit, it's got some hail associated with that, another one near Summit. And then you can see what's going on here over the lake. So near Onapa. Just south of Onapa is a hail core. Sequoia's running into that right now. So that's a storm. No circulation, though, to speak of on that you saw?
Anything.
Doesn't say anything. Yep. Okay, good. Again, tornado watch, though, for this area down south. All right.
We have Kevin now.
Okay, Kevin, quick update from you. Claremore, getting more rain, thunder. What's going on?
Yeah, the lightning picked up quite a bit there for a minute. It's died back off right now. Getting some light rain at the moment, but other than that, that's about it. Other than they're trying to get roads blocked off, and there's just a tremendous amount of traffic out here right now, Travis.
Okay. All right. Thanks. Appreciate that. Again, if you know anybody that's trying to run around, just tell them, please wait. All right, let's go back to east and take a look at our tornado one more time. So this is moving into Arkansas, so we're right toward the end of it. So this is Cherokee City, and pretty high probability we still have a tornado right in this zone. Tornado warning has been extended to the east, so you see the circulation feature is still big rotation. Yeah.
Bob's driveway is blocked by a tree.
Oh, Bob is?
And his driveway is blocked by a tree.
Wow. Okay. In Owasso. Yeah. So he's a Owasso area. All right. So this is still tornado. You can see the rotating part of this. This is the state line, so we're probably going to drop here in just a moment or two, the tornado coverage. But please, if you're east of this and you're watching us somehow, let's do one more storm track if you could for the folks there, if you would. And we have to reshift our focus then to the east a little bit.
Yeah, so we'll take this track here from just west of Cherokee City, and we're going to move it to the east at about 35. So that's going to take it over into Arkansas at that point, and then continuing on. Let's see here, about 35. So for Decatur, you're looking at 112, and then for Springtown, 115, Logan by 120. It's still on the Oklahoma side, but again, it's very, very close to the Oklahoma line by a mile or so. So for folks in Cherokee City, they need to be in their safe spot now, and Decatur and Gentry also need to do the same. This will continue on to Highfill and Eagle Corner. That's going to be by 119. Trav?
All right, thanks. I appreciate that. So we do have another report coming in from Jaden, who is in Claremore right now. Jaden, what have you been able to find out, and what's going on in Claremore at this time?
Well, it was a little busy, a little difficult to get into the Claremore area. We're at Highway 66 and J.M. Davis, where they have it blocked off. There, a couple cars are coming through, but they have it blocked off right over here because there are some down power lines through Highway 66 on both sides of the highway. A lot of people are kind of rerouting through the quick trip back there. There is no power out there, but there are a ton of first responders out here. I've been hearing the sirens left and right and seeing them come through, barrel through, and they are just trying to redirect some of the traffic. They're sending a lot of people into U-turns back out south of Claremore, just trying to get people out of the area. So they're asking, if you do not have a reason to be out here, if you're just coming to look at some of the damage, please do not come into the area, so that way first responders can come in, do their jobs, and just kind of help find people and get Claremore back up and running while they can. We will stay out here in Claremore, kind of discover more of the damage as it comes, and we'll have more reports back in a little bit.
All right, thanks, Jaden. Appreciate it very, very much. And we're looking now just north and west of Copan and west of Juan. And this is a nasty storm wrapped up tightly. We do believe we have a tornado in this area, if not serious wind damage going on. Alan is intercepting that. Here's Alan right here. Alan, if you can, you're getting ready to run into near Copan. What does that look like to you from where your location is?
Travis, we're about to hit a clearing. We got a pretty good lowering up here, back off to our northwest. I can't really tell how far down it goes, but there's definitely a pronounced lowering off in the distance. We're going to get a little bit closer and get you a better view when we get
Yeah. Okay. Yep. There's going to have to be on that one, because that is one nasty storm for you guys, for our friends up on the north side. Let's take a look at radar again, and you can see the wind damage is potential on radar is really, really high right now, coming in on Hewlett and already from Hickory Hill, Whippoorwill areas. The station, can you give us another storm track?
I can. So the circulation trap is just on the Kansas side, right around Chautauqua and State Highway 99. But again, tornado or not, you still have really strong winds and you still have damage potential, and it's moving east at about 45. So that will take it over to Hewlett now, but Owen by 112, Caney by 113, Juan by 123, along with Tyro and Noxie about the same time. So the strong winds will continue to push out of far northeastern Osage County, should cross in the far northern portions of Washington County from Copan back up to the north, right along Highway 75. So get ready for a blast of wind here in the next about 15 minutes, Trav.
Okay, wow, just amazing night of tornadoes here. I wasn't going to, but let's go back over in the northeast corner of the state if you could. Oh, wait, what do you have, Aaron?
Ron has some damage in Colcord on the north side of town.
He does. Okay. Hey, Ron, we've got that storm. That tornado is just moving across the state line right now near Cherokee City, just running into this area. Yeah. Oh, awful tight. Man, that's still awful tight. There's going to be a tornado with this, and if not, it's a serious wind damage or tornado could happen anytime. Ron, give us an update from Colcord, if you would. What do you have?
Yes, Travis, I'm on the north side of Concord, and there's trees down. I don't see any house damage, but a lot of big limbs and trees are down. They were just moving a tree across the road that when I pulled into town. So I'm going to go through here and see what I can find. Travis, back to you.
Okay, hoping and praying for a lot of folks right now. And Megan, you have, what is that you have there on Links 1? What is that?
You'll give me 1 second, I'll show you.
Oh, okay, that just coming in, I guess. Okay. All right, that's some damage in Claremore. All right, so this is now moving across the state line. This is Cherokee City, basically on the state line with Arkansas. You ready? You do? Okay, can you get, we'll have you have a mic. Is your mic, do you have a mic on?
You can talk into mine.
Yeah, you can talk into Stacia's mic here right now. So.
Well, I don't have anything to say about this picture except that you can see power lines down and trees, and a lot of reports at this time are about how a lot of power lines are down. I know you've already mentioned for folks that are trying to, of course, get to their family, their friends, let first responders do that because we do have a lot of power lines down. And then I'll advance us to the next one.
Okay, and I see the roof is off of that building. Oh.
Yeah, this is the Claremore Baptist Church, so missing a roof.
Wow. That's a huge church, too, downtown, or on the south side of downtown, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Wow, I've been there. And that is a massive, like I said, it's a very, very large church building. And you can see the roof. Oh, man. So this is what's going on. And, again, it's just the damage from the tornadoes. Awful year for us as far as tornadoes. And praying for folks. Hopefully we find everybody safe. But search and rescue, is that still going on? Still happening at this time? Okay. All right, so let's go back to radar at this point and see what's happening now. This is the last of this tornado update I think we're going to do, because this is now northwest Arkansas, Bentonville areas just over. You can see Gentry, Arkansas, Highfill, and that's not too far from the airport. Let's go over. Where's Bentonville? Can you go back to the east? Right there. Okay. So this storm, unfortunately, is moving into Bentonville, Arkansas. If you have friends, I used to have some friends that lived in Bentonville. And I'd be calling them right now, just making sure that they have knowledge that this thing won't end. And so let's go on up to the other storm. But again, Bentonville, be advised, friends up there, what's going on. New tornado warning. Allen's, boy, that's extended now northern Washington County into northern Nowata County. This is a bad, bad storm at this point. Massive hail with this circulation feature showing up here. Winds of 100 miles an hour or more experiencing with this likely, and the core of this storm. This is a terrible storm. You need to take cover if you're in advance of this. Alan's coming up on it. Alan, update from you. Can you give us an idea of what you see at this point? Because if there isn't a tornado, it's going to do as much damage as tornado. What do you have? Hey,
right now we've got.
Okay, go ahead.
You talking to Alan or Bob?
I was talking to Alan.
Okay, yeah, we're out here. I guess just right in the Copan area, we're looking directly northwest, and we see pronounced lowering. We've got winds about 25 miles an hour, gust 35s, and just kind of keep a close eye on it. Looks like there's some hail and there's some strong winds coming right at us. Back to you.
Okay, thanks. And so we're looking at wind potential that's going to be awfully high. So Hula, I mean, you guys just take cover once again because this is a bad storm coming through. Aaron, did you have some?
Brandon is also reporting the sirens are going off in South Coffeyville.
In South Coffeyville. Okay, so he's over there. I see the B barely right over here. Okay, so if it isn't a tornado, it's close to it. This is north of Bartlesville, and this is moving east. This is a terrible storm. Station, what do you have on a storm tracker right now?
We'll track this east right along the Oklahoma-Kansas line at about 45. That's going to take it over around Copan, which the sirens are also going off in Copan right now. Really strong wind. Circulation is right on the state line, but you still have this kind of bowing segment from Hula back now crossing over into far northwestern Washington County, northwest of Copan. That is really strong wind coming in. So for Copan, Juan, Caney included in our track. Caney 115, Tyro would be about 130, along with Elliott at 134, Noxie, Juan, all in the track, and then South Coffeyville Trav is in the next 30 minutes as well. It looks like the Wichita office did a severe thunderstorm warning for southern Montgomery County.
Okay, as circulation now appears to be just on the south side there. All right, this is a bad storm. Aaron, did you have something? Did you? Oh, were you talking to me? Oh, you're talking to the station. Okay. Excuse me. One more thing. I'm going to mention just about the storm over in Arkansas, because that's going to be kind of scary for the folks there. We do have a confirmed large tornado that's over there. Just want to point that out. So that's moving into Decatur, which is, this is getting to be a very highly populated northwest Arkansas. So again, we're praying for the folks over here because this is not good. And that is still moving over toward Bentonville. So again, that could be debris right in here. So that means, but they have confirmed a large tornado moving in on Decatur. All right, northwest Arkansas. Okay, back into our area and a broader picture if we could for a minute. So we do have the severe thunderstorms down to the south. There's a confirmed tornado, so that's blinking at this point. Tornado watch still east of Tulsa primarily. You can see not much going on Tulsa to the west. The worst storm by far is the one that is to the north. These are the two really nasty storms at this moment. We do have Allen that's really close to it again. Allen, I'd like to get another update from you. If you're in Caney, you got to take cover right now. This is a very powerful storm back into the area. So this would be the primary circulation right along there. Alan, if you can, what are you looking at right to your northwest?
We're still watching an approach. We're up to about 35-mile-an-hour winds now. I haven't seen any pendants or anything hanging down that gives me an idea we might have a funnel just yet, but it's some interesting, scary-looking clouds for sure. We're going to keep a close eye on it. All
right. Are you getting very much lightning? I mean, granted, I'm kind of not seeing a lot of lightning, or is there... Oh, there it is. Finally, I saw a flash. All right, so that's a lowered, that's pretty much, does it look like a shelf cloud coming at you at this point? Alan?
Yeah, sorry, we are getting quite a bit of lightning. It's off the distance. I'm trying to reset this camera to give you a little bit better perspective now. I've got a street light. I think it's confusing.
Yeah, the focus is out.
We are getting a significant amount to give us a backdrop, some lights. We can see the cloud structure behind it.
Okay, yeah, that light didn't help there. Can you shut your lights off for a second? Just shut your total lights off, if that's possible, without getting hit, obviously. And try to, okay, can you shut your front lights off for a minute? Alan, talking to you. Alan Hancock, can you hear me? Do you have his audio up?
Sorry.
Yeah, okay, there you are. Okay, do you have your lights?
I was hearing other audio going on.
Yeah, I did too. Can you shut your headlights off for a second?
Yeah, they're off. We're getting a bunch of residual from the street light, I think.
Oh, are you? Okay. So,
I'll
okay.
reposition real quick, see what we can get for you.
Okay, but here, I'm going to just show folks, so this is the cloud base right there. Okay, there you're going to move. All right, and so it looks like a shelf cloud almost coming on in, and so that's going to blast you with some really strong winds. Well, let's go back to radar while he's doing that. So here's Alan, and so this is the what's coming in. Look, this is off surface, but that gives you an indication of how strong winds are. They could be they're just off the surface, probably around 100 miles an hour, and that could be near surface. So this is going to be a blast of wind. There's hail, huge hail, Caney, right now, bad storm. Stacia, if you could give us another storm track on this thing. This is crazy how powerful this storm is.
This is a potent storm. Ooh. And National Weather Service, they went with 80-mile-per-hour winds on the Kansas side for that severe thunderstorm warning. So that is also prompting some of the cities to turn on their sirens for tonight. But Caney, golf ball size hail reported. It's moving east at about 40, 45. So for Caney, we're still watching circulation back to your west. I know you're getting hail now, but the circulation just a couple miles back to the west, that's coming in here in the next 2 minutes or so. We want you in a safe spot if you're in Caney down to Copan, because these are really strong winds coming in. So that centermost part of your home on the lowest level, find that now if you're not already there. It will continue on to Tyro and Noxie and South Coffeyville within the next half hour for South Coffeyville. Tyro, you're looking at 125, Deering by 134. Trav.
All right, thanks. National Weather Service saying again, wind radar estimates over there in that northwest Arkansas storm are near EF2, EF3. Got to pray for folks over there. Again, high population area that tornado is going into. And we're going to have to deal with this here in Caney right now. Alan, if you have a shot again for me, can you give me another update so we can take a look at that, please? Okay.
You bet. We've got, it looks like it's trying to lift up a little bit over here. We had lowering down pretty good now. It's starting to raise up. Off to our northwest, it may be trying to act a little crazy, so I'm going to reposition once again and try and see if I can find something over there.
Okay, hang on. Hang on for a second, Al. If you would, just go along this leading edge for a second, because you'll have to back up a little bit so you don't get in the middle of that and then we lose you. But just turn your camera to the right just a little bit if you would. And you notice right along this leading edge here, what do you have for winds going into that right now?
42.
Okay. So again, strong winds coming into that, and so you can kind of see how ragtag it is along the bottom of that. So that's a concern as we look at what's happening there. So there could be a tornado that could form. Again, that looks like a lowered area that I just saw there. Was that it? Right. It looks like a. Yeah. Look on the right side, Al. Is that what you're seeing? Is that lowered base over there on the right side?
Sure. There definitely is a lowered base off to our right side, and that's directly northwest of our current position.
Okay.
Probably looking towards somewhere between Hula and Caney.
Okay, thanks, buddy. Appreciate it. Let's get you repositioned. I appreciate what's going on there. So he's looking right into this lowered area, which would be most likely the center of the circulation, just right near Caney and just south of Caney, just across the state line. And that is moving east, and that's where the strongest winds are showing up. Again, this is kind of distant from the Wichita radar and from the Tulsa radar site, but it's still now moving across the areas really close to where he is located. Can you give us another update, Stacia?
Yes, and so I still think that track, Trav, is about 40 now, kind of coming into Caney right at this point in time. So we want you in your safe spot now. We want you in that centermost part of your home. These are really strong winds coming in, and as Alan had mentioned, potential lowering there on the southwest side of Caney. So this storm is going to continue to the east, and even really strong winds now along Highway 75. So you're going to get blasted from Copan back up to the north here, and then that will track across northern Washington County. That will also take it into northern Nowata County. Up around the Tyro area and Havana, you've had 50-mile-per-hour winds. You also have hail potential around Tyro. That will then move over to Deering and into Coffeyville. But the rotation, the strong winds, that's all kind of right on the state line. That's moving to the east at about 40. So that's going to take it over to South Coffeyville here by 138. And then Deering a little sooner. Again, the hail coming in soon, or hail coming in first, but your strong winds by 132. South Coffeyville again in line for this, Trav, by 138.
Okay, thank you so much. I appreciate that. And as we look at what's going on, the only other thing that happened, we did have a report of 2-inch diameter size hail down northeast of Lake Eufaula, and just west of Texana Road, Dutchess Landing area. So a couple of chunks of hail falling there, and that's where Sequoia has been watching that storm as that's moving to the northeast. Doesn't look like much for as far as hail, but we did get a 2-inch diameter size hail. So Sequoia is going to continuing to intercept what's going to go on with this. Is there anything? I don't see anything of circular or rotating.
No.
Not really going on. Okay. Tornado watch continues in effect for, again, southeastern Oklahoma. That includes Lake Eufaula, but that storm is moving away from you. Additional showers. Storms up into areas of Wagner County, but not severe. We do have another tornado, possibly 2 of them, and a tornado and an anticyclonic tornado going on. This is continuing to move to the east, so this is going towards Bentonville. So, again, these are the 2 going on. Just did it backwards, probably. But that's, again, over Decatur. And we also have tornado debris signatures on this. Is this not, 2 tornadoes right now, northwest Arkansas, debris on both of them. And one's anticyclonic. And we had this happen before. This is a storm that, man, you don't see very often. And it's David Payne and KWTV, our sister station in Oklahoma City, had some crazy storms over the course of the last couple of weeks in southwest Oklahoma, but I think we're trying to rival that with what's going on here because these storms are just wacky. And so this is northwest Arkansas. So just wanted to point this out. Again, if you have friends in northwest Arkansas and our signal goes into northwest Arkansas for some folks, you are not in a good place. Be safe. Decatur, back to the northwest. Heading on over if you have friends. Again, Bentonville. Tell them to get to a place of safety. I'm sure sirens are going off. They should hear about it. All right, back to our storms that we're more concerned with. Allen's real close to the, again, a huge hail looks like going on west of Coffeyville around Tyro at this time. And, oh, my. So, again,
The police department said 80.
80-mile-an-hour winds at Caney?
From the police department.
From the police? Okay. 80-mile-an-hour winds with this. Allen's just Megan, do you know if Allen's headed back west or east on 60? Or I mean on, that's not 60, on just to the east.
That's 10.
That's 10. I couldn't even think of what it was. So Allen's right along that edge. Allen, if you're there, can you give me an update? Are you right on that edge of the wind?
We are. We got measured winds about 48 miles an hour. We are cruising back east on 10, like you said. And we got an eye at the sky just to the left of us. We're kind of trying to keep pace with it and trying to find us a decent spot, make sure it's not going to misbehave on us right now.
Okay, thanks. Appreciate it. Hey, all right, let's take a look. Again, let's do a quick storm track, and I think Jaden has an update for us out of Claremore. So that's a nasty storm. Copan, you guys getting hammered again, 80-mile-an-hour winds or more. That's going to knock out a lot of power for you guys. What do you have, Station?
And it's moving still to the east at about, I'm going to pick it up to 50 because sometimes when you have these Boeing segments, it can speed up on you. So for Juan, you're looking at 124, Noxie by 130, Elliott by 135, and again, South Coffeyville, this blasting into town by 137.
Okay, thank you so much. Rotations is still there. Radar still seeing rotating part of this storm, but winds are going to be acting just as bad as a tornado. So if you're in these areas, please be advised of what's going on with these cells. All right, let's go back to Claremore and see what's happening at this particular moment. In Claremore, the rain is now moving back out, fortunately. Jaden is there. Jaden, if you would, give us an update on what you're hearing out of Claremore.
Yeah, Travis, behind me are some downed power lines that are going through a shopping center right here just off of Highway 66 next to the Chick-fil-A. But you can see they have just come completely down through the entire parking lot. They have the parking lot blocked off all the way through. So just try to stay out of the area. They're going to work to get these power lines back up, but they are just completely down. There's some down across the street at the Quick Trip as well. And once again, first responders are asking people to stay out of the area and look out for them if you are beginning to drive into the area. We did see someone almost drive into the power line. So we will have more for you out here in Claremore in a little bit.
All right. Thank you, Jaden. Appreciate it. Reporting in Claremore. And we do have some pictures that have come into us from out of Claremore. You guys have it. This is a look of some of the damage that's showing up here. And you can see some roofs taken off of, apparently, that looks like a home right there. So the tornado damage that we're seeing, again, we're going to see probably a lot of that, unfortunately, coming up. A lot of folks probably have had homes that have a significant damage. And so that's just like 3 pictures of what's going on there. To the north and to the west, that's where we find our storm trackers trying to get on this next storm. And hopefully we don't have a tornado, but it is wrapped up still. And so we are now east of Caney. And a blast of wind has been coming with this. And Brandon is kind of seeing it from another perspective. Brandon, if you would, from your perspective as what you're looking at, can you give us an idea of what that looks like? Is that a shelf cloud coming at you the way it looks at this point?
Travis, right now, we're just in a bad spot. Yeah, it looks real flat. We're not getting any winds right now. We're just going to be to the south of Coffeyville. Pretty good lightning show, but we're watching it very closely, Travis.
Yeah, okay. Thanks, appreciate it. And Alan's right along that edge there. He's at 1. So the guys are picking this up. And so we've got the tornado warning again. Northern portions of Washington County. It's pretty much out of Osage County at this point. We still have, I'm sure, some strong winds there. But the circulation feature, tightest, Tyro down to Cotton Valley and just northwest of 1, east of Caney. And so that's what we're going to keep our eyes on. And Brandon, if you can, that's just about 10 miles to your west-northwest. So that could be near Coffeyville, South Coffeyville here in a little bit. Aaron, is he going to move north, or what do you have him doing? And Stacia, is that moving due east, or is that moving east-southeast?
The circulation's pretty much due east. It stayed right on the state line.
Okay.
Quite a while now.
All right. So is that... I guess they're talking right now, so we won't bug them. You going to move him east, or is that?
Yeah, the plan is to move those guys east. One of them will probably go down to 10, and depending on what the circulation does, maybe one up to 166. But it'll depend on, we'll see what this does as it rolls east.
Yeah, because that's going to be close to South Coffeyville, since that's moving due east. So, okay. All right. So, again, that's up in northern portions, just northeast of Bartlesville. So that's missing Bartlesville at this time. Heavy rain and thunderstorms, though, are not, as that continues to show up as a major player. So that's what we're seeing right now with a severe thunderstorm in that area. And, Stacia, if you would, let's have one more update on what's happening with that.
Yeah, Trav. So I have 2 tracks for this monster storm up in southeast Kansas and far north Oklahoma. We're talking about really large hail. We're also talking about 80-mile-per-hour winds and rotation with it. So for the hail core that's coming into Deering now, you could potentially have golf ball or even larger size hail. Deering now, Coffeyville by 131. And potentially saying north of South Coffeyville, but South Coffeyville is in line for some really strong winds. And the wind feature with this from the circulation, which is just south of Tyro, extending down to 1 is where we have really strong winds where you can get up to 80 miles per hour, especially back towards Copan, kind of as those rear flank downdraft winds come in. But Noxie by 130, South Coffeyville by 138 for the really, really damaging wind potential here, and Lenapaw by 140, Trav.
All right. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. So once again, so much stuff going on tonight across the area. We have had tornadoes touch down and unfortunately do a tremendous amount of damage east of Owasso into Claremore, and then also in the Pryor area, and then extending on over to Colcord. And Aaron, do you know what's Ron's situation? What did he end up with, and any other data that you can give us? What was that? I can't hear you. Wrong button.
Wrong button. It's getting late at night. I'm about to circle back to him. I haven't heard any new details since the last time I talked to him about it, but I will find out and give you a further update here momentarily.
Okay, thank you so much. We're getting quite a few reports. Madison has sent us in some information. The Claremore First Baptist Church, which we showed, was right in the middle of downtown, that lost its roof as well. Huge power lines down over Highway 20 right outside Claremore going towards Pryor. So there's just a lot of just a lot of bad things have happened. So that's what we're hoping and praying that we haven't heard of injuries as of yet. But and God willing, we won't hear of anything like that. But there is a pretty good chance that we're going to end up with some folks that, and we want you to stay away from power lines and don't drive into power lines. We do see quite a bit of damage reports that have come in. And do you have something, Aaron?
Yeah, he said that there is definitely damage on the north side of Colcord, and then another nearby community that he's checking out as well that has some damage.
Okay, and just for an update as well, as you're looking at the bigger picture, we continue to see tornado warnings issued for Benton County, Arkansas, so that there is a chance that tornado, hopefully, it's still a tornado warning for Benton County, Northwest Arkansas, but it could have lifted, yeah.
Brandon has a better shot of that now.
Okay, Brandon, if you would, show us what you got, what's going on with this storm here in northern Nowata County, would you?
Yeah, sure thing, Travis. So we're just off 169 on East-West Road, 4 Road. We're looking back to the northwest into this. Right now we're averaging winds 14 to 20, and those are out of the east-southeast, and you can see there in our shot, right there above the tree line, there's a nice inflow feeder band, and then right to the right of it, there's a bowl. So we got to watch that area very closely, Travis.
Okay, yeah, because that thing isn't giving up. And, it's kind of interesting. We'll see how the inflow into that storm continues. So Brandon's got that right there. Alan's just staying up with it at this point. Alan, quick update from you. Do you have an update for us?
Travis, nothing pertinent right now. We're keeping pretty good pace on it, but we haven't been in a position where we can get a good camera view for you. Keep an eye on it, though. There's nothing that's getting even close to the ground just yet.
All right. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it very much. Let's go and take a look again. The active weather continues across the areas to the north. Bigger picture, Coffeyville, you're going to get hammered here with some big hail. And so this is kind of wrapping up in itself. So any place that you see this black area, this is looking at some really, I hate to say gargantuan hail, but very large hail. And this is our radar in the latest. So there's huge hail showing up from Tyro, Deering, Coffeyville, South Coffeyville at this point. So I'm glad Brandon's not in that right now. But let's take a look at radar size or hail size if we could and see what we got going on. And you don't see something that big very often of that size.
Brandon.
That is a huge, usually you see the little white things, little white areas. Again, we're talking like massive size hail. And we are warning, in fact, some of the tornado watch criteria earlier tonight had, and you don't see it very often, 5-inch in diameter size hail. That was what some of the algorithms were for the potential hail size. That's I wouldn't be surprised if we get some baseball size hail or larger out of this stuff here cutting across southern Montgomery County. So this is kind of filling in on itself at this particular moment. Big time severe thunderstorm. Still have had a tornado warning associated with that. Still moving off to the east as we're looking at it. Let's look at velocity data if we could and see what we see out of that. And so the tighter, yeah, it's kind of picking up and kind of strange. Let's look at so it's still very, very turbulent. Try wind shear if you could too while we're in the same boat here. So those winds are strong coming in on Brandon. Hey, is Brandon still south of Coffeyville? He's going to get nailed here. We have to get him east here or something. So Brandon, I'm going to get an update. Let me get an update from him, and then let's get him out of there because he's not going to get out of there here in a minute. Brandon, can you give us a quick update, one more, as that's coming in on you?
Yeah, Travis, our inflow's picked up. We're at 25 to 30. This is inflow into the storm. We're about to bust south here on 169 over 210 and move east out of Little Fall. Okay, and I was looking down below. You still, do you have a wall cloud or do you just have a kind of like shelf area? Is that what that looks like? Yeah, it looks more shellfish right now. It looks like this is more going out right now where we're currently at. Right. But we'll keep a close eye on it right now.
Let's get you out of there. Thanks. Appreciate it. So that's both these guys are going to have to reposition. But if you're up in Coffeyville and areas to the west, northwest, massive hail, strong damaging winds in here. Not necessarily a tornado, but it has all the makings for a possible tornado right in that apex area, really close to where the guys are right now. Stacia, if you could give us another storm track, and then we have some pictures coming in from out of Salina, Oklahoma, that we're going to share with you in just a second.
Yeah, so we'll do that storm track here, and I'm going to keep it east still at about 40, 45. So this is going to take it through now Nowata County, the northern portion of the county, and that will take it to Bartlett by 156. And we're kind of in a rural area, but Lenapaw, hopefully you kind of get spared from the brunt of the storm, but you could get blasted still with some really strong winds, especially if we see kind of some resurgence of that on the south end. But Juan right now in the thick of things, Noxie as well, South Coffeyville getting hit at this point. Coffeyville, really large hail in town. So if you're waking up and you're like, what is happening? You have a severe thunderstorm with large hail and even larger hailstones potentially back towards Deering and Tyro. Those are moving east, so those are going to be coming through town as well. And then these storms will eventually make it into northwestern Craig County. That's going to be in the next 30 minutes. For Edna, up in Labette County, you're also looking here at about the next 15 minutes to start to see some hail in town.
All right. Thank you so much. I appreciate that update. And we continue with our tornado coverage and severe weather coverage. Tornado watch continues in effect till 5 a.m. We have a kind of just a big old rotating storm that Stacia was just giving us a storm track update on. We still have our severe thunderstorm warning, I should say, in southern Montgomery County. And that's just a mess of hail and wind and everything else. And then we have our tornado warning in the areas of northern portions of Nowata County. Let's take a look at those pictures coming in out of Salina. And again, look at the damage that shows up here. You can see what appears to be debris, building. Ooh, that's near the downtown area in Salina getting hit. Again, a lot of structural damage right in there. And we said it's just, it's been on the north side. And I don't know what that is in the middle of the street. Does anybody know what that is? Is that part of a building, an air conditioning unit? Traffic light?
Richard thinks a dumpster.
Dumpster?
A trash dumpster, maybe?
Could be, yeah. I mean, it's hard to tell, but it's like, that's some serious damage right in there. So thanks, unfortunately, for those pictures. So that's what's happening right there. Again, a tremendous amount of folks have been affected by tornadoes today or tonight. Primarily here in eastern Oklahoma. We had several brief touchdowns of tornadoes out west where we had a higher risk of tornadoes. Unfortunately, that unfolded and moved to the east. You see Allen and Brandon are near some of the bigger storms. Also, as we look, let's look to the south and widen out for a minute. I'm going to give you a bigger picture. We will. Stacia will.
2.5 in Tyro.
2.5 inch hail? Tyro. Okay, so that's pretty big chunks of hail falling. We're getting the rain out of Claremore, finally. But there are some additional cells that we're trying to kind of hang in there. It's like move, but unfortunately they're near prior. Here's the severe thunderstorm Sequoia has been following, 2-inch diameter size hail. Hey, does Sequoia have anything on that storm, Aaron?
I haven't heard anything.
Haven't? Okay. Still dumping hail there. Stacia, could you give storm track on that possibly?
Yes.
And that's again, I-40. We have tornado watch in effect for this area, so we still have to be watching what's going on here because this is still pretty nasty storm system that's crossing Kerr Reservoir.
Yeah, he said mainly just a little bit of hail, a lot of lightning, some gusty winds, some rain.
Okay, all right.
Nothing too
awful bad. We just have a warning then, I think, for 60-mile-an-hour winds associated with that. And Stacia, I'll let you do that. And I'm going to change my batteries because I've sucked the life out of the batteries here.
Yeah, so this one is warned on, as Trav mentioned, for 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-size hail, as it's tracking now on the north side of Kerr Reservoir. So we're going to move it up to the northeast at about 40, 45. This will take it into Vian, around McKee to Harrison to even Sallisaw. Vian, you're looking at about 140, which is in about 4 more minutes. Harrison by 145, and then continue on to Sallisaw. That'd be by 151. Hanson, 157. Brushy also around 157, and Gans closer to 2 o'clock. So that severe thunderstorm there may see an uptick in the hail potential. Just one of our algorithms. It looks like it's not too bad for hail. It's just maybe that hail core south of Carlisle. So south of I-40, Sequoia's watching that from around the Vian area, looking back to his southwest of this storm. And again, right over the Kerr Reservoir, severe thunderstorm warning and continues until 1:45. So that will include the southeastern parts of Muskogee County and also southwestern Sequoia County. So for Vian and Gore, you're included in the track, but this storm is south of Gore. Again, it's closer to the far north side of the Kerr Reservoir. But hail up to the size of quarters potentially with this storm trav. Looks like that hail core may have just come down in the latest scan as it tracks over to I-40, but 60-mile-per-hour wind potential. And of course, we're watching the hail.
All right, thank you so much. And broader picture of the live radar, if we could. So that's the storm right there. And then there's several more. They're kind of lined up here. And so you see what's going on. So there's some rain and thunderstorms in Cherokee County. And then up around Pryor, that storm's gotten a little heavier. Still have a tornado warning in northwest Arkansas, Bentonville. The good news is we don't have a confirmed tornado right now. Ron's over in that area. And Aaron, does Ron have any new damage information? Okay. He's in the middle of some of that. And so.
Position now, he's going to try to drop a little bit south.
Okay.
Wait for this new storm.
All right. Is Reagan in Claremore right now? Seth? Okay. Okay. Let's go back over by Claremore right now. Reagan Ledbetter is over there. You see the storm, pretty nasty, pretty meaty storm going in on Pryor. So if, again, for you guys that have damage, watch out. Lightning strikes and all that going on. But let's talk to Reagan, who's in Claremore right now. What do you have, Rick?
Yeah, Trav, we just got in here a little bit ago. There's it's chaos out here right now. It's pitch black because the power's out. There's down power lines coming in. We came in on Keatonville Hill down into Claremore because the area over here coming in on 66 is all shut down by Verdigris police. Law enforcement everywhere, ambulances everywhere. We're actually at the Quick Trip coming into town here in Claremore right now. And you can see this is just one of many power lines that are down. These power lines came down on top of the Quick Trip gas pumps. And just in like the 10 minutes that I've been here, I've had to yell at 3 or 4 different drivers who have basically driven almost right into these power lines. There's people out here, volunteers, trying to encourage people to stay out of this area, warn people, but there's power lines down everywhere right now. I've been on the phone with Sheriff Scott Walton, and there's reports of some people trapped at a campground nearby. You know, law enforcement coming into the area trying to help people right now. I know Wagner County Sheriff's Office has offered deputies to come here to help out with the law enforcement needs here right now. But these power lines down is causing a major problem right now. It's hard for people to get around. It's hard to see with it being dark out right now. So we're going to head around the area and figure out some other areas that have been damaged and give you an update pretty soon. Back to you, Travis.
All right. Hey, thanks, Reagan. And we had seen a report on Facebook, I think Megan saw, of some people that could be trapped, you said, at the KOA campgrounds. Is that what you heard? Awesome.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Reagan. Sorry.
Yeah, that's the same thing that I heard. The KOA campgrounds over at the Racino on east of Claremore, over on Highway 20 is where we're hearing that people have been trapped in campers. There's a lot of law enforcement over there right now trying to get people out of there. I've heard heavy equipment has been brought in, campers possibly tipped over. So that's the reports that I'm hearing right now. We do have a crew headed that way or trying to get that way. The problem is there's down trees and power lines, so getting to those areas is tough. I also talked to a deputy who lives here in town. His home took a hit. He's safe, but his home took a lot of damage from this storm that came through. And I was trying to get there, but he said there's no way to get here right now because there's power lines and trees down just getting to his place on Highway 20.
Okay, thank you, Reagan. I appreciate it very, very much. Thanks so much. All right, and we do have, is Calday still online as well? Seth? Okay, let's go to Calday. And we know that the Baptist church there in Claremore was hit. And Cal, what's going on with that? And do you see any other damage around there?
Travis, a lot of widespread damage here along Highway 20. We came down Keatonville Hill. A lot of that area is still in the dark right now, and of course, a lot of power outages. And as you get into town, especially along Patty Page Boulevard onto the other side of the train tracks here, there is a lot of widespread damage. In fact, the actual train track area took a hit here, and they just had to have someone come by and take apart the arms that were stuck in the wrong direction here. And then on the other side, where these ambulances and the first responders are pouring in, is where the First Baptist Church is, and we do understand that building took a hit. There's a lot of damage, especially on this side of the train tracks. We're working to get over in that area, and once we do, we'll be sure to show you the damage there. Back to you.
All right, thanks, Calday. And again, he's in Claremore. Guys are covering what's going on there. We need to talk about the tornado warning that has been extended. We have new severe thunderstorm warning, Cherokee County for these cells. The one Sequoia has been on is down around the Sallisaw area, but the ones that are in Cherokee County, those are moving to the northeast. There's going to be hail in these at this point, so this is moving in pretty much just I mean, we've got some big chunks of hail that just went around the Fort Gibson Lake area. So that's, again, the atmosphere is just so prime for just blowing up storms at this point, which is pretty obvious. But we have a hail core also near Taylor's Ferry and severe thunderstorm here. Let's go back to the tornado warning first, though, and get folks an update on what's going on. But that's severe thunderstorm for you guys. Here's our tornado warning. You see where Brandon is located. This is the leading edge of this as this continues to merge in and move to the east. We've got a new severe thunderstorm warning in Labette County, southern Labette, but we continue with our tornado warning, and now that has been expanded off into from Nowata into Craig County. Allen and Brandon are pretty much in the same spot. Hey, Aaron, should I talk? Who should I catch right there?
Let's say Allen right now.
Allen? Okay, let's talk to Allen for a second and see what's going on. Allen?
Yes, sir. We're east on 10 right now. Keep an eye out to our north, and we've got a pretty nice little lowering directly to our north. We're trying to get to a better vantage point where we can get a camera out that way, but I can definitely confirm we do have some lower cloud bases than we had about 3.5 minutes ago.
Yeah. Okay, thanks, Al. Appreciate that. All right, Stacia, that line continues to blast east, and we do have like tighter circulation just east, southeast of Coffeyville. Still have chunks of hail falling, and so we had at least 2.5-inch diameter size hail falling. But let's, I mean, there's still a chance because that's a pretty tight circulation feature. Can we look at the hail core before I send you a storm track or ask you for a storm track, please? So again, still huge hail. Showing up around Coffeyville. Could be a little bit back to the west of South Coffeyville, and some winds of probably 60, 80 miles an hour with that tremendous amounts of lightning going on. And as we said, with like 2.5-inch diameter size hail, that's tennis ball size hail officially reported. We wouldn't be surprised if there's baseball type size hail in there as well. Stacia, what do you have?
Yeah, Trav, so large hail here, and it's making more of a dive to the southeast now in the latest scans. And so to incorporate for that, of course, we're going to take our track here more to the southeast. So that's going to take it into portions of northern Craig County. So from Centralia over to Welch, that's going to be in the next about 30 minutes, especially for the Welch area. Bartlett by 206, but Bartlett is up in Kansas. So the threat for Bartlett is really going to be more large hail, like for Edna, which is coming into town here soon. But the circulation feature is now just on the southeast sides of South Coffeyville, and that's going to be in the northeastern parts of Nowata County. This is pretty rural area here, so that will continue to move out of Nowata County and then over into Craig County. Again, very rural, staying north of Highway 10, but still very strong winds now east of Lenape. You can see where Allen and Brandon are along Highway 10. They're going to get blasted with some strong wind, and then that's going to track over to Centralia and Blue Jacket and Welch tonight, Trav.
All right, just took a drink of water right when you said that, so all right, got it. This storm is probably the last one that we'll have to deal with, but I don't think that's going to end. I think this is going to keep on going for a while. We have had multiple reports of hail, with almost all of these storms, and we continue to get those reports. And unfortunately, we're probably going to keep some of these reports going. We had some hail down around Onapa with that storm. As we said earlier, there was near Lake Eufaula. That is cleared out. I had some questions about, hey, is this ending? Or, is this going to keep on going? No, we think that we're just about finished with these, the worst of the storms at this point. But we do have hail with these cells that are around Claremore and then also around Hulbert. Hail size with this could be about 1.5 inches or so. So that's what we're seeing with this. So that's moving to the east. And Stacia, I don't know if you can do storm tracks on both of these together or if you want to do them separately. That's fine. But these storms are still tracking east, northeast, basically. And we do have severe thunderstorm warnings. So if you're in Cherokee County, it isn't over with yet. What do you have, Stacia?
Yeah, Trav, we can do them together because they're moving pretty much same speed, same direction. So we're going to take those up to the northeast, and it's fast. This is about 55 to 60, is just kind of on the latest track here. So 10 killer by 150 along with Moody's and Briggs. Eldon by 152. Ellerville also about 152. Wahilo at 155 along with Titanic. So Tahlequah, this storm right now is on the southwest side of town. Coming in, you're going to have some strong winds, some hail here, especially west of Indian Meadows. And again, that's going to be just south of State Highway 51, Mud Valley Road. That's coming into the State Highway 51 bypass. So again, southwest side of Tahlequah there. Then the second cell, which I think has maybe the larger hail potential, Trav, that's up towards Lost City, just northwest of Gideon. That's going to track up to Moody's by 150, to Lowry by 155, Scraper in the track of that storm, and also Chewy for the southern storm. That's where we're talking about Welling and Briggs by 150, Titanic by 155, and then getting over into Adair County at that point for Proctor and Titanic and Christie and Barron and England.
All right, thank you so much once again. If you would, take us to northwest Arkansas for a second. Just wanted to mention, too, the primary circulation is right over Bentonville, Arkansas, so they're continuing a tornado warning. Pray for these guys that they don't have a tornado, but again, highly populated area, just like a Tulsa type situation. So that's what we're seeing. I don't know if our SRX would be probably about the closer, but it'd be about the same. But circulation right over Bentonville and could produce a tornado at any time over there. So again, that's just hoping and praying for additional folks that don't have problems. A lot of heavy rain and storms right now, and you can see what's going on east of Pryor. And so these cells, I don't know if they're producing much hail at this particular moment, but it's just the night of the storms. There's some hail in it. So that's just coming up over Grand Lake. So that's something that if you're waking up, you don't have a tornado, but you do have potential for a severe thunderstorm here because this hail size is popping up again pretty big. So this is over Grand Lake at this time, heading into Grove. No tornado for you guys. You still have a tornado watch in effect. We're going to take a look back further to the north and to the west and see what's going on with the tornado warned areas that we've had across northern portions of the state or southern Kansas, northern Oklahoma here. So now this is across the areas of Nowata and into Craig County. And so the circulation is still right here. Is Brandon where he can talk? Aaron right now, he could. Hey, Brandon, I know you guys kind of getting a tight squeeze on that storm. Can you give us an update?
Yeah, sure thing, Travis. Well, we're moving east here on 10. When we were in the strongest winds, we probably had near, I'd say, 50, 55, maybe even pushing 60. We're out ahead of it now. Directly out of my driver's side window, look, there's an area that we're watching that looks concerning to us. It would be right there in the notch. And that's what we are really watching right now. Do not see anything on the ground, but there is a very well defined inflow tag to it, and it's a very broad wall cloud, Travis.
Okay, hey, if you find a place to turn off, give us a quick shot. Holler at Aaron so I can get that shot on, or Stacia could get that shot on, and kind of like to look at that ourselves if we could. Appreciate it very much. And so again, still a massive storm, and they're right on that leading edge. What, Aaron?
Allen is receiving golf ball size hail at his location, just a couple of miles behind Brandon there.
Really?
Yeah.
So that's just going. Alan, just quick update from you. What do you have? Is it chunks of hail hitting you?
Yeah, we got some easily golf ball size hail. It looks like we may have outrun it for a little bit. It started out of nowhere.
Yeah.
Maybe 1/8 of a mile of visibility right now. Just trying to get out of this nasty portion of it so we can try and give you a better sense of what's going on. But right now, it's definitely in the HT part of the sail for sure.
Yeah, it sure is. And Stacia has a look more at that storm, Stacia.
Yeah, Trav, so we're going to track the area that Brandon and Alan are pretty much underneath and watching closely. We're going to move it to the east-southeast at about 45. So we're going to track it through the far northeastern parts of Nowata County into Craig County here. That's going to take it over along Highway 10 from where they're located now, and again crossing from Nowata County into Craig County and tracking it over towards Welch by 216. It looks like the tornado warning that will continue until, they just let it go. So now it's a severe thunderstorm warning. So there's still a tornado tag on this, meaning it can produce a tornado, and that's why our storm trackers are up there to watch it. But also this storm is bringing in some damaging wind potential. Whether you have a tornado or not, this is still going to produce, or at least try to produce, some damage for you. So this is going to track from now east of Lenape, northeast of Childers, where we kind of have a Boeing segment here, and there could be even where it may get wrapped up a little more. That's why Alan and Brandon are going to watch it, but that will track to Centralia, to Welch, to Blue Jacket. The hail here, just want to show you where some of these hail cores are. Again, Alan was getting into some golf ball size hail, and the radar site is pretty far away from this, so we're looking high up into the storms. But just on the northeast side of Lenape, there's a hail core there right along Highway 10, and then also back up into the, I would say, the Oklahoma-Kansas line around North 422 Road, County Road 422, back towards the state line and southwest of Edna. So that's the largest hail core at this point that's tracked through South Coffeyville. Aaron, what do you got?
Brandon has that shot now that Trav asked for.
Oh, okay, great. Brandon, give us that shot really quickly. What do you got, Brandon? Brandon? What do you got for us?
I think he might have had to move.
Oh, he might have had to move. Okay, so you're looking at Brandon's shot here, and he's looking back into this storm. Again, he's on Highway 10, and he's now in Craig County. Looking back with lightning, that's the only way we can see it at night when it gets kind of lit up. He had an inflow tag into the storm, so he's watching it very, very closely. This storm, it could rotate enough to produce a tornado, so that's why, of course, we're going to watch it with a tornado tag on it. It is a severe thunderstorm warning, but off in the distance, him and Alan are going to just make sure that this storm, they have eyes on it just in case it does start to get wrapped up a little more. So again, 70-mile-per-hour wind potential here as it crosses into Craig County, north of Centralia. Centralia, it's quiet at this point, and then it's now to the northwest of you. So that's going to track to Welch and Blue Jacket within the next 30 minutes. The severe thunderstorm warning is until 2:30. And then back down to the south, we also have our severe thunderstorm warning for Cherokee County and Adair County. Those two storms, one near Ellerville, now northeast of Gideon. There could be some quarter-size hail with that. 60-mile-per-hour winds moving into Lowry, and that'll be along Highway 10, extending up to Chewy here in the next about 10-15 minutes. And then the second storm that's warned on, is around Tahlequah down to Welling and Briggs. That's going to move up towards Proctor. And these storms are moving faster. These are about 50-55 going into the western side of Adair County, Trav, here in the next about 10 minutes.
All right. Hey, thanks so much. I appreciate that. And again, a little bit of good news out of northwest Arkansas. Steve Pills from the National Weather Service saying the storm in northwest Arkansas, we haven't really paid attention to that because that's out of our viewing area. But it's a little less organized, so hopefully that's going to be okay. But our thought process right now is still on these storms that are up to the north. Yes, it's not a tornado warning, but it sure can do as much damage as that. And this storm that's right here in really southeast of Anita to Langley area, this is near the Grand Lake area, continues to show signs of having some pretty good chunks of hail, and I'm surprised we're probably not on a severe warning with that. A lot of lightning on the Grand Lake side of it, and especially on the east side of Grand Lake. And you see from around Dennis area extending back on to near Grove, that will give you some hail and probably some gusty winds. I don't know. Can we look at shear for a second on that? That's going to be up above a little bit, so it won't be very impressive. But yeah, there's some gusty winds. There's probably some 30, 40 mile an hour winds with this. That's going to wake a lot of people up at Grand Lake going, what in the world is going on? Because everybody was kind of on edge because we had so many people saying, should we go camping, should we not? And we were answering a lot of questions on Facebook and all that as we've gone through the last couple of days. And we just, in these situations, it's just those days are just, when they're not good, they're just not good, and it's dangerous, and you just have to have the app, you have to have something to wake you up and warn you that something's coming your way. But these are the cells that are moving up over Grand Lake right now. So again, heavy and not severe, but heavy thunderstorm advisories for these guys as it goes over Grand Lake. No tornado for you guys. No tornado warning here. There's the Northwest Arkansas warning, still with the tornado warning. But our storms that are now strongest in the far eastern Nowata County area, and then also up into Craig County. We're kind of in a ranch country, Centralia to the north, taking the rain, but here's that strong winds all the way down along this. So this has already gone through Childers, through Nowata. So those would be 60, 70 mile an hour winds with this as that's blasting to the east. Any news from Ellen or Brandon right now, Aaron?
Nothing new that we haven't already heard from them other than just strong winds, and they're just kind of out ahead of that.
Okay. Yeah, because that hail core is just right to their northwest. It's awful
it's
close.
Not far away.
No, so they have to kind of stay aware of what's going on, so we don't want them getting a bunch of hail. But if you're in northern Craig County right now and you have a vehicle sitting outside, of course, a pickup right now costs as much as a house, and so it's like you got to hide that. But anyway.
I will say this, Vaughn's GPS isn't working correctly. He's actually in Welch. He's going to move just to the south side of Welch. So he's there as well.
He is? Okay, yeah. Good. That boy can get around. He was in southern Oklahoma with a tornado near...
Pretty sure I saw him in southwest Oklahoma at one point.
Wow, okay. All right. Okay. Thanks, Seth. Got that message. I appreciate it. Let me know. Strong damaging wind, though. And we have to keep it on this leading edge. If you're waking up and going, what's rattling my house? It's this. And the winds, again, 60, 70 miles an hour. The wouldn't be surprised there's some gusts maybe that could be maybe a hair bit higher than that, moving in on Centralia. And so if you guys are waking up, you're going, what in the world? Don't have a tornado, but right along this leading edge, we don't, kind of like in a couplet type of area like this, we have to watch it. So, okay, and I will. So this is a severe warning storm right now, and most of it's got it for eastern portion of Nowata County, but that storm is kind of the worst of it is moving out. We still have a little bit of eastern portions of Nowata County that are affected by that, but the primary part of the storm that's the worst is like where Brandon is located. There's Vaughn. He all of a sudden popped up near Welch, so his GPS is back with us, and so we have 3 guys covering this. So hopefully we'll make sure that you know what's going on. And the guys have just been all over the place covering it. So that we still have the severe storms here, or the strong storms, the heavy thunderstorms. We're going to be going into Claremore here in just a minute. Seth, can we go in yet or not quite yet? Okay. We're going to, Reagan's going to be talking to us here in a minute. And Reagan is going to join us now. Reagan, what's going on there in Claremore?
Are you just going to ask me a question?
Yeah, Travis, I'm actually here with the mayor of Claremore, Debbie Long. She's been out driving around, and I wanted to bring her in right now. I know a lot of people are out here driving around right now. It's getting dangerous with all the power lines down. What are you seeing so far?
Right now, I think they're having difficulty getting even into the east side of town. So I strongly encourage people to stay home, don't drive around. We don't need people coming from out of town into town unless you're actually asked to come over to help. It would just help us, our emergency rescuers and people coming in. They need to be able to get into all areas of town because this is scattered kind of throughout the town.
Have you been driving around and been able to see some of the damage? What are you seeing so far?
Actually, my house got a little bit hit. Okay. We have a tree down in our front yard, and we haven't been able to see because it's so dark. All the electricity and all of Claremore's out. So basically, I drove through our neighborhood and stopped and talked to people, and huge trees uprooted, electric lines and poles across the streets, trees on houses. So I don't know, because I've heard east of that, because I'm in Midtown or Old Town, east of that is where I think the most damage is. So I haven't been to that part of town yet.
Okay, we've also heard that there's possibly rescue efforts out at the KOA at the Racino. Have you heard anything about that?
I literally in the car, my daughter just said something about some of the trailers been flipped over there. So that's all I know on that part of it.
Okay, so what are you seeing damage-wise in the downtown area of Claremore?
Downtown looked okay when I drove through it. Up by the First Baptist Church, we've got the command center set up at the Fire Station 1 there, and I started seeing debris in that area of town.
What kind of plans are in place? I know this is it just happened. Everybody's trying to figure out what to do. You got first responders coming in from other counties. What's the next step? What are we doing tonight?
I wished I knew.
Yeah.
I mean, realistically, our city manager, I talked to him earlier, and it's all hands on deck, literally. So just anybody who's coming in from out of town that are able to help, other rescue teams are coming over to help. We're just trying to assess the damage, get help to the people who need it, and I think we're just we have an emergency plan in place, so we know how to kind of go from that place forward, but I don't know what yet is going to happen.
Now, we've seen a lot of people just showing up to check out the damage and stuff. What do you say to those people? And I mean, there's a lot going on here right now. Like I said, it's chaos. I've had to yell at 3 or 4 or 5 cars who have almost driven right into power lines.
Right. I actually almost drove into one going through town. I mean, going through my neighborhood. And my grandson was with me, and I'm watching trees on the road, trying to run into trees, and he was like, stop! And as soon as I stopped, there was a power line literally right in front of my car. And just like behind us here at Quick Trip, you can't get across here because we have a huge line down and running across here over to Highway 66. So the best thing people can do is just stay away. Pray for us. I mean, takes a village.
Were you watching the storms coming in on TV and what happened?
Yes, and thank you, Travis. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We watch him whenever we have storms, and we have a storm cellar. And as soon as he said, we see the rotation, or we see it looks like on Keatonville Hill, you need to take cover, that was our cue to go ahead and get in, because Keatonville's just a few miles up the road, and we were in a storm shelter.
Now, what do you want to say to people of your town that are watching this right now that may have trees down on their homes and in damage right now? What do you want to say to the people of Claremore?
Stay strong. Let's work together. If you do have an emergency, use your phones. I think phones are spotty right now. But I have a Facebook. If you can get on Facebook, I have a Debbie Long Claremore Mayor Facebook page. Send me a message or message me direct, and I will get that information over to the command center.
Well, Debbie, thank you so much. Sorry for all that's going on right now, but as you said, people of Claremore are strong. They're going to get through this, and hopefully it's going to get better from here. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
As she just mentioned, I want to reemphasize, and we're seeing law enforcement from all over the place. I saw Tulsa police just show up. There's a lot of law enforcement here and a lot of down power lines, and people are just driving around kind of recklessly, and it's just very dangerous out here right now. So if you don't have to be in this area, just please stay out of here. It's just making a dangerous situation even more dangerous. Back to you, Trev.
All right. Hey, thanks, Reagan. Greatly appreciate it, and the mayor as well. And I know their hands are so full with everything going on and some chaos ensuing just because of just can't get around. We had a chance to be in Barnsdall earlier today, and a lot of folks there in Barnsdall were able to be strong, and so that's what will happen in Claremore as well. We're looking at the worst part of this storm right now in portions of northern Craig County. So this is pretty nasty, still going on here. Stacia just wanted to point out too that these cells that are to the south over Grand Lake are merging northward, and that is going to be coming up over Ottawa County. So we're seeing some of that potential merging, and that's just on the corner of our viewing area. But for anybody up in this area, you guys got to be aware, because that could blow up into something kind of nasty as well and torque up these storms. We're looking at this line of strong winds leading now all the way. It's been gone through Centralia, west of Estella still. And winds in here should be about 50 to 70 miles an hour, I'd say, especially when the major impacts. So this is the outflow winds coming in. Brandon, Vaughn, Allen are all pretty much, we got a storm convergence zone going on right in here. Brandon, I'm going to go to you, get an update from you, and then I'm going to talk to Vaughn. What do you have, Brandon?
Yeah, Travis, well, right now we're moving east here on 10. We're just to the west of Welch. We are taking, I would say, probably close to 55 miles an hour. We're out ahead of it just barely. Our plan is to go to 2 and drop south and go from there, Travis.
All right. Hey, thanks. Appreciate it very much. Vaughn Castor's on the east side of that storm. Vaughn, can you talk to me about what's going on from your vantage point?
Yeah, I'm just sitting about a mile north of Welch. And so far, the winds are just feeding right into this now that I feel them. About 20 miles an hour feeding right into it. So it does have some strong winds out in front of it. That's what I was going to kind of sample here just north of Welch and then get back down 10 and head east a little bit. But I think this is going to be coming right at Miami. So everybody in Miami needs to take cover.
Yeah, and if there's a cell merger over there, you can kind of be watching that too and see what happens and be around that. So we'll get you on the road. Thanks, Vaughn. Appreciate it. We still have some chunks of hail that are falling. Maybe it's not quite as intense as it was, but it's still very, very powerful. You can see Vaughn and Alan and Brandon all hanging out in the same place. And Aaron's talking to these guys, so we'll get them spread back out a little bit. But Stacia, what's the hail look like for a second, if you would? And then I'm going to hand it over to you for a few moments here. So hail size looks like it's come down just a little bit. So if there's any luck, that would be so nice if we could see that. But as you said, the cell merging is not going to be too good. So on live radar, we still have a hail core just south of the border, and that's close to where those guys are. So what do you have for us?
Yeah, Trav, you can always kind of roll the dice when you have cell mergers here. And so we're going to watch that really closely because that interaction may happen in far eastern Craig County or western parts of Ottawa County. But we have some pretty heavy cells, too, right over Bernice and on the west side of Grand Lake. But I have a track for the storm now in Craig County. And again, I've just done a track pretty much on the whole storm. You have your hail core north of Welch, northwest of Welch, and that's moving east, slightly southeast at about 40. Then we have our really strong winds around Centralia, just east of Centralia at this point. And so the track on this will take it to Commerce by 219, Miami by 221, Blue Jacket by 223, Kelso 223 as well, and Todd about 231. So again, our storm trackers are up there. They're going to watch just this little kind of not pendant feature, but just right in here that's west of Welch now. So they're going to just keep an eye on that, see if that, of course, doesn't hopefully do anything that it shouldn't. But then back into the Bernice area and Grand Lake, these storms seem like they could have some hail, especially on the west side of Grand Lake, the northwest side up around Bernice, Trav. And then also the shear has come up just a little bit with some of those storms as well.
Interesting. Okay, again, Grand Lake, just be aware, pretty intense storms. We do have some information. I'm going to talk to our staff here. Seth, we'll be going to yours first. Megan, we'll go to your tornado video in a minute. Let's go to Seth, if you could. Let's go ahead and show the one near Salina. This is some video that came into us. Brent Taylor? Okay, this is a tornado going right near Salina. Check this out. So he captured this. Power flashes. That was when it crossed the lake. Just, again, just scary because when you see something like this, you go, well, that's not on the ground. But you can see those power flashes that'll pop up, and you'll see underneath it right in this area. And you'll see sparks or something like that, so you'll see that happen. So that was a tornado that was there. And that was part of that same system that went through Claremore. So you just see what's going on with those power flashes there. And sparks and everything going up. So we're going to have damage all across this path. All right. Thank you for that. Let's go now to Lynx 1. This is out of Pryor. This is Sidney Clark. That's a tornado. You can see it with a flash of lightning here. And it'll flash again, and you'll see it here in just a minute. There you go. There's the tornado right there. And so she had this picture of it as it was coming through. So again, there's wind damage all the way around it. All of our trackers reported such strong winds around them, not just in the tornado, but around them. So there's going to be a lot of trees down, and that's where I think the power grid is probably took a big hit. Sonora, I don't know if you can find power damage reports or power updates or something. Okay, thanks. Appreciate that. But I imagine those numbers are going to go up big time because this has been a painfully windy, bad storm. All right, let's go back to radar. Now, here's some damage picture. Okay, what'd you have there, Megan?
This downtown Salina.
Downtown Salina. Okay, so we had some pictures from before, but we did. We were thinking that was. What'd you say, Sonora?
Megan.gold.
11,000 customers in Delaware. Okay.
Right.
So about 11,000. So that hasn't gone up a ton. But again, the damage was downtown Salina. And we were thinking it was on the northern side of Salina, or the north side of Salina. And this might be, I'm trying to get my perspective of Salina. We've been there several times, but again, power pole down, and so a lot of damage in some of those areas. All right, let's go back and find out more about the storms that are up in Craig County and what's going on with these storms. Here's a look, and we got a chaser convergence near Welch at this moment. This is the part of the cell that's still, this part is still going on. Hail cores on the north side. You can see Centralia, you've got some strong winds right in there. These cells here are trying to merge as it starts to go into Ottawa County. Aaron, are those guys all together right now? Are they?
They are at the moment, but they're about to diverge. Okay. They just had to get to this choke point to be able to go away from each other.
Okay. Didn't want to spend too much time together. They have been all over the place. But there goes the hail. You can see that jacked up a little bit again, southeast of Edna and just west of Chautauqua area right in here. Station, if you could, can you give us an update on what we have as far as the storm track? And hey, Vaughn, one more, I'm going to just ask you one more time as you're trying to come in town. Are you getting any strong winds with that now?
Well, the main part is just now getting to Welch. I'm still getting probably 30-mile-an-hour inflow to this storm.
Wow.
Straight east inflow. So I'm going to turn around here. I'm on the east side of Welch, and I'm going to whip around and look right down. If there's anything 60, 70 in there, for sure we ought to see some kind of power flashes or something like that in Welch, because there's all kinds of transformers and lines. But yeah, it's coming into Welch right now. So I'm on the east side, and I've got a clear view of it here.
I see
so
that.
There's your flag.
Yeah, I was going to say, I was just pointing at that. And then is that a shelf? Is that more of a shelf type formation coming into town? Is that what it still looks like or not? Or can you tell from like?
Yeah, it kind of looks like that. It kind of looks like that, but there is no outflow to this. This is all inflow. And wait a minute, Travis, is that a little area of circulation just to the southwest of Welch? I'm just looking at that on radar.
Yeah.
But
yeah, I mean, there is just right in there. There is just a little bit. Yeah. And that's along that leading edge. So, yeah, you're right there. And so we're looking at that.
Okay,
yeah.
We could get a spin up or something. I mean, there's, all the cards are on the table with this kind of stuff.
Oh, my goodness. Yeah, it just hasn't stopped. And you're right. And that's kind of in an apex area. So that gives a pretty good reason to believe that that's worth noting about what's going on there. And we do have I mean, you're right in unfortunately a good spot there and it is, it's spinning. So if you could stay or watch that for a few moments there. And while we've got Vaughn's picture, if we can put that in the lower right, guys in the control room, that'd be great. Wouldn't mind going back to the radar too. And so here's what we're looking at. And you can see what Vaughn's looking at. So the circulation feature is basically right here near Welch. Are you looking due west or just a hair west-southwest, Vaughn?
Due west.
Okay.
I'm looking due west.
Okay.
Due west. Yep.
Because the strongest shear is right where you are. If you're just north, are you on the north side of Welch?
I am on the east side, on Highway 10, on the east side of Welch.
Okay, your GPS is off just a little bit. Okay, that makes sense now. Makes a lot more sense. So you're just off by a mile or two. But yeah, the circulation is just right close. Brandon is really close to it too.
Fair shot of it.
Brandon, you do have a shot? Okay, let's take a look at that Brandon shot for a second, because Vaughn's going to look at that. And Brandon, let's take a look at that, see what we got. And Brandon, you have the same thing, 30-mile-an-hour winds coming into it. It looks like the winds are whipping there.
Absolutely, yeah. They're up to 35, pushing 40. Out of the south, we're looking from Highway 2 due west, northwest. That area that Vaughn was talking about, that's it right there. That's the area just southwest of Welch, right there in the shot.
All right. And it looks like I see a bit of a lowered cloud base right is there right in the middle of your shot? Yep. Right?
Yep, that's it.
So right in here. So you guys that are up in Welch and east, guys are watching what's going on, because this kind of looks like it's cycling a little bit into maybe a little bit more than just wind damage. we do have a severe thunderstorm warning in effect for this area. All right, and so you can kind of see some of the clouds there, but when the lightning strikes, we're looking at this area right in there. So you see where he's zoomed in on right there. So we'll see if we can get another lightning strike on that here in a second and see if we see anything else. You can't quite see it, illuminate it behind it as well, kind of getting more off on the left side, but so it's right there. All right, guys, I'll let you continue to monitor that, and let's go to Stacia with a storm track on that, as that storm is picking up rotation again.
Yes, not what we want, but that's what's happening here. So we're going to track the circulation from right over Welch now to the east, slightly southeast at 45. So that will take it over to Narcissa by 227, Miami by 229. So for folks in Miami, you got to pay very close attention to this. This will also track over to Fairland by 235 and then Wyandotte by 242. So the circulation should stay north of Blue Jacket, but again, we're going to watch. You have really strong winds coming into Blue Jacket though, so that could in itself could do some damage. But from Welch off to the east at 45, that will take it over into Ottawa County here in the next about 10-15 minutes. Trav.
All right, thanks. And then did get an update from Stacy's over in Salina. She said the picture you are showing on TV is down Main Street in Salina. The bank is the building to the right on the north side, and the clinic is on the building on the far north side on the left. Damage is across the street. I believe there was actually some construction going on in that first damaged building. So I'm going back over to Salina there. Just wanted to get that in there because of what's going on. Also, we ended up with what's going on, and the still have that tornado issue going on over into northwest Arkansas. So they're still going to keep up that. You see what's going on here. Man, that looks nasty. And that's going east of Bentonville now, heading toward Berryville. So that could be a tornado very easily. And they've had reports of damage along this path. All right, most of our storms are moving out. Look at just look at this track all the way. And it started, can we back it? You probably back it up a little bit. Check out this supercell. This is what just becomes a mammoth storm that just doesn't care, just blows and goes. And it started, really, we followed it all across.
Whoa, too fast.
Yeah, that was quick. That was fast, but that's okay.
1 second.
But this one started out to the west, went all the way just across, and then started really tornadoing when we think it could have started just east of Owasso, and then has continued to the east with off and on periods of tornadoes almost the whole way. So that's what we're looking at. Hey, Vaughn, could you give me another update on this storm again that we're looking at in Craig County?
Yeah, I just got hit with some quarter-sized hail. You'll be able to see it splashing right there in the water. I'm looking at some just to my north, right here. There kind of actually looks like there's an area maybe of circulation with this, but I'm now getting west winds. Getting to be pretty strong. Looking back to my southwest, I'm not seeing any kind of circulation features there, but hopefully this thing just stays like it is or gets a little bit weaker. We don't get any more damage.
No. Man, I tell you. All right. Thank you, Vaughn. Appreciate it. We'll let you reposition again a little bit, and you can see what's going on with kind of lowered cloud base in some of that area. Shear is still very strong for this. And so again, the guys are spreading out a little bit more. So you can see we're getting Blue Jacket. Allen's heading south a little bit further, right along that leading edge. But this is the shear area that we've been worried about. And Vaughn's east, so this GPS is off a little bit, and we'll have to get that adjusted. So you see an update. Okay, who is now? Jaden? All right, let's go back to Jaden in Claremore. Jaden, what do you have for us out of Claremore?
Travis, we are here on Muskogee Avenue. We were able to find this tree. It's completely blocking the road. It's been twisted up in the power lines, as you can see up here. The power lines have been taken down, but it is humongous. I've run into some people who have friends on the other side that they're still working on getting to, some families who are coming out that have damage to their homes. And over to this side over here, you can see we have two giant trees that have been completely knocked down, completely uprooted, all in front of this house over here. and they are also twisted up in these power lines. The city actually just pulled up as we were about to go live with y'all. They're getting ready to clear these trees. They're waiting on confirmation that the power was shut off over here, but they're going to get ready to clear the road and start getting some help out here, getting the trees out of the way and getting the power lines out so people can start getting in and out of Muskogee Avenue. Back to you.
Jaden, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Again, pretty much chaos and just frustration probably for some folks who are trying to get to maybe loved ones. But as we said, and as Reagan mentioned, as well with the mayor, that's like, please try not to get around and move around unless it's an emergency, and they could try to get to you instead around the Claremore area. Here's the storm as it continues to move off to the east. We still have this as a severe thunderstorm warning. So now, and there could be a little bit of merging going on. Could we loop that just a little bit, Stacia, please? And so you're going to see like some of these cells merging in right around the Miami area. That could enhance what's going on. And so do you have something? Is that?
That was Brandon.
Brandon, do you have something? Brandon?
Travis, we're getting sporadic quarters. Here on 2, we're also taking winds probably every bit of 55, 60 miles an hour. Very heavy rain.
Okay.
Down here on Highway 2.
Okay, so near 60-mile-an-hour winds and golf ball size hail?
It's getting bigger. It is getting bigger.
We got to find a place. We don't want that nice pickup all messed up. Again, hail continues across these areas. So, man, I tell you, these are some nasty big storms going on right now. Hey, let's look at so the hail cores. Let's look at what's going on. So Brandon's right in the middle of it. Yeah, Brandon, it just kind of caught up with you. I thought you're heading east on the blue, toward Blue Jacket. So, okay, we'll get to him in a second. Hey, can you give me hail? And so he just ran through some big chunks of hail. Man, okay, so that's still going on strong for you guys. Craig County, Blue Jackets in Craig County. That's a couple of these cells. There's another big hail core that's over here. As we said, Vaughn's over to the east. Miami area, you guys are going to get pounded with a severe thunderstorm. A lot of that's moving to the east. Let's go down to Claremore for a minute. Don't see the circulation feature is tight still, but over in Claremore, Cal Day is now, might be on the east side of town. Claremore, or what do you have for us, Cal?
Yeah, we're out here at the KOA campground area. Of course, this is along Highway 20 near the Will Rogers Down area. We are told by the security officer here that a lot of people were hunkered down in a storm shelter. A lot of the people inside of the casino. He tells me, as far as he knows, all the people that were associated with the casino and the gaming floor of that area, those people are all safe. But there is a ton of damage out here at the camp area. And we've talked with one lady here. And April, I know that there's some damage there, but if you could cross over, we're live right here on Channel 6, and well, just walk me through here. I mean, I know you kind of rode out the storm here in the camper here, right?
Yeah. We got a phone call saying that it was coming up 20, and we were told to take shelter, and we didn't have enough time.
So it was a fast-moving storm. You really didn't have anywhere to go.
Yeah. We wound up, my husband, myself, and my daughter in the doorway of her bedroom with our 4 dogs. So
just trying to hunker down. How scary was it? I mean, I got to think it's a pretty loud storm.
Yeah, we actually had the whole camper twist, and we had several windows blow out, and stuff got sucked back out the windows, of course. So, but we're very fortunate. Some campers are upside down, so.
Yeah, lots of damage. Have you seen a damage throughout the park here?
Yeah, I went up and assisted with helping a gentleman out of his camper after he retrieved his dog, so.
Well, April, we're glad you're okay, you and your family. Of course, Travis, just a lot of widespread damage really here in parts of Claremore all the way up through Highway 20 into parts of Pryor. And as you heard there, really the unfortunate place to be was inside that camper, but they had to do what they could. They're lucky to be okay here tonight. Back to you.
All right. Hey, thanks, Cal. And boy, is that not the truth. I mean, because that's a very limited protection. And God willing, nobody got really hurt very bad there, but boy, that's an easy way to get hurt too. There's search and rescue going on over by Bentonville, Arkansas, by the way, at this time. Just getting reports. So we're getting reports of a lot of damage there, and that thing's just wrapped. I'm just going to point this out. It's still, this is the same storm that went through Claremore. And look at it just wrapping itself up there. So it is still just a beast. Back up to the north and to the west, Vaughn and Brandon. Hopefully Brandon got out of trouble. Vaughn, update from you. It looks like it just shows your GPS east of Welch. Where are you now compared to your GPS, and what's going on? Your cell coverage, we can't pick you up. You're kind of pixelated. I'll come back to you in a few minutes. Maybe another mile or two will get us down the road a little bit. Let's go over to Brandon. Brandon, you have an update for us? You got through the hail, I guess. The wind's still strong?
No, Travis, they're not near as strong as they were. We're coming out ahead of it now, probably 25 to 30 miles an hour. The hail that we went through was about quarter size. So we're going to continue south.
All right. Up to the north of you, if you were traveling east, you'd have to be out running a nasty storm. Let's go back to radar and show you what's going on. So this is a part of the storm. Again, Vaughn's moved from there. Let's look at the velocity data too, or we could look at the hail indicators, but there is some really, really strong winds right in here. And so we're going to estimate winds of 60, maybe 70 miles an hour. You see that yellow right there? That's not a good color. That's getting us up to 80-mile-an-hour winds, estimated chunks of hail. That's going to be some serious wind damage. Stacia, what do you have?
This storm is moving to the east now, and it's right on the Craig-Ottawa County line. So it's going to be just to the west now of Narcissa. It's moved east through Blue Jacket. There's still some hail, though, for Blue Jacket, and then that will track over to Fairland and Wyandotte. So for the storm track of this, we're still looking at about 40 to 45 off to the east here. So for Narcissa, 231, you have about 5 more minutes, and then for Fairland, 238. Wyandotte about 247 and Copeland at about 249. But this storm is now into Ottawa County. There are a couple cells out ahead of it that there's going to be a small merger, probably very close to Narcissa or even Fairland, with a stronger storm back towards Wyandotte. And then also down kind of near Copeland, Cayuga, just north of Grove there. There's a pretty stronger storm, not severe yet, but definitely the more powerful storm, if you will, is the one that's tracking now into the western side of Ottawa County. Miami picking up some very heavy rain, some hail potential there as well.
All right. Hey, thank you so much. I got a report, too, from a lady. I'll just say her first name was Vicky. She said, hey, thanks for the coverage, even into northwest Arkansas, because in Bentonville, said my granddaughter's team was there for a softball tournament, called and woke them up, told them to take cover. The tornado went just north of their hotel. So again, thanks, Vicky, for that information, too. We continue with a severe storm that could be tornadic at any time, still up around the Miami area with the merging. So we do want you to be advised of what's going on. Shower and thunderstorm activity is about ready to wind down. We're up in Ottawa County right now. That's the strongest storms. Large hail, 60-mile to 70-mile-an-hour winds, possibly stronger. Let's go to Vaughn and see if he has, sorry, Aaron, you were just walking away. Vaughn, can you give me an update and let's see if your audio's better. Ooh, doesn't sound good. What do you have?
It's right on the edge of Miami, just on the west side of it right now. That's where I'm sitting, and I'm starting to get the rain and a little bit of hail with it. But winds are maybe, 40 from the west right now. So maybe they're not as bad as radar's depicting, but I may not be in the strongest ones. That's for sure. But we're going to keep moving east with it. Back to you.
Okay. Hey, thanks. Appreciate it. And there's a few cells to your south that are kind of blowing and a-going. So we're going to kind of keep you going in that area, or Aaron will. We do have Alan Crone and Stephen Nairns that are going to be helping us here and helping take over as we continue our coverage here for a while, because these have just been vicious, vicious storms of what's going on. So you see now Vaughn's kind of hyper jumped on GPS around the Miami area. And so there's still a circulation feature really close to Miami, and there's some wind damage potential. Vaughn, as he said, it's not too bad right now. To the south, though, we're kind of keeping an eye on this little area. This is just on the north side of Grove. And so this has had some circulation associated with it. It's in a severe thunderstorm warning area, but we did see an increase, and Stacia pointed this out. There is an increase in rotation with this cell. And we have some strong winds with this over Grand Lake area. And so this is pretty impressive in terms of what's going on right now. So if you're on the east end of Grand Lake, we do want you, and it's just moved past Monkey Island. Again, campers, a lot of campers, a lot of people with this. So that's tracking northeast, and that's kind of merging in. We are going to continue to watch what's going on around the Miami area. And okay, gas, you said power, electric, gas, power, and electric have been shut off in Salina, Oklahoma. Okay, that's coming up from the mayor and saying that they need to stay out of town because they have literally had to shut that off because of the damage and probably gas leaks that are going on in Salina right now from the tornado that moved through. So that's what's happening there. Again, Alan and Stephen are going to be taking over. Obviously, my voice is going away. But we are looking at still around the Miami area. This is a very dangerous storm for you guys around the Miami area, and the rotation is right. There is some circulation, I think, that's right in this vicinity. And it's kind of like it's the flow of air coming in from the west, and then where Vaughn has been located, and then you have these cells coming from the north. Little bit of amping up of this cell right in here. Hey, Vaughn, I'm going to come back to you for a minute, and then we'll do a storm track with Stacia. Vaughn, can you give me one more update from your location?
Yeah, Travis, I'm just kind of staying on this front edge. I've noticed pretty big hail that's following me. Maybe not half. You can actually hear it when you.
Okay, yeah, you're cutting.
And I'm just kind of staying. It's not. So we'll keep following it. So far, no wind damage that I've seen, but it may be right behind me is where the wind may be occurring, if it is.
Okay.
Thank you.
Hey, thanks. I appreciate it. So, yeah, that's a close call. We're going to be making a transition right now. But, Stacia, if you would you give us a storm track update?
Yes. So we're going to track this through Ottawa County from Narcissa, where we've even had a few cell mergers happen. So we're going to really watch that area. Dotyville, south of Commerce, south of Quapaw. For Fairland, this is coming in at 239, and then for Wyandotte, also included in the path at 246, Seneca by 256, and Hart by 258. So again, that's tracking through Ottawa County, really strong winds, and watching some circulation there around Narcissa to the south side of Miami. Also watching the storm that's leaving far northeastern Delaware County along Highway 10. That will track up towards Tiff City and Hart, so that's going to be north of Grove. There's a few heavy cells in Delaware County, nothing too concerning south of Grove back towards Jay. Definitely the strongest, most troublesome storm that we have at the moment is in Craig County and Ottawa County. There's still really strong winds from Welch down to the south, and so those are kind of gusting out and pushing some strong wind, damaging wind potential across I-44 from Afton up to Fairland. That's going to clip the north sides of Grand Lake from Copeland and then potentially over to Cayuga and Tiff City. So back here towards Blue Jacket and Narcissa, still some really strong wind potential. Alan, Hancock, and Brandon, they're down around Veneta, so they're kind of on the south side, the leading edge of that wind. And so the severe thunderstorm warning for Craig County, Ottawa County, and northern Delaware County, that is until 3 a.m., so about 30 more minutes. The broad picture here, the wide picture, still an ongoing tornado warning over in Arkansas. That's going to be east of Lowell, northeast of Fayetteville. It's very quiet tonight, which is great. Down to the south of Tulsa now, we have still some ongoing heavy thunderstorms back in southeast Kansas and Montgomery County, one just northwest of Independence, one back also on the southeast side of Coffeyville. So those are not near the strength or intensity that we once had earlier tonight. So then back towards the Welch area, the strongest part of this storm is now getting into Afton and now passing through Narcissa, Miami, kind of in this little notch area where you could possibly see some rotation there, and then that will extend back towards Wyandotte. So again, this is our severe thunderstorm warning, the last one that we have right now in Oklahoma, and it looks like an alpha boundary even extends from kind of the storms out by Afton and then down through Chelsea and then back towards Skiatook. This right in here is an outflow boundary, but still it's a powerful storm that could do damage, knock power out as it moves through parts of Ottawa County, Alan. So that's what we're tracking. I have it at east at about 40, 45. It seems like maybe it's been a bit slower though in the last couple of runs.
All right, Stacia, appreciate it. Still, we'll be tracking these storms here through the early morning hours. There's the outflow. Now, when we see an outflow boundary, especially when we still have a lot of instability here in the atmosphere, we always look to see maybe if we're seeing a little bit of cell development on that. We don't see that right now, which is a good thing. But if you have stepped outside in the last couple of hours or so, you know that we are still juiced here across northern and eastern Oklahoma. We have a lot of moisture in the atmosphere. This is the storm cell that we're currently tracking, continuing to move in this general direction to the east-southeast a little bit. Extremely strong here. Damaging wind potential is underway. Large hail that is still going to be coming down. If you're around Blue Jacket southward, again, this is not a tornado warning, but lots of hail, and the winds ahead of this still can cause quite a bit of wind damage here, all the way down to the Copeland area, Wyandotte, Seneca. I mean, these are strong winds right in through here from the Fairland area and Copeland and Bernice and Afton. So you can see this shear value. This is where we see the potential for a little bit of rotation that tries to wrap up into this system. So while this is a severe thunderstorm warning, it's still under what is called a tornado watch, which means that this still could wrap up pretty quickly here. But right now, for instance, the Weather Service have this as a severe thunderstorm warning and the potential for folks around the Wyandotte area back down to the northern arm of the lake. So will this storm system drop down and get into the northern areas of the lake? I think it will. So this is going to move right back over the northern areas. So we had one storm cell that moved over, and that's down into Arkansas. Don't let your guard down just yet, because we do think this is going to be impacting the lake again. So you'll need to be able to take some precautions here. It's not a tornado warning. At least at this point, this is more of a wind issue that'll go right back over the lake. So we've got Vaughn that is near the Miami vicinity right now, and heavy thunderstorm activity in the city itself. You've got large hail coming down to the north around North Miami, and then also the Dotyville area. The winds are still pretty stiff right in through here. I don't know if we can talk to Vaughn or show his video. Let's do both of that. Let's pull up Vaughn Castor this morning. I know he's been everywhere across the state in the last probably 18 hours. Vaughn, give us your exact location, what you're experiencing right now.
Yeah, Alan, I am in the middle of Miami, right here on Highway 10, and this is where that little notch comes in, and it's going right over Miami. So, I'm not seeing any kind of circulation. The winds, I'm getting like southwest, and then I get west, and southwest and west. So they're kind of changing up a little bit, but so far I've kind of stayed out of the hail. I don't know how, but. Yeah, I had a little quarter hail back there at Welch, or between Welch and Miami, but I know that hail is all around Miami, so I'm sure I'll get some of it sometime. Alan, back to you.
Yeah, I think you will. You're about 1.5 miles, maybe 2 miles away from a hail core right now, and it's moving pretty. How fast is that moving, Station?
I had it at 40, 45.
Yeah, so it'll be there before you know it. So, and again, you see most folks are, in. That's good. There's not a lot of vehicles out right now in the Ottawa County vicinity. I think everybody's hunkering down with this storm cell that's continuing to push through. That's Vaughn Castor. Again, what he's talking about, this little notch area here, right in through here, kind of flowing into the storm. And notice back behind it, these are strong winds that continue on around the Commerce area, Blue Jacket, back to Estella, and then also near the Todd area. It looks like we've got Brandon near Veneta. We'll check in with Brandon here in just a little bit, because we do want to catch his report and the winds. Looks like the stronger part of the winds are away from the area right now, but looks like Brandon is there, maybe Alan at the same time. So we'll check in just a minute here. We're going to do some transitioning with Stephen coming in and Stacia running the radar. So thunderstorms right now around the Veneta area northward. There's Afton, and there's also back across the area into Missouri. So we're almost finished with this system here. If we can, is that Alan right there? Or is that Brandon? Or they're both right there in the same. Okay, let's check in with Alan Hancock if we can. Alan, give me a report what you're experiencing right now. Good morning, Alan.
Well, good morning, Alan. We've got about 25 mile an hour per hour winds coming at us right now. We haven't seen any lightning with this cell at all, but a good torrential rain coming our direction. We're trying to reposition and get our way over to Bernice and get back ahead of this snow. I'm trying to thin wet out from the storm. That's all we got for now. Back to you.
All right, I appreciate it. Appreciate it very much. So again, stronger part of that storm cell is to the north. So folks in Veneta, yeah, it's still coming down at this point, but again, that stronger cell is to the north. So let's go back to the radar. Let's put on the velocity data and take a look up to the north, because we're still kind of concerned. The winds ahead of this are very strong from the Wyandotte area back down to Copeland and Grove. And again, this is kind of trying to push into this system. Vaughn's in Miami, so that's a severe thunderstorm warning that continues all in through here. So if you're in the Wyandotte area, this could be damaging wind potential right now that continues to move over to the Seneca vicinity. So just a little bit east of the Fairland area. Strong winds are showing up around Wyandotte, and then on the backside of this, around the Blue Jacket area. So this is all going to be transitioning across the northern and the eastern areas pretty quickly here. So again, if you're watching early this morning in this area, we do still have technically, you've got the tornado watch that's underway for a little bit longer. You've got severe thunderstorm warnings that are underway. So this is going to be, again, for portions of the Ottawa County area. It's not going to go to too much longer here, probably another 20 or maybe 30 minutes. We don't see any other thunderstorm activity right now across southeastern or east central Oklahoma, but we are seeing storms developing just a little bit to the north of Coffeyville, and then also there's storms near the Emporia, Kansas area. So Stephen, if you'll zip that radar out just a little bit, and we're going to show folks, this is something we'll also be watching to the north, way up here. Take it way up here, Stephen. Right in here. This is not much, but we're watching to see if this will try to drop down a little bit here in the next hour and a half and maybe flare up some additional showers of storms that'll move from southern Kansas into far northern Oklahoma. So I know this is way up here around the I-70 in Kansas. We are going to be watching that because it may generate some additional showers of storms in this area, and then over the next 2 to 3 hours fill in right back behind this. So we're going to zoom in here. We do have thunderstorms again at Independence and Coffeyville redeveloping right now. Those are going to be hellers. So folks around Independence, Labette, Montgomery County, that's going to be moving eastward. You need to remain aware. The hail cores will come up with this. I think 1 or 2 of these might end up becoming strong and severe over the next 30 to 40 minutes, especially that storm cell around Cherryville and Independence that'll move eastward. Back down to the south we go. Thunderstorms that are strong and severe continuing right now from Blue Jacket, Miami, Commerce, Pitcher, the Fairland area. There's the outflow that's dropping down around the Big Cabin vicinity. The stronger part of the storm is right in through here, and it's continued to drop to the east-southeast at about 40 miles per hour. Stephen will drop a track on this in a second here, and we'll show you where we think this is going to be going. It should be moving out soon. We're still going to watch right in through here for the Grand Lake area, Bernice, Jay, and Grove, to see if some of that might kind of slip down and get into the central and the northern part of the Grand Lake area. So you can see there's the track that we have. So right now we're at 242, Copeland at 245. Seneca at 255, and then the Anderson area 312, and then Pineville, it's going to be over in Missouri at about 320. So right in through here, heavy thunderstorm activity, winds that could be over 60 miles an hour. There's several hail cores in here, especially one to the northwest of where Vaughn's location is located, and then also a little bit back to the Afton and the Fairland vicinity. So it's a mostly wind that we're mostly concerned with, but the hail is going to cause some issues as well with the storm system there in the Ottawa County vicinity. So Vaughn is still right smack dab in the middle of that core here. Let's zoom in and take a look. We'll put the hail core on here, and let's show where that stronger hail should be falling right now. Again, it's a little bit to the west-northwest of the Commerce area. That's starting to come down a little bit, but still some hail should be in this general area. Let's check back in with Vaughn Castor again to see if he's getting any hail reports right now, and the wind that's still trying to whip up there in Miami. Good morning, Vaughn. Tell me what you know.
Good morning, Alan. Yes, I am crossing over State Highway 137 right now on Highway 10. So I'm kind of stuck right in that little notch. Still haven't. I've got a couple pieces of hail, and I think I'm going to let it run over me here and see what kind of hail we got. Because, you know, maybe it's overdoing it, maybe it's underdoing it. I don't know, but we're going to find out. All
right. We will see as he is going in there to see what that looks like. Yes, sir.
Bob has some good video from back in the earlier impacted areas.
Okay, so let's check out Bob's location. You tell me where Bob is located here, or Bob can tell me that. Let's check out Bob's shot here. Let's pull up Bob. Bob, good morning. Give us your location, what you're seeing here.
Yeah, I'm on 427 road north of Highway 20. This house has got the back part of the roof tore off and significant damage. And if you look directly in front of me, I'm going to move around. Power poles down, the fence is down. You can see trees are gone. This came along, I guess, west 470 road and north 427 road. I guess we're probably in Mays County right now, and this looks like the path of the tornado.
All right, Bob, we appreciate it. And again, this is what the process is going to take place through the next several hours. Folks are going to be surveying property. One of the issues they're going to have to face is the potential for power lines that are still live that are down. So that's why we're encouraging you, especially if you are in some of these areas and you still have power or you're still able to watch us on the streaming services, please use a lot of caution. If you decide to go out and try to check out a lot of your property areas this morning, it's those power lines that are down that you just don't know if they're energized or not. You got to treat them like they're hot and stay well away from those things because obviously it can cause some pretty big issues. 50, almost 60 mile per hour winds that are continuing here, and we're getting separate reports. You know, I heard Vaughn that he was going to slow down to see what kind of hail that he would come up with. But reports out of the Fairland area that we're looking at a near golf ball sized hail at times that has been reported there, and also winds at around 55 miles an hour. So we're still dealing with a quite severe storm this morning that is underway from Fairland to the Wyandotte area, Quapaw, right in here. I mean, this is large hail. So not only do you have the wind issue, but you got the hail, heavy thunderstorm activity. The winds are really whipping out. And this is a significant, severe storm that continues to push through the Ottawa County vicinity. So if you're in Tulsa, we do not have any thunderstorms developing right now near the Tulsa metro. It is right in through here. And by the way, so this is the area that we're trying to watch for a little bit of wrapping up with this, but the winds here are flipping around out of the west-northwest. So these are going to be strong west-northwest winds, and we're getting at least 50 to 60. The radar is estimating between 60 to 70 miles per hour. But at this junction of how the radar physics work, the beam is pointed way up in the atmosphere here. So it is measuring 70, almost 80 mile per hour winds with this storm. But the winds might be elevated and not reaching all the way down to the ground. But it is still a significant severe storm, damaging wind potential with this as it continues to drop to the east, maybe a little bit to the south and east. So we're waiting to see, if we're going to see any kind of wrapping up right in through here. But right now, this is all west and northwest winds that are rolling in through this area. And hopefully we get this thing out of Ottawa County pretty quickly here. Stephen, if you'll draw a track on that, and if you're ready, you can give us that track information and tell us where it's located right now and where you think it's headed. Go ahead, Stephen.
Yeah, if you got me here, storm track on this, and as you guys mentioned, this is coming into portions of Grand Lake, again, especially northern sides of the lake. So here it's 247, 250 Monkey Island, 257 Grove. Grove, you're kind of will be on the southern edge of the brunt of this storm from a rain and lightning and hail standpoint, but the winds are gusting out all the way down towards Grove and over much of Grand Lake. So that could be issues for folks that are camping out at Grand Lake this morning in addition to the hail potential. But again, Grove 257, and then past that, once we get to about 310 to 315, this is mostly taking that leading edge off into northwest Arkansas. Like you said, we're almost done, but this is southern Ottawa County and actually is going to clip far northeastern Delaware County before we finally get the brunt of this, the worst of this, off into northwest Arkansas. And as you mentioned, around Fairland, and that's right back in here, we see this big core, potential for some very, very large hail that is also going right back over portions of kind of northern ends of Grand Lake. So in addition to the damaging wind potential, still seeing the potential from Fairland to Wyandotte over to northern ends of Grand Lake, the potential for over golf ball size hail as well. Alan?
Yeah, we are getting those reports, from Fairland and Wyandotte and those areas that are going through our friends at the National Weather Service with golf ball sized hail. Pull up Vaughn's video, just very fast here. Let me show you what's happening here. Look at that. You can see those are strong winds now starting to pick up on the backside of that system. Let's pull up Vaughn. Vaughn, the winds should be picking up there. What type of wind do you have right now? Go ahead.
Well, I've been having a west and a southwest wind. Now it's changed to northwest. So it's coming right at me now. But, yeah, I'd say they're 50, 55, somewhere in there.
Yeah.
Right at severe limits, for sure.
Yep. They're coming up.
But I still haven't got any hail yet.
Oh, my goodness. Well, you're in the right spot, my friend, because it is all around you. Fairland just had some golf ball-sized hail.
I've been living right.
Yes, you have. And also just to the east, maybe about 2 miles now east of you, the hail core's there. So at least you're not going to get that. But yeah, the winds are really picking up here. This is severe level winds, basically. 50, 60 miles. This is 58, 60 mile per hour winds here. So we still have that severe thunderstorm warning that's underway. It'll flip the radar data back on, and you can see what we're talking about. I mean, he's right there in the middle of this, and heavy thunderstorm activity. So let's go to the velocity data, and we'll show you what we're talking about here. And again, this is going to be all west-northwest winds. So from Miami right back down to near Fairland. Fairland, you just had the golf ball-sized hail. The winds are going to continue to pick up. I mean, right now, we're estimating about 50, 55 mile per hour winds, but there may be 60 to 70 mile per hour winds that'll continue to roll right through Afton, Fairland, Wyandotte, the Copeland area, the hail cores. They're coming up and they go down a little bit, but that's just an indication this thing is still ingesting lots of flow into it, keeping those hail cores elevated. The updrafts, it rolls it back and forth, gets larger and larger and larger, and then to a point finally that it falls. It reaches that critical velocity and it drops down. Somebody told me something about significant damage. Bob. All right. Bob, let's check it out. Let's go to Bob's video. All right, Bob. My goodness. Where you're located
I'm on West 470 Road, and I'm to the west north 427 Road, kind of west of Pryor. Yeah. And there is heavy damage here to houses, power poles, trees, everything else. I understand some people were injured, so this got hit pretty hard up here.
All right. Now give us that roadway again information so everybody kind of knows where to avoid. Go ahead.
And I'm west of North 427 Road, coming off of Highway 20. You don't want to come up here. There's power lines, power poles, and everything else down.
All right, Bob. Appreciate it. Appreciate it very much. And so be careful there. Everybody, again, I know you want to get out. Don't get out this morning. Don't try to go to those areas and check out what it looks like from Pryor to Claremore, basically near and just east of Owasso, all the way to the state line area. So we're going to find a lot of this morning. All right, let's go back to the radar. We still have severe storms that we're tracking the far north and eastern areas. Let's go back to the radar and let's pump it up here. Let's take the radar, go back to Miami, go back to the Ottawa County vicinity. Stephen's running the radar. Here we go. There it is. So the storms are still severe. They're moving through the Ottawa County vicinity, and the winds now are going to be at about 60, 55, 65 miles per hour for some of those areas. Potential for some winds that may be slightly higher than that. I think the potential is here for some 70 mile per hour winds. So if you're in that polygon shaded area, and by the way, that drops down to the south, that's going to be across the northern areas there of the lake. So from Bernice to the Copeland area, the potential here for some 60, 70 mile per hour winds that'll continue to push right across that region. So we think that's going to go pretty close to the Grove area as well. So let's take a look here. We've got the hail, but the wind is also a big issue. Let's put the velocity data on. Stephen, let's pull the radar up a little bit and go. Here's Grove, Bernice, the Copeland area. There's Brandon near Veneta, and in between Veneta and Afton, this is the area. The winds are still still pretty stout right in here, between 60 and 70 miles per hour from a velocity standpoint, elevated, but the winds will try to drop down here between 60 and 70 mile per hour winds between Afton and Fairland and Wyandotte, the Copeland area, Bernice. So the areas, the northern areas of the Grand Lake vicinity, you still need to be kind of hunkered down here because some of these winds could slide right across this area. You can see that polygon. That is where our friends at Weather Center think most of these strong damaging winds will probably go. So from Grove and Copeland and Wyandotte, we want you to kind of hunker down. There's Alan Hancock, and he's pretty close to some of that. It looks like maybe the strongest wind might be just a little bit to the north of his location, but we can pull up his video, Alan Hancock's video, and just kind of take a look. And we'll talk to Alan here, and let's go ahead and bring him in here. He's near Afton. Alan, the stronger core of the wind looks like it's still just a little bit northwest of you, but tell me what you're experiencing right now. Go ahead.
Right now, we've got some heavy rain. I'd say moderate rain, I guess. Very low on the lightning side, but we do have winds upwards of 23 miles an hour at the highest in the last 10 minutes or so. Nothing significant, but we do feel like this shell is still pretty active. We're holding on to see what happens. Back to you.
All right. So he's in a good position. Thanks, Alan, for that storm that might just brush that area there. So around Highway 60, here's East 260 Road, right in through here. You can see that polygon is just a little bit to the north. That's where the stronger winds are located right now. So if you live in this area from Afton right into the Horse Creek Cove area, near and north of Monkey Island, we still encourage you around Monkey Island and Bernice to watch out for these winds. We'll zoom it back out here, take a look at the whole thing, and then we're going to go back to some video or a live report potentially. Cal Day's got some new information about the storms that have been pushing through. So again, the Ottawa County vicinity, severe thunderstorm warnings continuing. The winds could be close to 70 miles an hour in some of these locations. We want you to hunker down. You got some hail that's coming down at golf ball sized hail and extremely heavy rainfall. All right, so Cal Day is in the field this morning tracking the aftermath of some of these tornadoes and storms. Let's bring in Cal. Cal, give me your location. What you're seeing right now, it looks like you're finding more damage, unfortunately, in the Claremore area.
Yeah, Alan, east of Claremore along Highway 20 at the Will Rogers Downs Casino and the horse racing area. We talked with people who have been coming in and out. One man telling us he's got horses that are kept here on the property. He describes this scene as an absolute war zone. Those are his words, saying horses are running free because of knockdown fences and caging. Says that campers are turned over, and that's what we found here so far early this morning. You can see one of those campers turned over completely and then sandwiched on top of a car here. This is at the KOA campsite, which is right near the casino. And that kind of gives you an indication of how strong these winds were. We talked with a woman who says that the storm just blew through so quick, they almost had no time to take shelter. And they had to take shelter in their camper, which of course not ideal given these circumstances, but just a really fortunate to make it out of that situation. And we're seeing just all kinds of damage scattered all throughout this area. Of course, the Sinclair gas station across the street, that is a command center for first responders as they work not only at the campground, but also in the neighborhoods nearby where there's a lot of down power lines, down trees, and damage to homes. And we're also told by an officer over at that command center that there was several people trapped at some point here at the KOA campground, but those people are, to his understanding, mostly okay and have gone to the hospital to get treatment at this time. We talked with a man who said he had a family member in here, and his family member had a broken arm just from being trapped in here. But a lot of the people we talked to say just a very quick but a very scary situation out here. And we're seeing widespread damage throughout Claremore and then down Highway 20 as you would go towards Pryor. Lots of down power lines down and lots of down trees as well. Alan.
All right, Cal, we appreciate it. The storm, again, in the Ottawa County area is still severe. We're still watching that. We're watching additional showers of storms developing near Independence, but we also want to get more information from the field. So Reagan Ledbetter's got more information. He's been tracking the aftermath of these storms, the tornado. Reagan, good morning. What new information have you learned there around the Claremore area? Go ahead.
Yeah, Alan, we're here in the downtown Claremore area, kind of checking out the damage to the buildings. So far, not a lot of damage we're seeing at the courthouse, sheriff's office, but here in the town area, it's basically shut down because there's power lines down everywhere. And we're actually right outside the jail right now where a power line came down. I just talked with the sheriff, and he said basically they're in a blackout right now in the jail because what happened is the power lines are down, first of all. There's also the AC units on top of the building have been moved because the storms that came through. There's also gas line issues which power the generators to bring power to the jail. So right now their crews are working nonstop trying to get power restored to the jail. So that's a big issue right now. Roads are blocked off. We've had people drive up just very frustrated coming home from work, trying to get home to their kids, and they can't because all the roads are shut down with the power lines down. We're already seeing heavy equipment out here. We've heard some chainsaws, people trying to clear the road so people can get back to their homes. But again, the power's out, so a lot of people are actually leaving the area and trying to find other places to stay. We're also here by the Rogers County Election Board. I talked with the secretary of the election board. The windows were blown out of the building, and so they brought in crews to board those up to preserve all the stuff that's in the election board right now. But again, it's kind of chaos out here right now. The mayor, Debbie Long, who I interviewed earlier this morning, I guess, she's just really encouraging people to stay out of this area. Law enforcement basically has the whole town of Claremore blocked off right now. They say Highway 20, where Cal's at, is the worst hit area out here right now. So basically you can't even get down Highway 20. So if you don't have to be in this area, you don't live here, just stay out of this area right now. We've also heard that law enforcement is kind of huddling up, kind of having a command center at the Lowe's here in Claremore, and then all the heavy equipment and the electrical crews are staging at the Expo Center. So that's kind of the plans right now. The sheriff was just telling me on the phone that he's had people calling from all over the country asking what they can do to help. And the sheriff says right now we don't know what we need right now. So we're trying to figure out what the first step is as this recovery process. And so the sheriff's on his way here right now. I'll have an update from him hopefully in a little bit. Back to you, Alan.
All right. Hey, Reagan, appreciate it. Have you heard anything about injuries or anything of that nature that you're comfortable to tell us about so far from the Claremore area?
I've heard reports of some critical injuries. I don't, not anything confirmed at this time. It's just a chaos, like I said. Okay. Not really sure what's going on, but I will say we have seen a lot of ambulances running code trying to find a way out of here because they're also struggling to get around here with the power lines down. Just a few minutes ago, an ambulance came flying by. So I think there could be injuries, but nothing confirmed at this time. If we get that information, we'll pass it along.
All right, I sure appreciate that. We're going to go back to the radar, and we still have a storm that is located across the Ottawa County area, and that is severe. So we're going to be watching that as it continues to track across the area. So this is going to be from Miami to the Afton, Bernice, Jay Grove, the Seneca area, moving to the east at about, we think, Stephen, probably 50 miles an hour. So again, if you're behind it, it looks like the top end wind speeds, they're still up there, we think, at about 50 to 55 miles per hour. But the stronger core of winds is going to be dropping right down in this area. So thankfully, this storm is about to get out of our immediate area. We'll flip the velocity data on. We're concerned that, well, still, you know, the velocity is still showing some pretty strong winds here around the Todd, the Afton, the Fairland area. Here's Brandon's location near Veneta. It looks like their stronger winds going to stay slightly to the east of Veneta, but we'll check out Brandon's video here, maybe check with Brandon in just a second to see what kind of wind velocity he's getting right now. Hopefully not too much. So let's pull up Brandon, and again, he is near and just slightly east of Veneta. Brandon, from a velocity data standpoint, the winds aloft are still pretty strong, but hopefully they're not making it down to the surface. Give me a report from Veneta this morning. Go ahead. Brandon, can you hear us? Let's try it. All right, so we can't talk to Brandon at this point. We're showing this video. As we go back to the radar, let me just kind of go through a rundown of what we know right now. So Delaware County emergency managers reporting damages to homes, trees, power lines down in the southern Delaware County area. The Mays County vicinity, Mays County Emergency Management reporting multiple homes and structures that are damaged around the Pryor and Salina area. From Nowata County, we've got reports of damages to trees in the Juan area. It looks like a power pole or two are downed. You got some power lines that are entangled in trees, which is going to be common through the entire region. Wausau Emergency Management is reporting some utility poles that are down, but no significant structure damage or any kind of injuries so far in the immediate Owasso area, because that's where we think that storm basically just kind of started to really wrap up. Rogers County, and again, you heard Cal and Reagan, so this is where we're getting lots and lots of reports here. Widespread damage to homes, structures, power lines in and around Claremore. Claremore First Baptist and also the county courthouse damages there. Owasso Fire Police EMS are assisting with search and rescue. Washington County Emergency Management is providing light towers there for their friends in the Rogers County area, and also they're getting some assistance from Wagner County, and the Broken Area Emergency Management are also on scene. And you got some areas that are across the central and western part of Oklahoma that are also reporting some damage issues around the Garfield County area, also in Woods County, Woodward County, and we'll find more information as the morning progresses for the storms that did the damage in the central and western part of the state. So let's zip this thing back out here. We're going to watch the storms around Independence and Parsons. The hail core came up a little bit with that, and then it dropped back down. So thankfully, those are staying below severe levels at this point. And it is quiet right now, which is a good thing from Skiatook and Tulsa and Muskogee and Henrietta. But here's the issue. This is what we're watching. You're going to watch pretty carefully this morning. There's an outflow boundary that is sliding down around the Pryor area, the Skiatook, Tulsa County, the Coweta area. It has not generated any additional showers or storms this morning. But in this environment, that is something that we do watch to see if that can regenerate a shower or two. So far, that's not happened. Of course, this is the track that we had that big tornado supercell that moved right across this general area. So it has been worked over, but the moisture content, I mean, it is still, we have dew point temperatures in the 60s and 70s with winds flowing into this storm system. And so we're still watching pretty carefully through the early morning hours. So the strong, severe storms now are starting to push from Oklahoma into the Missouri vicinity. So let's check out, let's go back to Vaughn, because he's still right in the middle of these strong and heavier storms. And Vaughn, it looks like that the stronger winds should be now to the east of you. I know you're still in the rain, but give everybody a report here what it's like now in Miami with the storm systems trying to move out of the area pretty quickly here in the next 15 to 20 minutes. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I'm moving down I-44 now. This is a huge, huge storm. I'm telling you what, it encompasses probably a whole couple counties. And the winds still are strong here on the backside of it. Like you said, maybe 40, 45, maybe 50, I don't know. But the strongest winds I encountered were at least 60 there in the core and right behind the core. So, yeah, it's going to do some damage. There's going to be some damage up here, you know, sporadic, not like Claremore, anywhere like that. But, yeah, these are pretty stout winds, Alan. Back to you.
All right, Vaughn, we appreciate it. Let's just kind of go through and see. Let's just go through a little look at everybody's video, where they're at right now. And we'll just kind of show folks what it looks like, because we're starting to wind down storm coverage here through the morning hours. Obviously, we've got a lot of crews in the field that are gathering new information, and we probably want to check in with them here in just a little bit to see if they have any new information they can give us. They're trying to gather information at this point as well. But from a storm standpoint, we're about to wind down here, and hopefully that will be the case. So we're still watching. We're going to keep Brandon up here and keep Alan. You see a little flare up of some additional cells that are right over at the Veneta and Welch and Chetopa area. So we'll watch to see if those grow. It looks like they probably won't, but we're still in a very conducive environment for storms that can continue to grow, especially in this area here. So we'll watch those thunderstorms to see exactly what they're going to do. But right now, these are below severe criteria. The winds, though, are still pretty strong and stout in this general area, and these storms continue to move generally to the east at about 50 miles an hour. Let's flip on the velocity data for our friends around Veneta and Bernice. Yeah, it's not very well organized, but still right in here, a little pocket of some winds that still could be at 50, maybe 55 miles per hour. There it is, yeah, 54, 55. So from Cleoria, Ketchum, the Veneta, Afton, and Fairland area, Copeland, we want to watch in this area. It's not impossible. You could get some winds that will still gust close to 60 miles per hour. Friends of the Weather Service think that most of this will not be too significant because at this point we do not have a severe thunderstorm warning out because of the wind. But so the winds are still quite strong around Ketchum, in Grand Lake, and Dennis, and Monkey Island, and Grove. Right in through here, obviously, you still want to pay close attention as these storms are continuing to push through with those types of strong winds. This is not a tornado warning. The hail core has downed quite a bit here, so we don't have any kind of significant hail. Steven's plotting some hail cores for you here. That's mostly the small variety, but sometimes that small hail sounds like it's really large, but right now it is not, so it's not going to trigger a severe thunderstorm warning at this point. We'll zoom it back out here and show you elsewhere before we make a decision here what we're going to do with programming. So from Parsons to Coffeyville to Edna to Chautauqua to Centralia, I do anticipate there will be a few more of these scattered showers and storms that will develop on the backside of this, and they may still come up a little bit, but right now it looks like that they're going to stay down. So from Parsons to Altamont, Oswego, and Chautauqua, that's all going to be moving to the east. Stephen, let's pull this radar, let's zoom it out, let's take a look at a composite, a big national composite, and go up north. Because this is something that we'll watch over the next several hours. We do have showers of storms that are along the I-70 corridor in Kansas. Some fancy high-resolution data is trying to bring some of this down. It may develop that a little bit more over the next several hours and could clip southeastern Kansas, possibly far northeastern Oklahoma around sunrise this morning. We would anticipate at this point that it wouldn't be too significant. But, you know, it's May here in Oklahoma, so that's why we're here. We're going to be watching it pretty carefully just in case something does flare back up with that. It is not doing so right now. So this, again, continues to track to the south and east. Far southern Oklahoma, it has been pretty quiet the last several hours. We want to go down and look at the North Texas area with the composite, see what's happening along the Red River. If there's anything flaring up here, we have big storms that are located back to the west-southwest of Dallas. We'll put that in motion. You can kind of see where we think generally that's going to end up, right in this general area. There it is. And there still will be additional thunderstorms that will try to flare up right in through here across the East Texas area, Dallas, Fort Worth early this morning. Again, some of that might just clip the far southern areas, but I think most of our viewing area will be in a holding pattern here for the early morning hours of Sunday. Technically, we have a front that has yet to cross the area. And that cold front, it is a cold front, will arrive, we think, tomorrow, or actually later today. That's going to be around the 3, 4, and 5 o'clock hour that will push through eastern Oklahoma. And with this moisture in place, we will carry at least a mention for a thunderstorm or two late tomorrow afternoon across extreme eastern Oklahoma and pretty much in the same area that you're experiencing thunderstorms right now. So that'll be later today. The Tulsa Metro, more than likely, will not see that, but around the 2, 3, 4 o'clock time period, later today, there may be a few additional thunderstorms that will develop across far northeastern Oklahoma with a cold front that will push through the area. So if you step outside, you'll definitely know that we do not have a cold front that's pushed through. We have dew point temperatures 60s and 70s. South winds are still rolling back through the area, and it is a very, very muggy and warm morning. So storms right now are located in this general area from Veneta to Jay and Grove. The Jay, I mentioned Jay because that's an outflow boundary that's dropping down from Jay and Spavinaw and Pryor. So we always watch these outflows to see if anything can fire back up. It does not look like that's going to happen. So that's some good news there. But that storm cell is coming up a little bit near the Afton and Veneta area. Bernice, I think the Elkhorn is probably coming up a little bit as well. And the winds, yep, there it is. So again, we want to watch this storm cell because this one might flare up a little bit more there. It's going to produce at least, we think, 1-inch hail. And if it gets a little higher, then our friends at the Weather Service may issue another severe thunderstorm warning for that storm cell. But right now, now. There's no severe thunderstorm warning underway for that. There still will be some gusty winds here at about 50 to 55 miles per hour as that continues to push generally to the east. So we have folks still right in that area. We've got Brandon, we've got Allen, Vaughn is going to be nearby. So if something does happen with that, we'll be able to punch that up and show you immediately what's going on with that. Let's go to Bob's video. Where's Bob located here? Because he's got flashing lights, and I know he's been around the Pryor vicinity, so they're still working in Pryor, from Pryor to Salina to Claremore, to try to get through some of the aftermath of this damage, the storm damage, the tornado damage. So Bob, if you can, give me an update here. Lots of folks are coming by trying to work on the damage. What can you tell us here? Go ahead.
Well, they're going to have a meeting at the Osage School down at 427 and Highway 20. This is a friend of mine's house. He's coming up to talk to me right now. We're trying to get the power lines out of the road. So I'll give you a call back here in just a second. Okay. All right. Thank you very much, Bob. And we're obviously hoping for the best for everybody this morning. There you can see Bob's location. So let's pull that radar out just a little bit and show you again from near Owasso, from Owasso to about Salina and Pryor, and then it moved right across the areas here all the way into Arkansas. That was that big supercell, and of course did a lot of damage we're finding in the Claremore area, and that is where Reagan Ledbetter has been for the better part of the last couple of hours, along with Cal Day gathering information. So let's go and check out Reagan. I think he's got some information for us here in the Claremore vicinity, Rogers County area. So Reagan, if you can, tell us what you know here.
I just got an update on the jail, Alan, that I mentioned a few minutes ago. The jail is basically a blackout right now because the power is out with the power line down here behind me. And then also the storm came through and knocked 4 of the AC units on top of the building, which also moved the gas line. So there's no gas for the backup generator for the jail right now. So they have crews coming in from Tulsa. They're trying to, they cap the gas lines and they're trying to get this all fixed to try to get power back to the jail. They're hoping within the hour they can get power back to the jail. This is just really causing a big headache right now for these crews out here. But as we've been saying all night, it's kind of chaos out here. There's down power lines everywhere. There's down trees. People are struggling to be able to get home out here right now. Law enforcement everywhere. And as you mentioned, or you asked me a little bit ago, Alan, about any injuries, I saw 2 or 3 more ambulances that have flown by, running lights and sirens, heading out of here. So no official reports of any injuries at this time. We're hoping to get more information on that eventually. But I talked to the mayor of Claremore earlier tonight, and she just encouraged people who live in this area who have damage to reach out to her on Facebook and message her with what they need. They're willing to help. They're encouraging people to be strong through this tough time, but they're also encouraging people that don't need to be in this area to stay out of here. Law enforcement has basically all the ways getting into Claremore, the city limits, blocked off right now. And we know that from what we've heard from Cal and other reporters out here that the east side of Claremore on Highway 20 is one of the worst hit areas. I talked to a deputy for Rogers County who lives out that way, and there's trees down and roofs torn off, so a lot of damage out there. But it's just tough right now. It's pitch black here in Claremore, so it's tough to really see the real damage that is out here right now. And the sheriff, like I said, is on his way out here right now, and he's been asked by people all across the country, how can we help? And right now people don't know what they need just because it's just so fresh. But we'll have updates coming up later this morning. Alan?
All right, Ray, we greatly appreciate it. It's good information we're getting there. Cal Day is also in the Claremore area. I think Jaden Brandon is also there as well. So folks in the newsroom, you tell me if we need to check in with any of those reporters here. So we'll check in with Cal in just a second here. This is, Stephen has pulled up the track now. This is not right now, all right? There's nothing going on in the immediate area. This is the track of that big supercell. And it developed, I mean, right across the northern areas of Tulsa County. Those are rotational tracks. So this is where we think that folks will do damage assessment. They're going to find damage all in through this area from Claremore, Harmony Star, Pryor, near Salina, Hudson, Lake Hudson, and then right across into Arkansas. And it's continuing on. I mean, that storm cell is continuing on and producing some issues and damage right now around the Decatur, Gentry, and the Highfield area. It continues to move eastward into Arkansas. So we checked in with Reagan. Let's check in with Cal Day, getting in from new information in his location as he is assessing some of the information that folks are telling him there in Rogers County and Claremore. Good morning, Cal.
Alan, good morning. Well, a lot of damage here, widespread throughout Rogers County, specifically in Claremore. We went down Highway 20 where the Will Rogers Down Casino is, and we're being told it's just complete chaos over there. Horses running wild due to fences knocked down, trailers tipped over, people who were out camping. The roof here at the Fiesta Mart, where the command center's set up right now, that's been ripped off tonight. I'm here with David. David, you heard that tornado come through. I mean, what was the experience here this morning?
I tell you what, you know, I was watching it on, radar on my phone and stuff and getting around, and it looked like it was going to miss us, but that one little cloud turned into, this little devastation here, and it's a sound you'll never forget it. I mean, it's where I got, wasn't too bad devastation. Another mobile park's been wiped out in Claremore. This out here at the Racino is tremendous damage, but no, if you, I'm not a storm chaser, I'm just average Joe, but when that's the first one I've heard, up close. It wasn't a good feeling. It was just, you won't forget it.
Well, David, we're glad you're okay. And, man, that's really the story out here. A lot of damage widespread throughout Rogers County, specifically in the Claremore area down Highway 20 towards Pryor, where that tornado shredded the area. Lots of damage. Alan, back to you.
All right, Cal, we appreciate it. And again, such a bad thing for everybody to have to go through tonight. And we're pulling for everybody. We're going to give you information here just very quickly of what we think is going to happen over the next couple of hours from a weather standpoint. And then we are going to return to normal coverage here, or normal programming here on the News on 6. So let's kind of zoom this out, take a look at the radar, the big radar, and then we'll zoom back in, because we still want to track those storms around the Jay and the Grove area. Even though they're not severe right now, they're still coming down with some pretty heavy rainfall. We also want to pull up Alan Hancock's video as well in just a second, because I believe he's running into some high water issues. So we do want folks to know about that as well. So it's pretty quiet right now from Tulsa to Stillwater to Edmond and Oklahoma City. You got strong south winds that are underway, and dew point temperatures right now are into the 60s and 70s. Why is that important? We still have a lot of energy in the atmosphere. We just don't have a lot of lift right now. Most of the lift is pushing away from eastern Oklahoma. The exception is this little line right here. That's an outflow boundary. So that's what we're going to be doing through the morning hours. We're going to watch to see if anything tries to flare up on that. Storms up and way up in Kansas near I-70 are going to drop south and east. We'll be here in case those start to flare up more. But right now, this is the issue. So from east of Veneta to Bernice to Fairland, the Jay and Grove area, let's go ahead and flip on the velocity data, Stephen, very quickly here. We want to watch to see if there's anything significant that might want to keep us on a little bit longer. It doesn't look like that. The winds have started to come down, so this is mostly below any kind of severe weather criteria here. Every once in a while, you may still get some gusts that will come up. The velocity data at this point on the radar, because the way that the physics of the radar beam works, it's way up in the atmosphere. So some of those 50 and 60 mile per hour winds that you see, a lot of that is not going to reach down. But again, there still can be some pretty gusty winds in this general area with some heavy rainfall. As promised, let's go and check out Alan Hancock's video, because he's running into, and this is something else that we haven't really talked a whole lot about, lots and lots of water and issues this morning. In fact, if we can talk to Alan, I don't know if we can. Let's pull up Alan, and Alan Hancock, give us the exact location of where you're at here. And this is something, because, obviously we've been talking about wind and tornado and hails that cause all kinds of damage, but the flooding issue is still something that we want everybody to remain aware of, at least for the next couple of hours through the area. Tell us what you're seeing here.
Yes, sir. We're on Highway 60 in Afton. We're driving around trying to capture some wind speeds, and we found some flooded roadways covering the entire highway. Water's starting to go down and maybe move around a little bit, but as you can see on the right side of the shot, we got water all the way up to the steps of this building up here, our right side, and the water's casting on itself all the way across the other side of the road. And honestly, I thought we were done with the high energy stuff. We just got peppered with some pea-sized hail about 5 minutes ago. So this storm is just not wanting to give up yet.
Yeah, thank you, Alan. And that's true. I mean, we are still seeing those little cores that are popping up there that are close to your area, near Veneta, near Afton, near the J, the Grove area, and all the way up to near southern Kansas and Parsons. These cores, as we go back to the radar, they are going to produce some small hail, some gusty winds at 45 to 50 miles per hour and heavy rainfall. So that's Alan's location. That's exactly where he was talking about, that high water that's on the roadway. Let's pull the radar out and show you again a couple of thunderstorms that we're still going to track in terms of some hail. That's got some small hail around Bernice and Jay and Grove. It's not severe. We still have some 40 to 50 mile per hour winds just moving east, kind of slow down a little bit. And then up to the north, thunderstorms across the Kansas area, around Chautauqua, some of those areas. Let's pull the radar back out just a little bit, Steve, and take a look at that stronger storm that's located to the north. There it is, in between Parsons and Pittsburgh, and that's north of our viewing area, obviously, but this is what we're watching to see. If this will try to flare up a little bit more to the south. Right now, it's moving to the east, which is good. Let's go to Bob. Bob's video here, and this is just an indication of, look at all the folks now that are starting to show up, that are making plans near the Pryor vicinity. So, Bob, the last time we spoke with you just a couple of minutes ago, maybe 15, 20 minutes ago, folks were trying to assess some of the power issues there around Salina and Pryor. It looks like lots and lots of folks are showing up here. They're making a plan. What do you know so far about what you've seen and what you've heard around the Pryor areas? You've been driving back and forth the last 20 to 25 minutes. Give us a quick update for our friends that might just be joining us. Go ahead.
What you're looking at right now is they brought in all the first responders, and you're only seeing a small portion of them. These are the people that have been out here searching the rural areas for the victims that we have out here. Right now they're having a meeting to coordinate additional searches. They've already done a preliminary search up in this area, and they're going to have to go back out once they get some of the roadways clear and get into some of the areas even deeper. Back to you, Alan.
All right, Bob, we appreciate it. Thanks to all of our trackers. They've been out for many hours tracking storms, some of them all the way from western Oklahoma here across the eastern part of the state. So here's our game plan. It is 3:24. We are going to turn you back to regular programming here. We're gathering news assets and reporters and photographers. We're headed out already into the field, obviously. We'll have more information through the early morning hours. Our newscast will start at 7 o'clock this morning, on schedule at 7. We, of course, Stephen and I will be here through the early morning hours. We're still going to watch the thunderstorms if they try to bubble back up on the Oklahoma-Kansas state line area and also across southeastern Kansas. So rest assured that if any of these become strong or severe, we will get right back on and be generating information here on the television for you. So far, it looks pretty quiet for the northern and eastern areas of the state. That front will not move through the area. Technically, the front's not going to move through until later today. We think in the early afternoon hours. We're not going to carry a probability, it looks like, for the Tulsa Metro, but just to the east along Highway 69 east, there will be a chance for a thunderstorm or two that could even be severe in the next, later this afternoon through the early evening hours. It will be on the start line. It'll move into Arkansas and the Missouri area. So this is the last batch of showers and storms that we have right now. If you're around the Bernice, Jay, and Grove area, it is heavy thunderstorm activity. It is not severe. We do have some winds, though, that could blush up to about 40 to 50 miles per hour and some small hail. So there you go. It has been quite an evening and a morning, as you well know. We'll continue to stack the radars and stack the weather information and get you up to date here through the early morning hours. So stay with the News on 6. We'll keep you advised. The newscast starts at 7 o'clock this morning, or more weather information as warranted, as necessary.